The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The best chess players in the country are back for the American Cup in St. Louis. It takes a lot more than luck to pull out a victory in such an illustrious field. Starting with the white pieces was like finding a pot of gold in the women's section, with 3 decisive games creating a trinity at the top of the standings. Drawish clouds loomed over the open section, but it was sunshine and rainbows for Hikaru Nakamura, who defeated Sevian for the sole lead. American chess is in full swing. Don't miss a second, or you'll be green with envy. Day 2 of exhilarating chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 2 of the 2023 American Cup, held at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in front of the World Chess Hall of Fame, as well as one of the tallest chess pieces in the world. It's been a fantastic Day 1. Let's see what the players have in store for Day 2. Let's go to the studio and start the action with Jovi and Yasser.
We welcome you to St. Louis, Missouri, the capital of chess in America. This is Day 2 of the 2023 American Cup from the St. Louis Chess Club. And welcome from the St. Louis Chess Club studio, and it's going to be a thrilling day of action. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be here in the studio calling all the action alongside Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Jovi, it's a pleasure and honor to be with you and Cristian in studio to call all the action. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 2 of the American Cup. Boy, out of the 8 matches that were played yesterday, 4 were decisive. It was a day of white pieces, as it was a whitewash 4 decisive games. Let's take a look at the standings, Jovi, and let's start with the ladies.
Definitely, because we saw a lot of bloodshed
in
the first day. And just taking the headline match, Irina Krush was absolutely dominant against Tatev Abrahamyan. The very impressive victory from Irina there, and she leads 1-0. And moving down, we go to the second match between Begim Tokhirjonova against Katerina Nemcova. And there, Tokhirjonova came with some fantastic prep and just simply dominated in that game. A must-win situation for Nemcova. And in the only draw of this particular section, we saw a very hard-fought draw between Zatonsky and Paikitsa. Took them 100 moves, though.
It did. It was a century. And in our final match.
And the final match was between 13-year-old Alice Lee against women's grandmaster Atusa Pekushin. And there, Alice had the pressure and she never let go. She was relentless.
And the scores in the open bracket.
Yeah, and not so much bloodshed, but a lot of fighting chess. And headlining the event was Hikaru Nakamura, and he was dominant with the white pieces against Sevian. And he leads 1-0, Sam being in a must-win situation. It was a hard-fought draw, and a draw nonetheless in the game between Levon Aronian and Dominguez, 2 local grandmasters,
Absolutely.
I would say. And moving down, we also saw a very comfortable draw by Grandmaster Sam Shankland as he held off Wesley So with the white pieces. And it was also another draw in the game between Fabiano Caruana
Here we go.
and Ray Robson. And this time it was actually Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces holding off Ray Robson.
That's exactly right, yes. And let's take a look at the format, reminding everybody it's a double elimination.
Yeah, this is so exciting. This one is so thrilling. And there you can see it is a double elimination bracket. There are no draw offers allowed. And for the time being, just for today actually, the players are all in the champions bracket and they're playing a classical 90-minute plus 30-second increment format. There is no second time control. But after today, we're going to see 8 players get sent down to the elimination bracket where they will be playing for their lives at the rapid time control of 25 minutes plus 10 seconds.
$300,000 in total prize fund, $200,000 to the open and $100,000 to the ladies. And let's take a look at the schedule.
Oh, you're in for a treat because we're going to see a lot of chess. Today is the last time where everyone is playing in the championship bracket.
Right.
And it does mean that we are going to see some deciders. And if the match is tied, then we are going to see playoffs being played later on today. 2 rapid game playoffs, and there's still a tie, blitz games, and then finally Armageddon.
Nice.
And tomorrow things heat up.
Indeed, as we look at the playing hall, as Alice is an early arrival, reminding the players that they have to go through a security screen to get to the game. And we're very fortunate to have Cristian in studio. Nice to see you, my friend. And who are the players facing elimination? What do they have to do?
Good to see you guys. Great to be back in the studio for commentary here in day 2. And what a fantastic start we had yesterday. I have to say, in the open section, it was a story of exquisite opening preparation. That H4 at move 16 by Fabiano Caruana, and the way Ray Robson just composed, replied with the best moves. That was just a fantastic game. And the clinical finish of Hikaru Nakamura against Sam Sevian. And in the ladies section, it was a story of these ladies being so combative and ready to fight for each and every point. And let's take a look at the head-to-head as we are entering into day 2. In this matchup, in the open section, the only decisive results from yesterday was a win by Hikaru Nakamura. Right now, Sam Sevian is in a must-win situation to force the playoffs later today. And let's take a look at what happened in the ladies section. Well, Irina Krush, the only grandmaster in the event, just increased the pressure throughout the game with the white pieces yesterday and forced resignation by Tatev Abrahamyan, who is now in a must-win situation to force the playoffs. Another big matchup yesterday was this one. The newcomer Atusa Purkashian against Alice Lee. Alice Lee came with that Nimza with F3, very aggressive approach early on from the youngster, and right now Atusa is in a must-win situation. And the last decisive result from yesterday's games was this one. Begim Tokhirjonova, well, great preparation with the white pieces, defeated Katerina Nemcova, who is now in a must-win situation to force the playoffs later today. And if she doesn't win, and if all those players don't win, they will be sent to the elimination bracket. Right now, the elimination bracket is empty, but tomorrow, this one will be filled. Guys, we have a fantastic event, and we're ready to call all the action in day 2.
Yes, we are. Jovi, drill down a little bit on the playoff scenario there, just to reinforce what the players will be facing.
Because it's going to be a spectacular day of chess. So there we see it. If the match is tied after 2 games, there will be first a 2-game rapid playoff. And if the match is still tied, then it will go down to the blitz playoff, where time is slashed even more with 3 minutes plus 2-second increments. And after all this chess, if the match is still very much evened, then it all boils down to an Armageddon game, my personal favorite, where white will have 5 minutes on the clock, black will start with 4 minutes, but black will play with draw odds. But there is a silver lining for those players playing the Armageddon, because you do get a 2-second increment from move 61. So hopefully we won't have those mad piece scrambles, my favorite. And there we can see the playing hall. We see Fabiano Caruana arriving, waiting to give a handshake against Ray Robson. And Fabiano, another local grandmaster.
Exactly. Well, Ray too. So yeah, the two locals facing off. I was particularly surprised by the interview yesterday that Wesley So had with Sam Shankland. It was rather funny, as Wesley was just praising his opponent to the skies. Sam is so well prepared. He does this well. He does that well. And boy, you know, I'm facing a guy who's really, really, really hard on me. And then they had the head-to-head. Wesley beat him like 5 times, no losses, 9 draws. It was like, Wesley said, oh, I didn't know I was that good. And today, Sam with the white pieces, Cristian.
Oh yeah, that's a big matchup, and these players know each other so well, right? They played a match just 1 week ago in Berlin.
Right.
That one was won by Wesley, so of course that was a completely different time format. Jovi, maybe you can tell us a bit about that, because you were actually there.
I was actually there. I was actually commentating. In that particular format, it was insanely quick. I mean, the players played a 2-game head-to-head match at the time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds.
Right.
And if the match was still tied, then it went down to Armageddon. And the whole tournament series is called Armageddon Chess. But ironically enough, Wesley So never actually got to an Armageddon.
He would always win his matches.
Very clinical, yeah, in 2
And
games.
I think in that matchup particularly, there's a big difference when it comes to shorter time controls. So I feel Sam has to put as much pressure as possible early on in the classical encounter, because once they get down to 25 plus 10 or 10 minutes or even 3 plus 2, that's when Wesley So shines. And we know that because he is the global chess champion. He's been winning event after event in these rapid and blitz formats.
And there we go as we get started for this day 2 of the American Cup 2023. Defending champion Fabiano, I mean, you talked about Cristian, this move H4, but it didn't bring him any success or even an advantage, I want to say.
Look, that was a great preparation. That was a great move and a great idea with this Queen H5 that even us couldn't understand.
Right? Shocking.
Maybe even Fabiano didn't understand it.
You know, I checked that with the computer afterwards,
Yeah,
and
what?
it turned out that maybe Fabiano might have mismoved, so to speak. You know, the best move by the computer was to move the queen to G4. So it might have been like an overshot.
But he played Queen H5 very quickly, I think.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken. Nonetheless, it was a crazy game, and I have to praise Ray's response. He responded so fine in that game. That rook d8 move with the idea of knight to a4, knight to c5, and opening up the d file, I really liked the way he played. And I mean, we've been talking about this. He's in peak condition right now. He's been shining in every single event he's playing, and we've seen him at the US Championship in October. He was very, very close to winning that event. Now, over 2,700 for the first time in his career, he is confident and he is shining.
I do apologize. I'm just having a little problem getting the move relay, but I can put in the moves.
Knight to c3.
Knight c3,
okay.
the 4 knights.
Okay, all right.
Okay. And it's very trendy at the minute to actually just push the pawn on D2, push it 2 squares, and white has very comfortable...
What about H3 in this position? I've seen this move.
I've seen that actually.
I've seen A4 as well. Okay.
No.
Okay, it's the Scotch. It's the standard
I remember
style.
when Arian was playing Magnus Carlsen in Norway chess, he used this particular opening just to nullify Magnus.
And that's a very good point, Jovi. I feel like this is somewhat of a semi-draw offer. Perhaps he says, okay, I'm not taking any risks with the white pieces. I know you're super well prepared. You're Fabiano Caruana. Let's take you down to the rapid and blitz portion.
Right. And it is, I mean, that's a strategy that you would expect from, let's say, Hikaru Nakamura, because Hikaru is really known as a blitz and rapid player. But Ray is probably thinking that his chances are best served in a playoff.
That seems to be the strategy after the opening phase, after what we're seeing right now on the screen. Because this is not considered to be a very testing option for white.
No, this so-called Scotch ending see far too many draws in this particular ending. Yeah, bishop to d3, and everybody is playing castles as well as d5, but d5. And there's some like funny moves. White has been playing differently than, you know, like the automatic captures, but this was how it used to go, right? Like everybody used to play it in this fashion. Castles, bishop g5, pardon me, with or without h7, h6, but c6 and queen f3. And it just seems to me I've seen like hundreds of games from this position. But white doesn't lose them.
No.
And on that very rare occasion, black does something dreadfully wrong.
Okay, bishop d2. This is a wrinkle.
Oh.
Yeah,
we generally see e takes d5. That's by
Right.
far the main continuation.
Bishop to d2.
Bishop to d2. This is somewhat of a challenge thrown by Ray Robson early on.
Bishop to d2. I'm just kind of getting the zen here.
So my guess is that if you do take on d5, which on e4, excuse me, which he didn't do, he played castle instantly,
Right.
showing that he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. Knight takes e4, and there's a problem that you're ending up with double pawns, and really zip, zero, no compensation. So castles at once.
Makes a lot of sense.
And
I'm
I
assuming
guess
you
I have
copy.
to castle.
Otherwise,
I mean, if I take, I might even run into something awkward after a rook check. I don't think it's terrible, but I'm assuming it's castles. And then, well, just a second. Can I capture a pawn? I just would like to see it. Probably this is all theory as well.
Well, Jovi, this is actually the game that you're mentioning between Ariantari and Magnus Carlsen. Ariantari with the white pieces chose the same idea with bishop to d2.
And how did that game go?
I can show you.
easy draw.
Easy draw.
Easy draw for white.
It was an easy
That's
draw.
what you
And
were
in
showing.
fact, Arian actually came and said, I'm very, very sorry to everyone for actually not playing harder for the win, but I wanted to draw.
Let's be honest. I wanted to draw.
Wait a minute. Bishop takes c3.
Bishop
Okay.
takes c3, right?
Take on c3. Well, what is this?
Yeah.
Are you going to take back with the knight on e4 or with the pawn? Because
wanted
you do
to
have
take-
to take that pawn right now.
Yeah, I wanted to take the pawn.
Well, he took on
sorry,
c3
I
first.
mean taking on c3, of course.
Right, take
yeah.
on c3 first, take, and now he took on e4 with the pawn. And he's playing fast, so he must know, because
You gotta take on
strategically this is a
f6.
bit dubious, right? You take on f6, then I take on a4, and white is getting what you were mentioning, just simply a better structure without not a lot of compensation.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Can you take that?
I
is
took
the
a
question.
pawn,
Yeah.
and if you continue, just for argument's sake, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to take. Oh well, here I can defend c6, so maybe you
Yes,
don't
you
want to play.
probably go
I mean,
to-
the point that I wanted to make was that if you do take, I wanted to play bishop a6.
So not rook to b8, okay.
Right, and so I was hoping that I would get in a tempo with rook d8 rather than putting my rook on b8.
Well, we're going to see whether, I mean,
Queen
he's
takes
going for
b2.
it. Like I said, guys, this might be just a straight
theory.
line that goes into an equal end game, and
Right.
the players are going to shake hands very early on.
And
Very possible.
And then obviously, if the match is a draw,
Right.
we're going
1-1.
to see playoffs, right? I mean,
Right.
and there's
That's
going to be a
right.
battle between Ray Robson, who is known for his speed.
Right.
He's also fantastic at the puzzle rush.
Yes.
I was told he practices puzzle rush for 8 hours per day. I mean, that's just an insane
Say
amount
what?
of time. I know, and I was very naive when I entered. And there we're actually going to
Oh,
see.
he did play rook b8. He
Yes.
did not
Yeah.
play bishop a6. But sorry, continue, please,
the,
Jovi.
the players are on the fast track
They
to
certainly
the draw,
are.
right? The vacuum.
Yeah, I mean, they think they're in the playoffs already. My goodness, bishop takes c6, rook b8, and this is all known to both players.
It's
because-
theory, yes,
Yeah.
yes. It's a lot of games have been played in this one. In fact,
You
we've
know-
seen Wesley So versus Magnus, so it has been played at the elite level as well.
Apologies, but I'm looking at this position, I'm seeing an ending, and you're telling me this 49 games of theory with a rook and bishop and a rook and bishop on the board, 5 pounds each.
Right now we're down to
When's
25.
the novelty?
But I was going to ask about the stats. You know, we've
Right.
found out there's 49 games. I mean, has there been any decisive games?
92% of the games have been finishing in a draw.
92.
Yes. Black has won a grand total of 0 games, and white has won maybe a couple.
Okay.
That's what
Or
I was
maybe
thinking
one.
too.
One. White won 1 game.
One game.
1 game.
That's the 92.
It's a nice
That
hit rate
is
there.
a clash between Karyakin and Vidit from January 2022.
So Vidit is immortalized as one of the only players to lose this position.
Basically, because of that game, this line is not dead. Everybody's trying to emulate what Karyakin did to Vidit.
Okay. Let's jump to a game in the champions bracket where Hikaru needs a draw. Sam Sevian needs a victory, clear. And we have a very peculiar move in a very standard Queen's Gambit decline position. Everybody and his brother these days plays Bishop B4, but at one time Bishop E7 was the most popular move. And at other times, my personal favorite is Knight B8 to D7.
Yeah.
I never played, and I never even considered playing H7, H6. I do know that Magnus Carlsen
He loves to play A6, yeah.
likes to throw in this move. But H7, H6, I don't know if this is the latest and greatest, or it just appears to me, frankly, to be a lost tempo. I just
Yes.
don't like this move, but maybe it's okay. I mean,
It
these
is
days.
okay. I mean,
You know the theory. Oh, please help me
I
out.
do know the theory. I also have happened to have lost this position with the white pieces.
Oh, well done.
I know. Way me. I was playing Ariantari in my defense, and I do know that Sam Shankland in his course recommends that you just transpose into like a Catalan. You just
With
go
G3,
G3,
and you say
just say, what is this move?
Right.
I've also been told that you can actually probably put your bishop on F4.
Yep.
Put the
That's a
bishop on
very, very
F4 and
standard
just
move.
say, hey, look at that.
Right.
H6 doesn't make any sense. Let's play into the other lines.
Well, one of the things that I love it when my opponent plays these non-threatening moves into the center. That is to say, the move H7, H6 takes control of G5. You stop Bishop G5, but it does nothing to control the center. So from my perspective, whenever my opponent does something as obscure or off the beaten track as H7, H6, I'm always looking to bust open the center. In this case, E2, E4. So if I'm on the white side, pardon me, I would find the move Queen C2 rather tempting. It's not like E7, E5 is going to blow, pardon me, E2, E4 is going to blow black off the board. That's not, but at least I want to intimate.
Yes.
You know, like this is my way of trying to get some clear advantage. Let's say.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Although you do have to always, my golden rule when I
Yes,
face
please.
an early Queen C2 is if I'm playing with the black pieces, I'll be looking at C5.
C5.
That's my little antidote.
Right, yeah. And okay, then we're kind of in a tarash.
Yeah.
And that makes a lot of sense,
Right.
what Jovi is saying, especially with the pawn on h6, right? Because there's no more bishop to g5. Very often, whenever you try to open up the center, you have to worry about the pawn on d5. Now
Right.
you don't have to worry about the pawn on d5 as black because there's no more pin. There's no
Right.
more bishop g5 coming on the board. So
Right.
that's why Queen c2, it hasn't been played as much at the elite level because of this c5 reason.
Oh.
Interestingly enough, I don't know if
Yes.
Sam studied your game with
No,
Tari.
I studied Sam's opening course with Tari, and Sam recommends G3. But
Right.
I was later told by one of my friends, and he said, no G3.
No
Okay,
G3.
okay.
Really?
Let's
Why?
keep
Why?
this quiet between us and all our viewers.
Right.
No G3.
No G3.
Put the bishop on F4,
Bishop F4.
and
Away you
play.
go. So this Bishop F4 was played in the World Championship in 2018 with Fabi and Magnus. And there was no h7, h6. Isn't white a happy camper at this exact moment, Cristian?
No, there was bishop to e7, which is, of course, the main line instead of h6. And now the extra option that you have with the presence of the pawn on h6 is, once again, it's all about that contact with the square g5. There's no more bishop landing on g5. So after bishop to f4, what black did and what Hikaru already played is bishop to d6, which forces either the bishop trade. Either you retreat with the bishop all the way to d2, but generally you don't want to see as white those type of retreating moves, right? And the bishop on d6 is just fine there. Of course, it can be targeted and you can play c5 at one moment in time, but in general c5, it's not really seen with very positive lenses by players playing the white side in this type of structures.
And so essentially what you're saying is bishop d6 has been seen. This is still
That's right. This is theory. Yes. This is the main line.
Yeah.
And Hikaru knows it. Most likely Sam also is aware of this variation. I don't know if he understands the deep ideas in the position. Nevertheless, he knows what he's doing for sure.
So if we were to continue from this exact position, Cristian, with the move bishop g3.
Bishop g3 is one of the moves. Yeah. Bishop to
Yeah,
e5.
I would prefer bishop takes bishop, just because if I can toot my own trumpet.
Please.
I actually played a London system not that long ago against the Grandmaster and played a very perfect game by playing bishop takes bishop.
Okay.
And that was without black playing h6.
And how did black respond to that?
Queen
Well, they
takes.
tried to do b6. They did queen takes.
Queen takes.
Queen
Okay,
takes,
they didn't
and
take
then
with the c-pawn
after
because this is an
e3.
option, it seems like, as well. It doesn't look like a very good option, at least to my naked eye, taking with the pawn on d6 and allowing the doubling of the pawns. Queen d6, what did you do?
Well,
e3.
E3, I carried on as normal, and they carried, after we developed the pieces, he went some B6 move, which I thought wasn't very good.
Okay, so something, I'm just going to make a move.
Yeah, I think
Castles,
I went, some rook C1 or something.
Or I'll play it even softer. Bishop d3, b6.
Yeah, something like that, and then pawn takes pawn happened.
Right.
And then it was just a very nice game for me.
A perfect game, I've heard.
It was a perfect game. Because
I'm
at the
quoting
minute,
you.
yeah, I know, because not often I play a perfect game against a grandmaster. But I went and I checked it, and I told my friend, hey, tell me what the computer said. How many
Where did I
mistakes
miss
they get.
it?
Yeah, and it said, ooh, you got a centi-pawn loss of 8. And I was like, whoa, I've never got that one before.
Oh,
but
wow.
it was just like, great move, great move, great move.
Not bad. I mean,
I know, it doesn't often happen.
Those accuracy readings are impressive. I saw a game from the European Championship. Boris Gelfand played. And the game was a hard-fought draw, but what was extraordinary about that particular game is both players had something like .006 in accuracy. I mean, their moves were virtually flawless. I was like, wow, remarkable. So,
Perfect game.
what can I say? Well
But it
done.
didn't really make sense, the centi-pawn loss, because mine was like ridiculously low, but my opponent's was also quite low as well. But that can't have been the case, right? He lost.
Let's
Guys,
check in with the ladies.
Before
because
we do that,
yes,
I'm going to have to quiz you.
Yeah,
This is the first quiz of the
Okay.
American Cup for you guys.
yes.
Do you trade on e8, or do you play rook to b3, rook to b4, things of that nature? What do you do?
I retreat the rook.
Jovi?
Wow, the players have set a trend of exchanging everything possible. So why
stop?
Exactly.
Rook takes e8. Okay, Yasser, you are right on this one. Rook to b3 is the right move. Rook to e8, actually, you're going to be worse as white in this position. And
Wow.
quite by a lot, because you cannot get your king
No king
into
f1.
play. There's no more king to f1. So the way you have to do things is to go bishop to d5, potentially keeping contact with the pawn on f7, king to e7, and f3. The problem is you're not in time. This square d5 for the bishop, well, I'm going to attack it when the king lands on d6. So what I have to do is start with the move f4. And once again, after king to f2, I'm going to create this cage for the king. Cooperation between the bishop on a6 and the pawn on f4. The king cannot get in. My king gets to the center very, very quickly. And in fact, you're on the precipice of potentially losing this game as white. So don't exchange the rooks in that situation, of course. Ray Robson knows. He played the move rook to b3, and also it seems like Fabiano knew the best response in the position, which is bishop to e2. as you were mentioning, Jovi, the players are going to exchange some pieces, but it wasn't the rooks in this instance. It is the bishops. This one is probably going to end very, very quickly, I have a feeling.
Yeah, I think so too.
I just have that inevitability.
It does, you know. I mean, they've been trading, and if
I
they
think
broke,
Fabi knows it.
why fix it? And
Right.
yeah, I mean, but say this game finishes super early,
Yep.
they will have to wait.
That's right. So I was at the players' meeting. We were both at
Yeah.
the players' meeting, and the international arbiter Chris Bird explained that the elimination games, the playoff games, pardon me, would be played 15 minutes after the final classical game has been completed. So they didn't want people bashing the clock in the playing hall when somebody was. So we're expecting that 15-minute pause. Let's turn our attention to the game between Tatev and Irina. As we started our show, we explained that Tatev's in a must-win situation with the white pieces. And one of the problems facing Irina is she's extraordinarily cagey in her opening choices. She has a rather deep repertoire and includes Sicilians, and within the Sicilian complexes, she can do a lot of things.
She does a lot of dancing, right?
Right,
You know, I was looking
yeah.
at her. She can be a
Taimanov,
Taimanov, she can be a Khan, she can
exactly.
be a classical Sicilian.
Exactly. She can throw you off. So Tatev didn't go for any of the Maroczy bind style of play. Just, let's go for these attacks. Early b7, b5. Now, I have played this as black myself, but for me, the real big practitioner was Gatakamsky. And he has only won the U.S. Championship 5 times and challenger to the World Championship in 1996, was it? Yeah. B7, B5. So this is early queenside pawn push, as black is basically saying to white, I'm going to play B4, bishop B7, do something. And it's sort of like, could Tatev had guessed this opening? It was probably maybe the 5th on her list, maybe even further down than that. So again, a very cagey choice, I want to say, by Irina. Castles, and what are you going to do as black? Knight c6, knight takes c6, bishop takes c6. We're following a game, and I think the game we were following was Hikaru Nakamura versus Gatakamsky with rook e1. The idea behind rook e1 is, for example, if you play b4, is to jump with the knight to d5. That was not Tatev's choice. She played a4, b4, knight b1. Okay, that's a bit of a surprise for me, and Irina is actually thinking now after this move, knight b1. Bit of a surprise. I'm not that familiar with this move or this position. Knight b1. Clearly Tatev is reloading for knight to d2 to knight to c4, but I'm not a big fan, I must say, of, when you play a4 and b4, you really want to play knight e2 and keep your knight in the center. Knight b1, it feels like black shouldn't have any problems here, but maybe I'm underestimating this position.
No, I think you're perfectly right about that, Yasser. And that rook to e1 was crucial instead of the move a4, and that's the main line in the position as well. Look, you generally, whenever you see the Sicilian, if you short castle as white, you're probably going to try to tame the game a little bit, right? You're not going to have the craziness that's happening whenever you have opposite side castles. But you still have to be forceful in some way. a4 and then retreating to b1 doesn't make a lot of sense. Why not start with rook to e1? And for example, if black tries to continue with the typical d6, then I can go a4. And now black is in deep danger, because b4 is going to be met by knight to d5. And that's key. If rook to e1 is going to force black to go knight to e7 or bishop to e7, delay that move d6, well, at least you're first to ask questions in the position. And I think this is crucial and this is key for this type of structures, which Tatev, unfortunately, is not doing right now. And you sensed it right. It does seem like black, Irina Krush, is out of danger, out of the opening.
Yeah, it's incredible in the Sicilians how your knowledge has to be really almost sublime. You got to feel those exact moments, and you got to know the subtleties. And one full step like knight b1 can toss away your opening advantage. So for Irina's fans, she'll be happy. Let's take a look at Katya. Not exactly the h7, h6 that we saw, but a queen's gambit declined with the bishop on d6. Let's just see how we got here. Yeah, this is all standard stuff. This was, by the way, a big favorite position of Miguel Najdorf. He loved to do these b2, b3, bishop b2 slow burn attacks where he'd put a knight in the center and play f4. And boy, did he clobber people.
It's like a routine attack, right? You just know exactly what to do. And I've actually also seen Hikaru play this type of chess as well, you know, when he just wants to get someone out of their books.
Right.
So, I mean, it is popular. I mean, the thing is, it is quite straightforward for black. There are some antidotes already. You know, you can put you can also play with your knight on e4 as well. You can put your knight on d7.
Yeah, so for example, just to buttress your point, b3, knight, d7, bishop b2, not waiting for white to complete his development, queen e2, rook to the center. You go knight e4 yourself.
You can go knight e4, yeah.
Exactly. Also, a big shout out to dear friend Artur Yusupov, because Yusupov also liked these b3 and slow play. Did you ever get into these Kali system? I don't even know what you call these attacks.
I'm not very successful whenever I play the white side of these type of positions because I can never stop black from going c5 and in fact getting just a good position after c5. I don't know exactly how to arrange my pieces so that whenever black plays c5, because they do play c5 at the right moment, I cannot find that moment where I can get the advantage. So no, I try to shy away from this type of situations. I usually try to get my dark square bishop in front of the pawn chain, either to f4, either to g5, as we have seen in the Sam Sevian versus Hikaru game.
Okay. And then the two players who fought to a standstill yesterday, picking up the action, Haji versus Anna, we have at long last, a very straightforward Catalan. I mean, how nice.
Well, we're not seeing the last of this one because the players are still just like rattling out. They should be rattling out the moves because this has all been played before.
Oh, many, many, many times. And at one moment, a7, a6 was all the rage. I mean, like just everybody played a6 and followed by b5 and bishop b7. So they're still early days of the theory. Let's go to our 13-year-old, Alice Lee, needing only a draw to go on to the next match. Now, this is very strange by white.
And she plays the Petrov. I mean,
Yes.
How much experience does this 13-year-old have?
Hello, right?
But she does
ridiculous.
have it within her repertoire, because I was also checking out Alice Lee's games, and, you know, she has a choice. You know, she can pull out the Caro-Kann, Sveshnikov, you know, just for those fighting moments.
She's good.
And
She's
the Petrov.
D3, incredible. I'm not a big fan. If you're going to play a symmetrical position and you want the tiniest of pulls, queen e2, queen e7, d3, bishop g5, kind of makes sense because it almost compels the move. Queen takes e2, bishop takes e2, and you could say, I've won a tempo in a symmetrical position. The way Atusha played it with d3 right away and d4, I mean, this symmetrical position, how are you going to create an imbalance? You're going to have to play c4, and it's just not that great.
What about, you know, because the first thing that always like jumps to my mind, you could unbalance the pawn structure, but hey, how is black going to actually deal with the pin? You know, once that bishop goes to g5, transforms itself into a dragon, you know, hovering around the city,
and she
it's
played
out.
It.
Yeah,
it's on the board.
I mean, what does black do? Does black defend it? Does black copy?
Yeah,
just
well,
like in the
copy works for me until it doesn't. You know how that goes, right? And I guess you go knight d2.
Knight d2, right?
And I guess
black goes, you've established a pattern, I'm going to copy.
Exactly. I might not go knight d2.
Pardon me.
Let's try the aggressive approach. I go h3.
h3, bishop h5.
And then g4. How is this position?
Cristian.
Well, you
an
created
aggressive move.
you created
95.
an imbalance, but I'm not sure
95.
this is a
Let's go knight e5.
knight e5. Okay.
I'm just throwing pieces at you, Yasser.
Wow. You
Let's see if you can
sure
defend.
are that. Okay. You almost compel me to consider c5. I never saw a situation where I really wanted to play c5, but I don't know. Maybe you are. Okay, let's try. Let's go. Let's have some fun.
So can I go f4 now?
Yeah.
Wow.
Greed.
I know.
For lack of a better word,
I
is
don't
good.
know. Greed is good, huh?
Look, I said A, I have to say B at this point. I mean,
True. I so want to play knight takes d4. I mean, with every fiber of my being. Knight takes d4, bishop takes
Bishop takes
g6,
c6.
bishop c5.
Yeah,
but the
you have some
discover
ideas.
check isn't that great. It's not the most devastating.
I wouldn't
discover-
trust it too much.
No. Which therefore kind of, if f5
Yeah.
is a serious threat, right?
You have to go quick.
But now if I take with the queen, I
Queen,
feel like I finally got something.
Yeah,
right?
I'll
this
give you
is
that.
unpleasant.
I mean, well, yes and no. I mean, I'll give you the fact that you've got your knight on e5, but you've lifted your pawn shield in front of your king. There could be repercussions in case I get in knight e4. Excuse
Yeah,
me.
no, I agree, and I have to defend that square as fast as possible.
Right.
Probably knight to d2 or knight to c3.
Exactly.
But it's still a problem, right?
What is?
I mean, the knight coming to e4. I mean, you can use
Yes.
tactics to
You might
get
have some
yourself
tactics,
out.
right?
Yes.
Right.
Perhaps h6 followed by knight takes g4. Is that
Oh, I didn't see that one, but
Me
I was
either.
thinking knight e4.
my spidey sense?
Yes. Well, I get you. Okay. Now, having said that, whether we like it or not, maybe that's what White needs to do. I mean, she's got to win the game. She can't just sit back and expect that she's going to outplay Alice. Pardon me.
But this is a very interesting psychological decision, right? Because yes, she can't be expected just to do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, is she going to burn the bridges so early on in the game
a good
when
point.
she could just develop the pieces and leave that decision till later?
Right. Whenever I'm playing an opponent who's just desperate to make a draw, it's like I almost want to go slower and slower and slower, because then it's sort of like they start trying to take pieces off the board when they don't need to, but they react in a poor way. We'll keep an eye on this one as well as we go back to the championship section, because I'm more than curious what Sam Sevian was going to do against Hikaru. Again, in the open section, Sam is the only one needing a win. And after bishop d6, okay, let's update. He didn't play, he took, I guess, on, let me just update my board, I apologize.
Yeah, he took on d6.
The move that you
Yeah.
wanted to play, Jovi, takes e3, castles, rook c1. Now, the problem here is there is an idea of takes and knight b5, thanks to the rook being on c1 suddenly. The c7 square would really be, which compelled, therefore, the move a7, a6. Now, essentially, I think what Hikaru is saying is you can go ahead and get a Carlsbad structure with the pawns on a6 and h6, and I'm not that unhappy. I can play bishop g4 and trade off the bishop. The other, Cristian, you mentioned c5.
This is also, I feel, like the test of this variation, because if you
Right.
can get away with it and you just go bishop, do you need to rush with it? Can you not just go bishop e2?
I don't know. I just, want my grip.
Irresistible.
I want my grip.
Okay, yes, I understand that. But what if I go knight c6 now?
Knight c6.
I have to do something fast.
Exactly.
I have to create my own counter chances.
A3.
A3 and now e5. I have to
Yeah,
follow
then
that
you
up
just
with
leave
e5.
it, because there's no dark square bishop on the board to mate you. You can just, as long as you, or you,
Whoa.
I was- you want to take it? Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, let's go to the endgame.
Oh, you're taking... Oh, my goodness, yes, sir.
hey, look, I got to win the game.
My
I mean, it's
goodness.
not my fault, but I've got to win the game. I might as well try to win the game with a pawn in my pocket.
All right. You're actually
Evil
asking
laugh.
some serious questions here.
Well, you were the one who played e5, but yes, I
Okay,
am.
let's take on f3 first.
Okay, that's a Hakasito, yeah.
Now I'll take on d5.
Yep, and you've got a nice tempo, I give you that.
Right, and let's try to take advantage of that nice tempo, rook to d8.
Okay. I mean,
Just go back. Get
boring?
out of there.
We're
Boring?
gonna go there. Okay, all right.
Pawn
Bishop
up.
e6. Even though bishop e6, you're...
Bishop C-
oh, you
bishop
sneaky
C4, thank
guy. You're a sneaky man.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I
are,
resemble
yes.
that remark.
I forgot about how sneaky you are. You see, Yasser? I need an adjustment period whenever we regroup here in the commentary studio.
I mean, I agree with you that e5 is definitely the right way for black to react and get counterplay. Maybe a little preparation with rook d8 is a possibility, but maybe I have to play c5 to try to create something.
Yeah,
Jovi,
but
please.
one thing I just kind of wanted to say about this type of position is, okay, so even if black manages to get e5
Yeah.
and doesn't abandon the d5 pawn, I think white can actually just go bishop e2, get the king to safety, and because there's no dark square bishop on the board, white's king is relatively safe.
Oh,
Out
definitely.
there, abandoned, and then you can just concentrate on the plan of just swarming
Or,
the
yeah,
queen side.
a4, b5.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one. Another Centurion game played yesterday between Leinier and Levon. An extraordinarily hard-fought draw in a rook and pawn ending. We've got a Berlin, yay. And these days, it's sort of like it's getting rarer to see the Berlin ending. Everybody's playing rook e1 and other little nasties. And amazingly enough, they're still in theory. And it looks like it goes for quite some time. a5, rook d8 are all very popular moves for black. Okay, keep an eye on that one. Sam Shankland versus Wesley So. Another Berlin. How about this? Another Berlin ending, I mean to say. Right here, h5. bishop
And
g5.
Sam with 1 hour and 30 minutes, while Wesley only 1 hour and 13 minutes.
Wow.
Still in
And
theory, though, so
they're in theory.
they're still in theory, yes. Knight to d6 is the move in this position.
Knight to d6.
Knight to d6,
White
yes.
has to do something, so that makes a lot of sense.
Knight
And
to
then-
Knight to d6,
d6.
probably the only move.
Whoa. A good general should lead his army into battle, right?
And he played
According
knight
to
to d6.
Spartan rules, yes.
Right.
This is
King-
Sparta. The king comes up.
King e6.
That
I
is
mean,
the only move to maintain the balance.
Oh,
Yes.
really?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I was hoping that, like somehow with a super active king, maybe I could
Yeah.
tilt the
No,
balance in my favor.
You're very right, yeah.
Yeah,
King to e6
wow.
has to be played.
That's actually a very, very, very funny shot as Maurice is that I think that's a screen as
It's a
opposed
screen,
to a picture.
yes. It's a
right?
TV, yes, yes.
Right. So do they have different photos that loop
Really?
through?
But that would be
That'd be
distracting.
terribly distracting.
That would be very distracting on the
Right?
players. And so I
Yeah,
think
but
I've
Maurice is,
seen Maurice for a while.
yeah.
I think it's.
And yesterday we were seeing Gary on
And
some
we-
of those TV screens as well. So
Right.
yeah,
So-
all the world champions, all the famous people in the chess world are
Right.
there in that hall right now.
Watching that
King
game.
e6. Apparently, this is all theory.
Still
and-
theory, yes.
And how does it go, Christian?
And by theory, I mean there has been 3 games played in
Okay.
this position. The most famous one being the game between Grishuk and Anish Giri from 2015. So perhaps this is just one of those tries of Sam where he's testing the memory of his opponent. Hey, do you remember how Anish played and how Anish defended 80 years ago? Well, if you don't, then you might end up in trouble. If you do, sure, I understand we're going to go and play a playoff later on in the day.
Okay, break down the position for us, Christian, because from my way of thinking, after the move King e6, if I get to play Rook d8,
Correct, yes.
I'm super happy because my king is in the game and your king is on g1, And I don't see, I see white having to equalize, not...
So there's a few pitfalls
Please.
that you have to avoid. One of them being, I probably have to defend the pawn on e5 with the move f4, right? And now rook to d8, A or H, doesn't really matter. Yes.
Whoa. 93?
93 right now, f5, are you sure?
King back?
King back, yes, but these pawns right now, f6, I think you might be in trouble, Yasser.
Well, I'm still forking.
Check this out, check
yes?
this out, check this out. Boom.
F5 jack.
Oh, what?
If you take, I take on f6 first. And you cannot defend because
I
I
can't
follow
go.
it up with rook to e8.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah,
you got a
it's
visual
beautiful.
there. Yeah.
Look, this is known.
Okay.
This is well known, at least by these players. I guarantee you they've seen this and they've analyzed this at home. So they know this
F4?
type of patterns.
F4, rook d8. You wanted
Correct.
to show us rook d8.
Yeah.
Rook to d8 is problematic, in fact, because now I have time to set up this potential discovery check with a move rook to e1. So now the knight on d6 is more or less untouchable. You cannot take on d6 because I'm going to take with the pawn. I'm going to invade with my rook on the 7th rank, and then you're going to be in deep trouble. So
Gotcha.
this is not the best move. What black has to do is to take on d6, in fact. Force white to take with the rook. You cannot take with the pawn because then I just hide my king, follow it up with rook to e8. You don't have time to get your rook to e7, and then I'm going to corral the pawn on d6, capture that, and be a pawn up.
Right.
You don't have enough as white. So what you have to do after knight to d6, you have to take with the rook. But now I go king to f5. And then we get this position, which, once again, seems to have been analyzed extensively by the best chess players in the world. Rook takes c6, I can just challenge that rook with rook to c8, and this rook, the rook on f1, is tied to the defense of the pawn on f4. If you lose this pawn, if you try to invade with the move rook to d1, rook to d7, I'm going to capture the pawn on f4, and then you're going to lose either g5 or e5. So it does seem like I have enough compensation. As we expected, the game between Ray Robson and Fabiano Caruana right now is headed towards a draw, and the players are looking at Chris Bird. Guys, I mean, look, rook and 3 pawns, there's absolutely nothing. We knew that there will be nothing long time ago.
Exactly, and the players did manage to get to rook and 3 versus rook and 3. And we will be seeing them likely at 5 o'clock, just depending on how all the other games continue. But that's what we're expecting. We're going to have at least one playoff match, and I think we're going to be getting a lot more,
Probably
quite
more than
frankly.
Do you think we're going to see any comebacks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be at least one.
Which
Oh.
one?
That you're going to, only time will tell.
I see what you did there, Yasser.
I've been watching your show.
You're stealing my lines. You're stealing my lines.
I steal from the best. I watch your podcast too, Christian, so I know all those commentary tricks of the commentators. How about yourselves? Do you anticipate a comeback? 1, 2, none?
No, I don't think so, actually.
No comebacks?
No comebacks.
Wow. Okay, but playoff number 1, that'll be coming up later in the show. Christian, you're anticipating a comeback or
Yes, I anticipate one comeback.
not? 1. Okay.
Yes. I'm anticipating Nemcova to win against Tokhirjonova.
He's betting against his own student.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Wasn't she your choice to win the event? Boy, talk about hedging.
If I'm
Hedging.
right, then at least I got it right. If I'm wrong, then my student wins and my pick
Right,
wins. So
okay.
it's a
an
win-win
insurance.
situation for me, you know?
It's an insurance. I get it. I get it. Okay. So we have our first result drawn. Let's just jump, hold on, to Sam Sevian, because after a7, a6, Sam did not essay c5. He did not play takes on d5. Played the move a3, waiting for b6, which was played. And now you're more or less, you're
You gotta
compelled
do
to
it.
take. Because if you don't, bishop to b7, knight d7, and black is absolutely perfectly fine with his queen on d6. He's not been injured at all with those moves h6 and a6, and he'll have a perfectly good game. On the other hand, after takes, we have these imbalances where, okay, after bishop d3, it's clear. I'm going to go knight e2, knight g3. eyeball the f5 square and play queen c2. I've got the half-open c-file, something to nibble on. But he's going to need more than that, Jovi.
Yeah.
Sam is, if he wants to come back.
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, like to kind of quote you guys, time will tell. Because
What's happening?
I don't know if that's allowed. I mean, one for broadcast, right?
but what I wanted to say is that, you know, you just have to develop your pieces. I mean, you just have you can't stress about the result. You simply just got to play the game, play what's in front of you, and as long as your opponent hasn't equalized, as long as the position is not simple, mistakes can be made.
Of course. One other, I don't know if you saw the book. It's an absolutely marvelous book. It's 200 Best Games of Vasily Smyslov. And Smyslov, contrary to what a lot of people think, he just played everything. Just everything under the sun. He had ideas in Grunfeld, you name it. And in a position like this, from the book, Smyslov played a move that would not have been on my radar as a class player. As a class player, I would have played bishop d3 and castled and things of that nature. Smyslov played the move g2, g3. And that was a really thought-provoking move, because the idea is that if you put your bishop on d3, black is going to play bishop b7 and knight to e4. By not putting your bishop on d3, it means that a move like knight e4 can be met with simply knight takes e4. Like, okay, you do get, let me put another move on the board just for a second so that you can see, like, I'm trying to get you to blunder, okay?
There you go.
There you go.
Done.
That's exactly what it is. It's a double hit to the pawn. And the idea that the bishop on g2 from afar protects the e4 square was very insightful. I've just felt like I picked up a lot from that one single game with this move g2, g3. Anyway, we'll see what that is. Cristian, do you have a position that caught your eye?
Well, I'm looking at this game between Purkasian and Alice Lee, and this
she
is
did
what
it.
happened. Yes, but in a different way. She started off with the move h6 first, which I do believe that, in fact, helps white to get the type of positions that we were looking at. For example, after bishop to h4, which was played, bishop to g4 came on the board. And now the question has to be asked. What do you do after the move h3? Is this an improvement over the lines that we were looking at? And I think the answer is yes. Why? After bishop h5, g4, bishop to g6, there's no more pawn on h7. So you only have one defender of that bishop on g6. What that means is that after knight to e5, this kind of forces you to trade the bishops on d3, and this is something that you didn't want to see on the board, right?
Right.
You wanted to force me to weaken my position even more, wait for me to play the move f4,
Exactly.
get another tempo, maybe play c5, maybe try to strike in the center. Unfortunately for you as black right now, you're forced, because if you do give me another move, I'm just simply going to take on g6 and be a pawn up. Bishop takes g6, follow it up with knight takes g6, you're going to be in trouble. You have to take on d3, but after queen takes d3, we get this type of positions with a nice centralized knight. It's very difficult to get rid of this pin. If you do play g5, well, after the move bishop to g3 and f4, you're going to be in huge, huge danger as black. So I'm seeing this position with the inclusion of the moves h6 and bishop to h4, and I have to say, I'm liking what Atusa Purkasian is doing, and I'm seeing some chances right now.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I was going to ask the question, okay, so black can, if white were to play h2, h3, black can, of course, you know, take up the gauntlet and retreat the bishop. But can I also kind of play it safe as one in a must draw or just
situation,
needs to do? Can actually go bishop takes knight. I mean, when it comes to these type of positions, you know, where the pawn structure is symmetrical, is it a big deal, you know, that one side has a knight, the other one has a bishop?
I don't think it's a big deal. I don't. But it's one of those things where psychologically, it's sort of like, I won something. I don't even know what I won. I force you to give up the minor exchange. I won the two bishops.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's psychologically, you don't want to play the move, but I agree with you. Like, how devastatingly bad is it? I don't think it's devastatingly bad. I think it's it's a position you can play. Maybe you're not that excited about the prospects, but then again, all you need is a draw.
Yeah, I mean,
So
you just have to huddle up in a little board.
Absolutely.
And we do have a guest in the studio.
We are indeed with Ray Robson. Ray, I have to start with this question. Yesterday's game, he came with this incredible preparation, very deep line of the Catalan and this H4 move that made you ponder your options. How did you feel at that point?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I was not expecting that line at all, but I guess I knew it a little bit, not too deeply, but I knew some maybe general ideas. But yeah, H4, I wasn't really sure. I thought probably his idea is to play H5 next, but apparently it's just like I guess a useful waiting move, which was kind of hard for me to figure out over the board. But I think I reacted okay.
Oh, you reacted almost the best, it seemed like, right? And at some point, maybe you even were taking over. Did you feel like that?
Yeah, I mean, this line is a kind of risky for white also. Like, white's definitely risking to get worse in some positions. Probably I had some chances for advantage, but it is difficult to play. During the game, I felt like E5 is probably the strongest. I had a strong feeling, but I couldn't quite convince myself, and I had been intending C5 the whole time, so I spent a long time there, but I went with C5, which is still okay, but after that, kind of, he equalized.
Tell us the story of today's game. You came with the white pieces. It didn't feel like you chose a very combative line. Would you frame it that way?
No, I definitely didn't. I guess I chose probably the most solid way to play. Yeah, just, I guess, strategy, and also based on how I was feeling. I think also in the past, I've lost a lot of games with the white against Fabi, so I just felt like playing solid today, and we'll probably have a lot more fights in the playoffs.
How do you assess your chances in the playoffs as the time control gets shorter?
Well, he's still the favorite, but I think I do believe in myself, so I think if I play well, I think I'm playing fine, so I think I'm going to have some chances. I hope so. But yeah, I think it's going to be a tough match, hopefully very close one. And yeah, this year they added the possibility of blitz before Armageddon.
Yeah.
So it could also be a very long match. I guess we'll have to find out. But it is going to be difficult if we do go to blitz. I think just all this transitioning between time controls is probably going to be difficult for both of us, I assume.
Have you done any specific training to transition quickly from time formats?
Well, I just played in Berlin, which was a blitz tournament. It was called Armageddon. So I guess I was playing some blitz recently. It was 3+2, so same time control that we could play here. But nowadays, there's so many different tournaments also online, which are either rapid or blitz that a lot of the top players play in. So I guess everyone is kind of used to playing those time controls regularly nowadays. I think I'm still not that experienced, especially maybe in rapid. I feel like I'm maybe the least experienced comparing between classical and blitz and rapid. But obviously I played in the Pro Chess League several years, some training games. So I mean, I have enough experience there too.
Ray, still a big match, a long match, but potentially ahead of yourself. We'll let you go get some rest, and we'll see you later.
Yeah, thanks.
Quick question for you, Ray, because Jovi's, I know you're fabulous at Puzzle Rush, and I think you actually just won a Puzzle Rush championship as well. But she said, and I quote, that you do 8 hours of training with Puzzle Rush. Is that true?
8 hours of Puzzle Rush?
Per day.
Per day? Definitely not recently. I'm sure I could. Like, I've probably played more than anyone in the world. And yeah, I mean, I guess when I was really like playing a lot, trying to like break records and stuff, I was basically playing all day. So I'm sure I did. Yeah, nowadays I definitely don't play 8 hours a day. And I do try to cut back even more, I think. I don't think it's necessarily... Actually, I think it could be harmful. Not just because of the time spent not focusing on regular chess, but also you just get used to only looking for certain patterns. You're not really using your brain that much to like think more broadly about chess. So yeah, I'm not doing any puzzle rush during the tournament or anything.
All right. Very good luck to you in the playoffs. Thank you, Ray. And turning our attention.
Yeah, and speaking of the playoffs, we do have to remind everyone how the format is. You know, probably start around about 5 p.m.
Yeah, I think so.
About. And here it is. If the match is tied, you get the 2-game rapid playoff where the time control is 10 minutes plus a 5-second increment. And if the match is still tied, then you get a 2-game blitz playoff, 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. And then finally, if the match is again still tied, we go down to Armageddon, where white will have 5 minutes and black will have 4 minutes, but does get draw odds. And the 2-second increment will kick in from move 61.
Marvelous. And we have another guest with Cristian in studio.
Fabi, in our eyes, a very tense match so far between yourself and Ray. How would you describe it up to this point?
Yeah, well, it didn't have so much content. The first game had some content for sure, but I didn't really get many chances. In fact, I think he was the one who had probably a better position at some point. The opening wasn't really a success. It was more based on surprise value, but he knew it more intimately than I had hoped. And today, Ray took a decision to go to a rapid playoff rather than try to press and potentially make it a 3-result game. I mean, I knew that this was an option. I wasn't sure what his mindset would be if he wanted to do this, or if he wanted to play a full game and see what happens. But it's certainly a strategy. I mean, I think.
Were you ready for it?
Well, there's not much to be ready for. Like, if he wants to draw, I wasn't opposed to the idea. I was ready for the possibility, let's say, but you can't prepare, let's say, for a draw unless you're really trying to press for win with black, and I didn't feel like that was a necessity. So, yeah, I was more like trying to figure out ways that he would try to outplay me in the opening or get an edge in the opening, not that he would try to clean up the game, because that's just, you know, we'll go to rapid and see what happens.
A big point of discussion has been this balance between the time formats. You play classical, then you play rapid, maybe blitz, maybe even Armageddon. Are you ready for that? How do you get ready for those type of situations?
I think we're really used to it because a lot of events have a mix of different time controls, and especially 10-minute is quite in fashion these days. Like, okay, it's played here with a 5-second increment, but also there's a lot of online events where it's played with a 2-second increment. And last year there was also a lot of online events where it was played without increment. So we have, yeah, slightly different types of time controls, but the spirit remains the same. I mean, rapid has its own set of, let's say, necessities compared to classical chess. And blitz is, of course, even more different. And Armageddon is a whole other thing, which still we're getting used to, I think, a lot of players, because it's not so common. But I have to say, like, in the last, let's say, 2 years, 3 years, I've probably played more Armageddon than in my entire career before that.
Potentially a long match ahead of yourself. What are you going to do for the next 3 hours? Are you going to get some rest? Are you going to train, look at his openings? What's the schedule?
Probably a mix of all of that, and also keep an eye on the games that are in progress. But yeah, some prep, some strategy, and some rest as well is important.
Guys, any questions?
Yeah, quick question for you, Fabi. The conjecture of my colleague, Jovi, it's not me, this is Jovi. She said in game 1, after you played the move h4, that queen h5 wasn't, you messed up your preparation. You intended to play queen g4 is what she felt.
I said the computer's top choice is queen g4.
We were confused by h4 and queen h5. What? Explain that as best you can.
So the box stops with Jovi.
Yes, exactly.
So again, h4 was sort of preparation, but a6 I wasn't ready for. I didn't know the nuances of that compared to a5, which I thought was a bit more natural to push the pawn a bit farther. And after a5, I was going to play queen h5. After a6, I figured there's probably some difference. The b5 bishop is a bit more secure, so maybe c5 is more of an idea for him. But I didn't want to think about intricacies in a position where it's going to be very difficult to figure out, you know, the differences. So I decided anyway to quickly play queen h5 and see what happens. It ended up probably not being the best move. But also queen g4, king h8, it's not like I saw the next move so clearly. Like what my plan is, I wasn't sure. I thought basically my ideal setup is to be able to put like a bishop somewhere, let's say on f4, to put my other rook on b1 and to put a queen on f3. But yeah, this setup is very hard to achieve, and in the game I didn't quite manage.
Well, Jovi is very satisfied with your answer. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you for clarifying the situation, Fabi.
So he had prepared queen h5 against
Yeah.
a5, but when a6 came, he played it anyway. And
Same thing, right.
Okay.
Yeah, makes
good
sense.
luck in the playoffs, Fabi. Turning our attention to the game between Naji and Anna. Actually, it's funny. I introduced, I played against Walter Brown and then world champion Anatoly Karpov as white. This move, bishop f4, in this particular position with the inclusion of castles and b5. Naji, interestingly enough, played, not castles, but bishop f4 at once. And in the case of Karpov, when he played the move knight d5, I was very happy to allow him to play knight takes f4. I wanted to play that position with that imbalance. Bishop d6 was also played against me, again with the moves castles and b5 on the board. But now, a different twist by Naji. Immediately knight e5, and this puts some questions to Black's position. You don't want to play b5 anymore. I mean, this bishop on g2 is just lurking on this diagonal, and b5 is just a temporary move. It kicks my queen, but so what? I go back to c2 or b3. Why did you weaken yourself with b5? But in the meanwhile, I mean, you've got to do something, and c5, well, you're not ready
No,
for
you're not
it.
ready for this.
The question is, do you have to go knight h5? Do you have to go knight d5? Are you familiar with any of this?
Knight d5 looks more natural, I have to say.
Right.
I mean, I definitely will, just to kind of like piggyback on your point about opening up with c5, do
Right.
not do that unless you have a safe place for your queen
Exactly.
and you're actually developed. Often c5 comes as the last, kind of like the cherry on the top, you know.
Right.
And knight d5 makes a lot of sense to me, and I was wondering about this situation to take the bishop off, unbalance the pawn structure.
And here I was ready to castle long as white.
Oh.
Yes, exactly. I've got the half-open G file.
You sure about that?
I'm not certain. No. I mean, as a commentator, I can take my moves back. The players can't. But yes, half-open G file. I mean, it's an intriguing challenge that Naji has set for Anna. We'll see. Your quick take, would you like to play black here? Kings are going on opposite flanks.
No, I actually wouldn't like to play black, even though I do love the bishop pair. I mean, just take a look at white's power on the bishop. You know, g2 is just
it's great.
Cutting the position in half. It's very difficult to unravel.
Right.
And also, there's a lot of dynamic potential with these doubled f pawns. You know,
Yes.
you do have the possibility of going f5 at one side, maybe even d5. I'm not so much worried about the g line. I'm not sure I would be as bold to put my king on the queen side. I was kind of verging more towards putting it towards the
tucking
right.
it in the corner?
Tuck it in the corner,
Okay.
keep it nice and safe, and then kind of play e3, protect everything. But I think this is very difficult for Anna to unravel. I mean, she has to get her knight out, the bishop out. Not an easy task at all. I mean, the only person I know who really thrives in this type of cramped positions with the bishop pair is Gatakamsky. I mean, or not necessarily in this particular
Right.
situation, but I've seen him play a lot of...
Shuffle on the backside.
Yeah, he just does.
Yeah.
He has this talent for like waiting, and then you know when
Unravels,
the time is right, he pounces, he unravels, and those two bishops come to life.
Christian, jump in on this situation. Do you like?
I love playing with the G file open like that.
Yeah.
Yes, and with that powerful knight on e5, I really like the structures for white. So I would play knight c3 in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
If Did you guys cover why bishop takes d5 is not working? Why taking the pawn is not working?
There was a discover check
Exactly,
that was a little bit frightening.
Yes, that's a very typical pattern and very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Very, very dangerous, yes.
I mean, I like grabbing pawns, and I probably have fallen for that 4 or 5 times.
That's the first thing I'm looking at. You know?
Right.
Gift me that pawn, right?
Right,
But no,
right.
knight c3 is just a powerful move, and in fact, there is a big game between Garry Kasparov, you might have heard
Yes.
of him, and Ulf Andersson. From 1985, Garry was white. He did play the move knight to c3. They did enter those type of positions with the doubled f pawns, and Garry did win that game. So I do like the dynamic play that white infuses into the position by this change of structure, taking with a g3 pawn to f4. So I like the move knight to c3.
And we do have knight
And
d5
look at
on the board.
Knight c3 is not on the board yet.
But we have knight d5.
Knight
Yes,
d5 is on
absolutely.
the board, yes.
And that's,
And let's not forget, Naji, if she wins this game, she wins the match
Exactly.
outright. And I'm sure she wants to see that happen, right? You don't want to go
course.
into a playoff. Into a playoff, anything can happen. You want to put as much pressure with the white pieces on your opponent. And she actually pressured Anna Zatansky with the black pieces as well. Let's not
Yes.
forget
Yes,
yesterday's match. So the trend is definitely in her favor in this match. And take a look at the clock situation. 44 minutes for Anna Zatansky, 1 hour and 22 minutes for Naji Paikidze. That's a huge time difference, and I'm sure she's going to make use of that situation.
Thank you, Christian. And as we prepare ourselves for a break, tell us about today's special at Q Boutique.
Yeah.
What can we offer our viewers?
Well, you can celebrate the 2023 American Cup with a super soft limited edition t-shirt featuring the St. Louis chess logo on the front and the American Cup 2023 logo on the back. And it's available right now online at qboutiquestl.com.
Lovely shirt.
Lovely shirt, nice red color.
Absolutely. And we'll see you on the other side of the break.
In 2019, the Missouri Bicentennial Commission, along with Governor Mike Parsons, approved the building of a life-size chessboard to celebrate the 200th anniversary of the state of Missouri. Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, a lifelong patron of scouting and Great Rivers Council Board member, proposed that the project be built as an Eagle Scout project. Jeannie invited 16-year-old Andrew Dowden of Troop 6, Jefferson City, to take on this incredibly important project.
My name is Andrew Dowden, and I belong to Troop 6 in Jefferson City, Missouri. So my troop, we were down camping down at the Sing Fields, and Jeannie came down and asked, is anyone close to getting their Eagle or needing a project? She had this idea of the Eagle Scout Project chessboard, and she wanted somebody to kind of work with her to see what we could come up with. At the time, I kind of had a project in line, but when she brought up this idea, obviously I wanted to choose it because it was a lot better idea than what I had started. Prior to this project, I did not really know anything about chess. Once I got into this project, I downloaded an app on my phone and started playing chess, and I took the chess merit badge down at Scout Camp. This was a bicentennial chessboard for the Historical Society of Missouri. There were a lot of people that helped me with this project because whenever I got the pictures from the Historical Society to engrave onto the granite, I wasn't very familiar with the technology needed to engrave on there, so I needed some assistance with that and learning how to do it. And after all that, I'm pretty sure I know how to do it now. So to engrave those edge pieces, I went down to the Lake of the Ozarks Scout Reservation, and we used the Epilogue laser, me and Thomas Yang did. I wasn't really expecting it to end out this big, but as me and Jeannie were working, it just kind of got bigger and bigger and bigger, which I didn't have a problem with. I thought, I can take on a little bit more and a little bit more, and it ended out to be a really, really cool project. So we had a ribbon cutting of the chessboard, and there were a whole bunch of people there, including the governor, the St. Louis Chess Club, the World Chess Hall of Fame, the State Historical Society, which all helped out during this entire project. Jeannie was there. I had to give a little speech that I didn't really know I had to do, but that kind of has taught me a little bit about speaking too, so I think that has helped me too. This project, it's made me real proud that everyone is enjoying it. Like every time I go down there, somebody's playing, and then they're taking care of it, which really makes me proud, because me sinking all that time and everyone else that's helped me sinking in all that time, I like to see people use it, but I also like to see people appreciate it.
We are back on day 2 of the American Cup, which is going to be a thrilling day because today is the day when things are going to be decided by the playoffs. And we already have one match that is going to go to playoffs. Caruana and Robson, that's even Stevens, 1 point apiece. And we will have playoffs around about 5:30.
Right, allow us to correct ourselves.
Yeah.
5:30 is a report that we're getting in. And in the ladies?
And in the women's section. And we have several players in a must-win situation to take the match to playoffs. We have Irina, Krush, and it's Tatev who needs to win with the white pieces. In the second match, we have Katerina Nemcova also needs to win with the white pieces. And half a point between Zatonsky and Paikitsa.
Right.
Meanwhile, Alice Lee, she is in cruise control because she comfortably won her game yesterday, and it is a 2-set Pokasian, the newcomer, who needs to win.
Let's just jump right into the game between Tatcha and Begim because things have really heated up in this game. We have the move E6, E5, and I think Cristian was explaining that he didn't really like these positions as white because he never really found a good answer with C5. Normally speaking, when I'm in these positions as black, I don't play for the move E6, E5 myself. I do play for C5, and I usually include the prelude A7, A6 to prepare C5. Begim, she just went for it and played the move E5, and this allowed Katja this very crafty little move, which I like a lot. Bishop to F5, sidestepping the threat of E5, E4, while putting pressure on the knight on D7. And after E4, knight D2. There's nothing really wrong with the French defense. But one of the things that can go really, really right with the French defense is when the center becomes overextended. And in this particular case, I'm looking at this situation for Begim, and I'm saying, hey, wait a minute, you know, if it's white to play, takes on D5 and the center collapses. Like, it's just like really, really over. And it's not like the move C7, C6 is a dream kind of move.
It's not a dream, but I have to say it's the first move that appeals to me.
Does it?
It does, yeah, because I love a stable pawn center. And the one thing I would say about this particular pawn structure is black's bishop on D6 is a dream piece. When you want to attack the white king, which is what this pawn structure is just screaming at me. Yeah. And yeah, you got the piece on an ideal square, and white has to do something.
Right.
White
but
has to start chipping away. Oh.
Yes.
There's a counterpart to that. The bishop on D6 is beautiful, but look at the bishop on B7, right? So let's go F3. Let's try to do something. You said we have to do something. We do have to do something, and that is the move F3. And once this lands on the board, what is the bishop on B7 actually going to do?
I wanted to say the same thing. You've got the beautiful bishop on D6. I mean, I'm with you all the way, Jovi. I love that bishop. Bishop on B7 says, "Hey, coach, I'm a little bit stuck." And the move F3 is a very timely break. Queen takes F3. We can sort of start to see that
we're seeing the attack coming, right?
I've got something for free.
You know, E4 is coming. Yeah,
right.
This is looking good.
So there are issues suddenly, and I think it was really of Begim's own, it was self-induced. The move E6, E5, she needs a draw, and she's on to the next round. And the move E5, she was probably expecting a lot of trades, and the move bishop F5
But
caught
to push
her off.
back a little bit on that, Yasser.
Please.
E5, bishop to F5.
Yep.
You're in a draw is good type of situation.
Absolutely.
Draw wins the match.
Yeah.
Why would you ever play E4 and not just simply chop the pawn on D4?
I agree wholeheartedly.
Take on D4.
Yeah.
If you take with the knight, I'm going to take on C4 as well. That's going to give me a better pawn structure. And finally, the bishop on B7 is going to have a beautiful life ahead of itself. And if you take with the pawn, then I mean, sure. But how do you continue after that?
Exactly.
The bishop on B2 right now is kind of locked. You don't have F3 to open up the position. It's quite symmetrical as we look at it. So It just makes a lot of sense that you don't want to create any more imbalances by placing that pawn on e4.
I'm a little doubtful. Was she maybe fearful of some kind of a pawn sacrifice?
But I don't have. I don't even have to take it, right? I can go bishop e5.
Pardon me. I'm sorry.
Even at that point, after knight to b5. Yeah, okay. You take on b5. Maybe I don't have to.
I don't know,
now,
but
that
I'm
forces
with you.
To go f4. There's complications.
I would not play the move e5, e4, and leave the board full of pieces with all kinds of possibilities for my opponent. And if you're going to play e5, you trade them off.
Especially when you need a draw. Look, if she was in like an equal situation or a must-win situation, sure, consider e4. Keep more pieces and more opportunities on the board for both sides.
Right.
But since you only need a draw, eliminate as much material as possible.
I have
you guys are being too objective. I think you look at this move
as well.
and it's like it's too beautiful. Just take a look at that.
Let's turn our attention to the game between Tatev and Irina for a second, because we felt that the moves a4, b4, knight, b1 by Tatev were a little bit mistimed, and we thought that Irina was going to be able to get an easy game. Bishop c5, bishop d6, intriguing way of play. I'm sure when Tatev played the move queen e2, she had one thing lurking on her mind. I mean, she was probably hoping that Irina was going to play a move like a5 and take her threat seriously. Irina ignored it with the move knight g6, f4, castles, and we're up to date with the players. And as we've mentioned, all she needs is a draw, Irina, to cruise to the second round. Now, again, she's coming in as the defending champion, and we saw her performance in 2022 was stellar. I mean, she just won her matches clean and was a convincing champion.
And this is a key position right now, a key moment for Tatev. She needs to play a very specific move, but first she needs to understand why.
Okay.
What is Black's threat? And this is something that we always, as chess players, ask ourselves. What is my opponent's threat in the position? In this case, it's not a tactical threat. It's a strategical threat.
Thinking it's going to be e6, e5?
Exactly.
Put the knight on f4.
Exactly. So what do you have to do to counteract that? How do you stop it?
But g3 feels wrong, but do I have to play e5?
No, you have to go g3. g3 is the right move,
G3.
which dominates the knight on g6. This is quite key about this pawn push. It looks artificial, especially since the bishop on c6 will most likely have some fun on the long diagonal, right?
Yeah.
Now that the long diagonal has opened up. But what you can do and what you can build up upon with this move g3 is not only that you take away the f4 square for the knight, but you can also improve your position later on, and you have a clear plan ahead of yourself after the move h4. h4, h5, kick that knight back, get the king to h2, and try to do something on the king side. So this move g3, in fact, gives Tatev, white, in this situation, quite a significant advantage.
Wow. Highbrow stuff, I have to say, because I did not
I'm
think
very
of that.
reluctant to play g3. I don't know about you.
It makes a lot of sense, actually, when you're objective about the whole thing and you're like, oh, yeah, control the knight is something which I'm really quite keen on. I did not even think about the idea of e5. So I have to say, you guys, not worthy. I mean, that was not on my radar at all. I was thinking about f5. I was thinking about a5 as being a kind of a positional idea for Black.
I mean, I was going down completely a different pathway myself. I was wondering, can I go whole hog and go e5 and f5 and make the pretense that I'm a gleeful attacker. But I must say, I personally find the move g2, g3 a difficult move to make.
It is.
You know, but if you can play g3, bishop d2, rook e1, and keep it going, fine. It's I guess
naturally
it's the
you want to
psychology.
just develop your pieces, right? Go bishop e3,
Right.
rook e1. But the problem with bishop e3, once again, this is the critical idea in the position, is that you play the move e5 as Black. and follow it up immediately after f5, which most likely is going to come on the board with the move knight to f4.
Right.
And that's key.
Right. Nice.
Nice idea. I'm learning in these structures every day. I mean, e5, very instructive. Put in the memory bank.
Right. We took a break here, and I was really, really curious to see how Alice was going to deal with this pin on her knight. She played the move, knight c3, c6, h3. So we included knight c3. The bishop dropped back, and I guess we were expecting knight e5 and c5.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I'm not a big fan of Alice's last move, c5, because, and it was just to kind of like again to piggyback on almost the last game's point. You know, there we were looking at the move g3 to kind of control the knight circuit. Here, the pawn on c6, I really am a big fan of stable pawn structures.
Right.
It does a great job of just keeping this knight on c3 out of the game.
Right.
And where is it going?
Back to e2, essentially. I don't have any forward hops, but the move c5, conversely, does give the forward hop.
And I mean, I'm guessing Alice only played this because she must have thought that f4, f5 was like a serious threat. So
And
she needed to unbalance the position.
But then that just raised the question that after knight b5, well, I mean, don't you have to play bishop e7 now?
Yeah.
I mean, more or less you're compelled to, and I'll make a square, at least in this case, for my pieces, the knight, something like this. And, well, Alice has saddled herself with an isolated queen pawn. Maybe something for white, a little nibble here.
And there's also ideas of going knight g4 at the right time.
Knight g4, okay.
And
now we got h3 for free, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. Let's just check in on Kate before we, and we do have c7, c6 on the board by Begim. We do like the move f2, f3 for white, breaking open the center and, seizing the initiative. How about you, Cristian? What games have caught your eye?
Well, what move caught my eye? And this move, rook to a7.
Whoa!
So this is the position. Anna Zatonski spends a lot of time on this one, and she plays the move rook to a7. What do you guys
She wants to play bishop d7, bishop e8.
Or perhaps she wants to go b5, bishop to b7, right?
Or b5, bishop b7.
That's another idea, but it just strikes me as such an odd configuration to start off with this move rook to a7. And what if I just get the queen back to d3?
I mean, is it so bad?
How
You
do
go
you continue?
b5?
Do you go b5? Well, now I can go long castle, right?
Ooh.
Bishop to b7, and now I'm going to viciously attack you on the g file. Once you play the move g6, this point is going to go down the board.
Yep.
h4, h5, open up the king side, checkmate you.
Right.
This is not looking good, and I don't feel like she has, Anna Zatonski, that is enough speed in the position to counter attack on the queen side. While on the king side, things are not looking bright for that king on g8. So I really like what Naji is doing right now. I also like her time management in this game, and I don't like Anna's time management.
Sorry, Jim.
Almost an hour.
I was going to say, you know, the more I look at it, the more I'm actually agreeing with Cristian and you. The king has to go to the queen side.
Exactly.
And
And let's not forget, there is no second time control.
Right.
That's true.
27 minutes, and then you're going to play on increment.
But there's such a thing in chess as playing ugly. I got to tell you guys, I mean, rook a7 to my mind is just an ugly move. I mean, you know, you've done, something has gone wrong if you have to play a move like rook a7, because that's just not a move that you want to play. You want to play f7, f6. You want to play queen h4. You don't want to just sit around passively. Queen h4, hitting the pawn, provoking e3, making queenside castling a little bit awkward. You want to play f7, f6, drive this powerful knight away. You want to play knight d7. Rook a7, I mean, I'm almost happy that you want to play the move b5. Go ahead. My queen isn't doing that great on c4. Now I start to think about shifting it over to either h3 or g3, followed by rook g1. These type of things, boy, I mean, I'm almost feeling like a rook takes g7 is just about to land square in the position.
I mean, Black can't even set up a walled formation by going e6, f7, g6.
You're right.
Because, of course, a piece sacrifice will happen on g6. But I have to say, maybe Anna has kind of underestimated this possibility of castling queenside.
Yeah.
I think maybe she's just kind of been fixated that white will actually castle to the king side, and then b5, bishop b7 makes a lot more sense.
Well, even in this case, it's like one of those things where you kind of mentioned yourself that you don't mind castling king side, tucking your king into the corner, playing the move king h1 as a prelude to rook g1, doubling along the g file, and then you find your king is safe on h1, or maybe safer on h1 than on c1. So, I mean, for me, the whole idea of b5, bishop b7, trying to solve the problem of the bishop is way too slow. We'll keep an eye on this one. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Hikaru for just a moment, because Hikaru is one of those players, and the only player in the open section who's leading and needs only a draw to continue in the champions bracket. When we left it around these parts. Let's see how the play continued. Takes, rook a7. I like this move a lot by Hikaru. The open file is the a file. Let's double trouble. Rook a1 and one trade of rooks and knight e1. First take is black has no issues. He's played the move knight e4. The only weakness, I would say, in black's position is the pawn on c6, and that's comfortably defended. It's actually not even that easy for white to attack the pawn. I mean, the half-open c-file is not enough, and knight e4, Hikaru's doing well. Leinier versus Levon. This is the Berlin ending, and if you tell me that this is still theory,
It's not, thankfully.
It's not.
I mean, oh dear. Balanced, looks even, Cristian?
Well, white definitely has the upper hand.
He's got the
white has a majority on the king side, doesn't
right.
have to worry about a majority on the queen side for black because of the double c pawns. So any sort of endgame is going to be just preferable for white in this situation. Now the question is, let's back it up a few moves. Before this move, h takes g4. So bishop to e7, g4. At this point, he played the move bishop to e6. I think this was an oversight, and he played it very quickly in 2 minutes. I checked it on the database. Now, if you take on g4, and now you go bishop to e6. Once rook takes d8 comes on the board, king takes d8, knight to f4. Now what you can do is move the bishop away, or try to defend it somehow. But you don't have to allow white to take on e6. If you do it with the pawns on h5 and h3, which is what happened in the game, now you have to allow knight takes e6 and the messing of this structure, right? And entering of this position. Because if you go bishop b7 or bishop c8, hide away the bishop, knight takes h5, come on the board, you're a pawn down. So it feels like this is a very basic oversight, unless Levon has studied this position and knows that it's a fortress. The position that we have currently on the board with this pawn on g6, white is obviously going to try to create a passed pawn with a move f4, king f3 at the right moment, king to e4. How is black going to respond to that?
The question I would ask black, and help me out here, guys. I want a straight bishop ending.
Oh, yes.
So I was going to ask
I want to play rook h1 and trade the rooks.
Wait, with white?
With white.
Really?
Right.
Yeah.
I see only two results.
My understanding was that you actually don't want to exchange the rooks, because that would be a fortress.
What?
Yes. That was the way I saw this position. play out.
Interesting.
In the words of somebody great, nobody believes you.
Okay, show
Ben
me.
Larson.
Show me.
Hold on, just
Show
a
me
second. Okay, so you're saying the fortress would occur.
After the trade of the rooks, yes.
Okay,
And now I
because.
put my king on f7, let's say. And I'm just
Okay.
waiting.
Okay, because I will put my king on e4.
That's fine. I don't know if I want to play c5.
But wait once.
You know
also,
what?
You have ideas of maybe trying to get a king and pawn ending, like put the king on h3, put the bishop on h4. My bishop is out, it's free.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
I'm just going
Let's
to
put the pawn
go.
on b6. I don't know if I want to put the pawn on c5, but let's assume I will go this route.
Now, what. Fabi.
Jovi.
Yeah, Jovi. Fabi was saying king h3,
And now
bishop
I go,
f2.
let's say I go c6.
Bishop, and her bishop is out. I just wanted to go king e4. And
Yeah, this bishop h4 is kind of annoying.
I just thought it was winning.
Yeah.
I was like really surprised that.
What if I
it
go
would-
king e8?
it was
Still,
a
I don't see the
fortress.
exact breakthrough. Bishop f8.
Okay, this is where.
Yeah, and then this is where you
finally-
switch tack and come in with the
Right.
king.
I'm going to stay on d7 this time.
Okay.
Just because I don't want to allow.
I understand. So you stay here, and I'll get an
Get
f5.
it.
Okay.
We're working our magic here,
Right?
Yasser.
Or should we put our bishop here
Yeah,
first,
I
just
think-
to dominate,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
And now I think you have to take.
I have to take, yeah.
Yeah.
And now I go king f7.
Ah,
But
he's-
then you go f6, and
Yeah.
you have to. Yeah, you have to break through somehow.
Right. Also, but wow. Okay. Different. I guess the approach I have in these kinds of circumstances is this ending, this bishop ending. I shouldn't say I find it winning or won, only that it's two results. I
it's definitely
never
two results.
lose.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I got to win once or twice, draw. So
But it's
that's
two
an
results
achievement.
with the rooks as well, right? With
Pardon
the rooks
me?
on the board. With the rooks on the board is two results as well.
Yeah,
Well, but the rook is active. I mean, unless you swap it off, that black rook on h8 is going to be super annoying.
but for me, I'm sorry. Here again, I was showing my generational age, if you will. For me, the move bishop e6 is not Karpovian move. The Karpovian move is you never allow your pieces to get tickled by a move like knight f4. You would just put your bishop on c8, where you can never touch Karpov's pieces. They were like, at a distance. And when you play the move knight f4, it doesn't come with this tempo against the bishop. So I agree with you wholeheartedly that, like, Levon fell asleep on the position, and he's allowed knight takes e6, and he's finding himself in a very awkward moment. And meanwhile, I have to say that
So I think this is
Leinier
why he
said,
played f4.
I can always play rook h1. That's not going away. f4 is a move I want.
And perhaps the reason is that if you do go rook h1 first,
Yep.
maybe I can take,
And play g5.
And
go
G5.
g5, yeah. I think this is what he was worried about.
Okay, I get a pass pawn. And
You do get a pass pawn, but then I drive my king to g6, and
Yeah, but
perhaps that is the fortress that he was thinking about.
Okay, I can support that, and the move f4. I mean, if your intention is to take away that option with g5 and you go rook h1 next,
Well,
Fair.
Levon tortured Leinier
Yes, he
yesterday. He's returning the favor today,
yes,
that's
he
for sure.
will. This is going to be a long torture indeed, and f4, whites for choice, big time. Sam Shankland versus Wesley So. Whoa, this is the Berlin ending. This was the one, and he did take on, and he took
he
with
took
the
the
pawn.
pawn. I remember Cristian was not a big fan of that move because of the king just parking itself on d7.
Mm-hmm.
And did Sam manage to get a niggle, as we...
A little bit.
It seems like Sam actually came with a very interesting
He's
move.
got a
This rook to
passer.
d3. This rook to d3 was some sort of a novelty, and it was a very intriguing novelty, I have to say. Rook to d3, yeah.
Right.
Really good move. Really, really good move to ask some questions. from your opponent?
Well, intriguingly enough, at the opening ceremony, I was having dinner. Sam Shankland was at the table. He was telling me that he had been doing an enormous amount of work on his new book of rook endings.
There we go.
Guess what he's got? He's got a rook ending. And he's better.
Yeah.
There's no question he's better. The question, Cristian, that I would ask you is, how much better is white?
Well, supposedly not that much better.
Really?
Yes, not
Okay.
that much better. After either king to d6 or even king to f6, both of them seem to be playable. Nevertheless, with the engine is easy, right?
Right.
Without the engine, with some pressure piling up, knowing the fact that if you do lose this game, well, you're out. You're in the elimination
you're in the
bracket.
elimination,
You lost
but-
one of your lives.
Right.
So you want to make that draw. There's some pressure. This is a game of two results. And definitely with the white pieces, Sam Shankland, this is what he envisioned at home. I want to get this type of position. I'm not risking anything. There's no way white loses this one.
Exactly.
Absolutely no way. I'm technically playing almost with a pawn up at this point, right? That F pawn. Because the majority for black on the queen side doesn't really matter, right? So I like what he did. I'm really in marvel of his preparation, and I think he got what he wanted out of the opening.
As far as I can tell, he's achieved all of his objectives, because in this case, Nimzovich really did have a good point. The idea was that the pawns on the queen side, black doesn't have a candidate passer, whereas white already has a pass pawn on the f-file. And after the move rook e4, objectively speaking, white is playing a pawn ahead. And the move rook e4, besides just being a kind of a good active move, it's a prelude to an attacking move like rook h4. And if you do end up doing something like this, I'd probably be inclined to recapture with a pawn, because I think the g pawn as a passer would be more effective than the f pawn, g4 pawn. The g pawn would be a little bit further away from black's king.
Yeah.
Two-result game.
They're definitely a two-result game. I have to say, though, I mean, and that rook and pawn ending that you had there on the board, it feels like the black king needs to be
Like
on the
maybe,
right.
yeah, F6,
and then
F5.
the black rook can kind of liberate itself and go to the d8 file and go to d2 and then cause itself a nuisance. So I just wonder why.
From the starting
like here,
position.
like from the starting position,
Maybe
this is why he's thinking about perhaps putting his king
on f6.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure where, to be honest with you.
I think he
F6?
wants to have the d file open for his rook to try to invade with and create some sort of counter chances.
I can understand why the move king d6
F5
might be a little
I
bit
was
better.
thinking king f5.
He played king f5. Yes.
King f5. Remarkable. Okay.
I'm not sure about this
So,
one.
I mean, for me, inviting the rook to the 7th, I mean, I don't have to be asked twice.
It doesn't feel right.
But then you have rook takes rook.
Okay.
Check.
And you're going to take with the king.
Yeah, I might be a little bit more inclined in this case.
Yeah.
I mean, alert.
I don't know, guys. Allowing that rook on e7.
I don't know. I mean,
Not a big fan.
not a big fan.
No,
Okay.
it's a king f.
Wow. By the way, once again, to remind people, this match is tied. The first game was a draw, but Wesley came in yesterday lauding his opponent to the skies, only to discover that he had an incredible plus score with Sam Shankland. Sam Shankland has never defeated Wesley in a classical game.
No.
So this
he
would be,
hasn't.
now would be a good time and a decider.
So is this going to turn into some sort of a race of who gets to pick more pawns? Rook e7, let's say rook takes g3, and then rook to d8, and it's some sort of a gunfight.
You mean after takes, rook to
Do you
d8?
take with a pawn or
D8,
with
Yeah.
king?
No, with the king, that was.
Initially, you want to take with the
Yeah,
king.
you want to take with
Yes.
the king. because
Okay.
the rook-
I do.
And now
did,
rook to d8, I guess.
Okay, and now rook to d8. And you're saying the race flares anew here. Is that true?
You take my pawn, I go rook to d2, and how do we assess this position?
I
Is my
love being a pawn up. My favorite living condition.
And now
now I
you can
go
go
b5.
b5.
Okay.
The
You take
story
my
continues.
pawn, I take yours.
And okay.
c4.
Yeah.
How is
C4.
this position?
Check.
You give me a check. Okay, that check was a sneaky one, and I did not see
Yeah.
it. So get out of here.
Rewind.
Get out of here. Get out of here fast.
What's better than being one pawn up?
Okay, you have to go b4 then.
B4.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's a good move. Yeah.
Okay. Give me another pawn.
Rook
Okay.
takes.
Rook
takes
takes?
f2.
Then I take
Which
this
one
And
do
then
we
you can go
take,
king-
Jovi?
king
Which one do we
g6.
take? All right, let's go king f4 first.
King f4.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
Guys, I'm in the two result territory. I don't
You're
know
enjoying
about you.
yourself.
Yeah,
I
enjoying.
see. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I see
but
that.
okay, but I understand what you're saying. You started looking at counterplay, maybe h4?
h4 first, yeah, I was
Maybe
thinking
h4.
that.
It came just
Okay.
a
I have
second
to
or
trade.
two a little later. Now at least, well, I don't know. A5?
But now you don't get to my pawns that easily, right?
Right?
Now rook to.
Rook to b. Hang on, wait 1 second. You don't have to rush with rook b7.
You
You
don't.
can first go rook c7.
Provoke,
yeah,
rook
yeah,
g6.
Rook g6.
Maybe
You're
even
on,
A4.
and now a4. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are taking the words right out of my mouth.
You're reminding me of Meatloaf. You took the words right out of my mouth.
It's not a pleasant position for a black. I have
No,
to say.
it's
No, it's
not.
not.
You have to be, if you're still within
The draw
territory
zone.
zone,
Yeah.
you have to be very precise.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. We'll keep an eye on this one. Sam Sevian once again. Okay, he ended up capturing on e4 and playing f3. Hikaru's doing well. I don't think Hikaru's suffering at all here. He's making a very, he's playing very solidly. I'll put it like that. Let's turn to the ladies because again, whoa. Let me see if I've got this right. I'm going to just refresh the game of Anna. Whoa, rook. How about these apples? Rook a7, rook d1. Go ahead and play your b5. No, Anna changed her mind. Played queen h4 and b6. Huh. Okay, a little bit confusing. I got a little bit messed up here. So after, I was about to say after castles, the moment I was about to suggest castles short, queen e2 on the board. Feels like white's much superior. I really like white's position here very much. In the game of Tatev and Irina,
Irina is really trying to force Tatev to go play g3.
queen b8.
She's really trying to force it.
A very standard move, by the way. It's interesting how many Sicilians, Taimanov Sicilian, you go queen c7. It's like an automatic. The queen always belongs on c7. But in this particular line, this early b5 expansion, queen often goes to b8. It actually is a better square. Sometimes a move like e5 can be met with a nice retreating bishop to c7. But queen b8, yeah. He's trying to get her to play g3. That is pretty funny.
But is g3 a good move?
Yeah, it probably
it's the best
is.
move.
It's the best move.
It's the best move, and it gives white the advantage.
Right. Well,
We were
especially
talking
now.
about it for a while.
Yeah, especially now that you've managed to include the move a5, so your pawn isn't actually on pre. The bishop could find itself in a very attractive square on b6.
But once again, from a human's perspective, it's difficult to open up that long diagonal with
Yes.
the bishop still sitting on c6.
Exactly.
It's just very, very difficult.
Yeah, we have this mindset of, like...
Something might happen on that long diagonal.
Right.
The queen might end up on d5 after I play e5 and get checkmate. Right?
Yeah.
It's in the back of your mind.
Yeah, we're born with fear. It's a part of us. I mean, the engine says, what are you talking about? The bishop isn't
Just
bothering
play
anybody.
g3.
Just play g3, you're fine. Let's jump to Katya, and whoa, a very, very different approach. After the move c7, c6, we were expecting f3. Katya went a4. Okay, if I can imagine what she wants, she wants to take knight b5, let's say bishop back, yeah? Bishop a3, and capture control of the d6 square, but she's afraid of the move bishop a6. So she thought, aha, I'll be very clever. I'll play a4. So I want to do this. Queen b8 tickles h2, g3, and a6 to stop the very idea I just showed. a5, and why would she play a5? Because b5?
B5. I think she's just saying, look at your light square bishop. It ain't good.
It ain't good, but for the moment, black is keeping everything closed on the queen side.
So how do we react, guys? Do we go b5 or do we take on a5?
I play b5.
You play b5. Okay.
Yeah.
I have to say,
Please say it.
I was more tempted to actually take on a5.
Very good, very good. The training's working.
But I think in an actual game, I probably would have gone b5.
Right.
Preserve the pawn structure.
You're going to go back to your mates at the Four
Yeah.
Nations Chess League.
I go
and you're
c5. I go c5 right now.
C5.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
I'm
bishop
just seeing the
c7.
position, and I feel like white is the only one that can play for something, which is the move f3. Okay, I go b4. We close shop.
Yeah,
on
and then
that
now you
side.
get the queen out of dodge. Oh, I thought I wanted.
You want to go back to
I want to
d8?
go back to d8.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking the
Yes, this was my plan. But okay, I like your one better. Bishop.
knight,
Yeah,
knight
knight
f8.
f8,
Just
and then get
prep
bishop
it.
c8.
Okay.
This has got to be the worst bishop
Yeah.
of the history of
Details.
mankind.
Yeah. So it has a future.
That it
That's
does.
true. So do I have time to open out the position with f3?
Well, can we snare a pawn?
Yeah, to go for it.
Let's do it. Okay.
Bear in mind.
I've got
So you're
stamp of approval.
You're
Yeah.
blackmaking me right now.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
With-
Because
with a
I just
black,
need a
black
draw.
only needs a draw to get through to the championship.
Okay,
level.
that makes a lot of sense. That's probably a good strategy. Wait. We're not done yet. We're not done yet.
You're
take
gonna
on
take.
e4. I take on e4. Let's keep
And
going.
you're gonna.
King h1. How is this?
Well,
You're a
yeah.
pawn up, but I have some compensation, I feel like.
It's awkward. If I can't, I of course I wanted to play Queen G3, but I'm a little bit afraid of Knight F3. My bishop's trapped.
But can you not just go back to the plan and just go bishop?
Where?
No, bishop c8.
Bishop C8.
Yeah.
Bishop c8. Can I take that?
Yeah, and here I was thinking, okay, the worst thing is like
You have
rook
to take with
takes.
the rook, right?
Yeah, I can take with the rook. Yeah, although it is actually possible to take with the
But-
queen.
But from
I
the
have my-
perspective of Katya, I mean, damn the torpedoes. I mean, she's got a
She's happy.
crazy
Yeah,
imbalance.
yeah, she's
because
happy with this
She's
position.
got E5.
Can you take with the queen? This was.
Oh, I apologize.
It's definitely
Here.
a move.
Yeah, because I've got knight g4 at the end of it, and I realised that perhaps this is not what you want to do when you just need to draw. But look at that poor king. It's
Well,
running around with no
Let's go up.
clothes.
Let's go up, Yasser.
My,
Come
my,
on.
my, my
Let's
king
go
has
king
been
G3.
poor for some time.
No, let's go to g3. Come on. You don't yeah, queen f3. It does feel like white has
I mean, I've got two
a
minor
better
pieces
side, of
where,
equality. Dynamic equality, if you want to put it that way.
Well, I mean, again, this is the type of position that Kate could dream about coming into today's game. She
Yeah.
needs to really, really mix it up. But I was thinking completely in a different way, which was like after knight f8, f3, take it, get your bishop back to c8, and just say, okay, solid chess, please. And Begim needs a draw, but I was about to say that a5, b5, c5, it was a strange approach from White's perspective. Let's jump into the game of Alice Lee for a second.
And another
What
person
the
in a
heck?
must-win situation is Atusa. She needs to win.
Absolutely.
And Alice just has to hold the fort.
And there was a moment ago you had said something about knight g4. In this particular case, I might be tempted to play bishop to g4, but I like White's position.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
Two bishops.
Two bishops, it's nice. I mean,
feels good.
but how should White approach this?
Well,
because
let's start with the obvious. Let's go B3.
okay, so
Just to
chip away at that.
Yeah, I want you to play B5. I can meet B5 with either capturing on C4 or even playing the move A4. If you capture, on the other hand, then you're opening up my rook, and I'm ready to play C4 with more center, if you will. I have a comfortable pull. Feels like Atusha's gotten something here.
It seems like everybody that's in a must-win situation has gotten something.
Exactly.
In this, well, maybe not Sam Sevian.
Maybe not Sam. Yeah.
Hikaru seems to be defending that position quite accurately. But everybody else seems to have some chances.
Exactly. Let's go to the champion section to see if Sam... No, nothing happened since F2, F3 in this game. Again, we do know that Ray Robson and Fabiano Caruana are going into a playoff. For those who are joining us late, expect that match to start more or less around 5:30. By the way, after King F5, Rook E7 by Shankland was played, and Rook takes G3, and we have a pause. Rook takes G3 stop. Okay, dare I say it? Let's go. King takes G3.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That's what we were looking at, and the question is, how is this rook ending after rook d8, or do you just protect those pawns with every single piece that you have, just the rook?
Rook d8, that was the one that was the, I wanted to say the most testing, right?
That's my philosophy, you know. I feel like if you want to disturb the balance for someone who has an advantage in a rook and pawn ending, you need to activate your rook. Your rook is, is a great piece.
And maybe I frighten you guys from the line, but there is this possibility of going 2 and even 3 pawns down, where your passer on C3 might be just enough counterplay to force some kind of a perpet in the position. So I think Wesley's still in the drawing zone, but it's getting close. It's getting close. Leinier versus Levon, again, he went rook H1. So we're about to... Cristian, if I could ask you, what does the engine think about the game between Leinier and Levon? Does it think it's a draw? Or?
It's very difficult to say. The engine is saying +1, but we know that +1 can mean that this is a fortress, and White doesn't actually have a way to break through, but they will be enjoying a very nice advantage for the rest of the game. We're playing for 2 results right now, but it is on +1. It's the big question. Can you go king to G2, king to H3, and then your plan that you very accurately pointed out to take this bishop off the D8, H4 diagonal? Because if you manage to do that, then the king might invade through that path, G5. Right? King H4, king G5, and then maybe you get your F5 going. So let's take a look at that. King to F7, king to G2. Let's say I wait. Right. King to E8, you go king H3, you go bishop to F2.
Right.
Let's say I go bishop to F8, and you finally got your diagonal. I keep staying on this diagonal, you go bishop to D8, I defend. How do you make any progress? How do you continue making any progress? You got pretty much everything you wanted.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. You gave me everything. I want my king on E4 and want my pawn on F5.
So you don't want to go king to H.
But we can go king H. We can go king H.
You can if you want.
Yeah.
Yes. Right.
I can put it on G5, you know, because I kind of like it there.
Yes. But I like it on E4,
That's fine. Say. King to E8.
Yeah, the bishop.
King to F7. I'm waiting.
Right, and king to
F3.
E4.
King to E4, yeah. King to F7.
Now,
continue.
Yes. Here I want C4.
C4. Okay.
I was thinking that because you want to follow up with B4, lock your bishop out. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. This is why I want it. Yeah.
I'll continue waiting.
Okay, B4.
B4 maybe C5, right?
Okay, yeah, it's legal. It's legal. And B5.
B5 I take. Take.
Yeah, now we
C6,
can't go.
Maybe king D. King
yeah,
D7.
I think I was a little hasty with the move B4. I believe we go back to that moment and let me get in F5.
Okay, you get F5.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now I have to exchange everything, I think. So I take.
Right.
maybe even continue taking.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. So this is a dream.
You get everything.
Yeah.
E6.
E6.
A6, that's fine. I wait.
Wow. Okay, so really, I've made as much progress as I possibly
Yes,
could. I feel
yes.
I feel great about
And
myself.
that is the question. Is it a fortress or not?
Wow.
Right? So you put a pawn on the bishop on e5.
Can I hunt your bishop with king e4 and bishop d4?
Sure. But then I go bishop.
Ah,
Bishop d6, you go bishop e5.
that was my
But that should still be
plan.
okay because I go king e7, right?
and king f5.
King f5, and now I wait.
Wow.
And even this somehow it seems to just be a
Wow.
draw.
Wow.
Because you get this endgame, and then you get the king here, but now I can go b5, maybe even king to f8.
Wow.
No, I have to, wow. b5 is the only move in this position, in fact.
Really?
Yes. Everything else loses, because I go e7 followed by king to e6.
Right.
b5 makes it. Imagine trying to calculate all of these ideas, right?
Yeah.
Trying to defend by playing this precisely without an engine. This is the task that Levon Aronian has.
Quite
in
the
front of
challenge.
himself
That is a
right
challenge
now.
as well. And also, you know,
Huge
you have
challenge.
you have to bear in mind that, say, we rushed with a lot of decisions,
Yes,
and
we did.
a great endgame
We
player,
didn't
or the
go for the king
grandmeister
G5, yeah.
would have actually kind of just
Massaged a little
just
bit more.
you know, advanced the a pawn, perhaps gotten a pawn to a5
Right.
or something, so that when you do get that king and pawn ender, you're ready with your little trump card.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow, I think Levon's under severe stress, but you said something I thought was very intriguing, Cristian. You said, how deeply has Levon studied this? When he played the move bishop e6, did he think, or did he
something
know?
that we don't?
Yeah, did he
That is
know
the
it was a
question.
fortress?
I don't think he did. I
That-
think it's just a gut instinct that
That's
he's relying
remarkable.
on, which is dangerous. Relying on your gut instinct is dangerous. But these guys are former 2800 level players, so
Yeah.
they have a pretty good gut instinct.
Right, it's the stuff that you think you know that gets you into trouble.
They say a little ignorance is worse. No, sorry, a little knowledge is worse than no knowledge.
Right? A little now. Okay, very good. And Hikaru is still, again, I think Hikaru is doing
I think
a
he's
very
doing
good job.
great, right?
Yeah.
And this is also one of Hikaru's strengths. You know, the last few years, he's really worked on changing his style, becoming more solid,
You know,
more stable,
you
more
know,
resilient.
What was really surprising for me was listening to the interview that Cristian had with Hikaru yesterday, where Hikaru came on and confessed, I haven't played since Madrid. I haven't played since the candidates. I mean, I'm as rusty as sin. That was 9 months ago. I was like, was it really that long ago? I mean, they're
was
just
because he didn't play the U.S. Championship.
right, and he skipped the Sinfield Cup as well.
Yeah.
I mean, lots of things he didn't play. I mean, of course, he's very busy with the stream, and power to him. But yeah, that's a long time, and he came back with an impressive, emphatic win. In
Yes,
fact, it was
yes.
a really. For somebody who's hasn't been on a bicycle,
Hikaru is just another level.
Right.
You know, I mean, just even take the streaming. You know,
Yes.
he sits there, he talks to chat, he engages with them, he plays great chess. He wins Title Tuesdays galore.
Right.
And there you can see his world ranking.
It's
He's
something
sixth in the world.
ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
He's won like 40 Title Tuesdays. I mean, and
50.
this is
Yeah.
against fields, world-class fields.
It's ridiculous.
And I can tell you, I've discussed this with many other streamers, and because I'm just trying to start streaming myself, and I say, you know, it's really difficult to talk to chat, to engage with them, to think of things to say, and then playing your game and concentrating or trying to concentrate on what's happening on the board in
Right.
front of you, and then, you know, trying not to get emotional about it, you know, when
Right.
obviously things go wrong. And everyone is telling me it's difficult. Any person in the world who can actually play great chess, talk to chat, do all these things, Hikaru.
It's impressive.
And you see that here, you know, 9 months without playing. For most people, you know, there would be some rustiness, and, you know, he opens up with a bang. You know, he completely demolishes Sam Sevian.
Remarkable indeed. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to see you on the other side.
the World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion. Of open doors. Where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you. We are Ascension.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back. And we're right in the middle of all the action of day 2.
Indeed, and it's been an eventful day as we
Certainly.
have 4 players facing elimination. We're thinking one is going to win, but which one? We have a very intriguing game going on between Leinier and Levon. They have drawn their first game, but we're in a situation where it's a 2-result game. Thanks to these double pawns from the Berlin, white is the one who's going to create a candidate passer with the move f5, and we have been intrigued by this ending. Does Levon have a fortress or not? We're still unsure. It's almost like we're giving white everything he wants, and we still haven't managed to win it for Leinier.
And I think we don't need to give white everything they want.
Also, you don't even have to.
Right. So
Right.
we've been putting the bishop on the a7 g1 diagonal. Levon is taking a completely different approach, putting the bishop on h6, staying there. So how do you kick the bishop out? The king on e8 has a very specific idea in mind, and that is to defend the square d8. There's no bishop d8, there's no bishop takes c7, you're not winning that pawn.
Exactly.
So I'm just going to stay on d7 and e8. How do you continue? Is the question.
And the idea that we've been
I take
talking
everything,
about
yes.
is just putting our king on e8 and saying, you can have your pawn on e6 and that's it. You don't get your bishop to d8, you don't get your king to c8 or anywhere, and I just wait. It's a remarkable conception. Sam Shankland is enjoying a rook ending, but now, after this recapture with the pawn on g3, I'm thinking suddenly it's much closer to a draw than it was when we left it. And that match also would go to tie breaks, which again, we're expecting to start about 5:30. Unfortunately for Sam Sevian's fans, he's not making much of an impression against Hikaru. He needs to win to Sam Sevian, having lost the first game, and it's about even. Let's jump to the ladies, as Alice Lee, slightly worse, I'm going to say. She's given up the 2 bishops. White has a more comfy control of the center. So a little bit of something for Atusha in this game. The funny one, or the fun one, was this game between Katja and Begim. After the move a5, guess what?
She took it.
She took it. We were looking at b5. I think we flipped a coin here.
I did. You know, my
Right.
instinct was to take the pawn. But
Exactly.
then my positional instincts kicked in, and I was thinking, no, I cannot ruin my pawn structure like that.
Yeah, there's double pawns on the queen side. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one. And another game that was really heating up was this Catalan between Nagy and Anna. Queen e2 provoked queen e7. Well, this seems rather indecisive, I want to say, by Anna. She played queen h4 for a purpose. Now she retreated to queen. Queen came to h5. If you go backwards, I'll go forward, and maybe on a good day, I'll try to induce a weakness with the move bishop e4. Okay, now the bishops came off the board. Knight jumped to e4, and
What is that fianchetto rook on b7 doing?
Not much.
It's overprotecting all the points. I mean, we laugh at it now. I know it looks weird, but you know, there is c5 in the air. So
One day?
Yes.
Okay, well,
you have to move
I'm
your
going to
knight.
move my knight.
Okay,
Yeah.
and now the first thing is, can she get away with, knight d7 first?
Right. Knight d7
Let's
first.
say rook g1.
Yep.
Yeah, rook g1. Do you have a concrete threat?
I'm not worried about a bishop check. If the move bishop check forces me to go king to e2, I'm not worried about it. So rook g1, no concrete threat, but just preparing
okay, but you know, we black continues, you know, with the idea of, I'm wondering whether to throw in the bishop check and then go c5.
Let's say I invite you to do it in one way and invite you to do it the other way with your bishop on d6 or the bishop on b4.
And either way,
Yeah.
the response will be d5.
Yes, exactly so. In either case.
You ruined my fun.
I'm just that. You know, I mean, Cristian is actually the party pooper around here. He's the guy who's telling, no, you can't do that. No, it doesn't work. No
I'll agree
sacrifices.
with the title. Yes, yes. Embrace it.
But we do think that Naji is building up something. Tatev, another of the players, needs a win. And guess what? She didn't play that move G3. Queen d8 did provoke e5. Bishop went back. And after d7, d6, feels like Tatev has got, pardon me, Irina has got things well under control. Suddenly, the knight on g6 is actually a good piece. When the pawn was on g3, the knight wasn't that great. But now we can see that any captures, hello.
Yeah.
You know, that is, that's fun.
And those two bishops
Right.
just pointing towards the black, so the white king.
Exactly.
It's a bit scary. I mean, can you try to throw caution to the wind and just go
Let's do
all
it.
in? Knight to d4 is one thing I wanted to play.
Exactly. That's
And
a
then-
tempo.
Yeah.
And probably, you know, I like this diagonal so much. I'm reluctant to abandon it by playing a move like bishop to d7, but bishop d5. And now you want to go takes an f5?
I don't want to take.
Oh, you don't want to take?
This is where I said abandon all
Okay.
caution, not my pieces. And then after knight here, I want to go f6.
Guys, check the last move by Nazi.
Okay.
Well, we were in the death throes of something going on here. I wasn't,
Check it out,
I
because
wasn't
it's
sure
beautiful.
whether it was inspired or horrible, but okay. Sacrificing a piece.
Exactly.
Whoa.
It's the best move in the position.
Yeah.
Rook to g1 is the best move, alongside short castle.
Really? And
Yes.
it basically saying what? That this extra piece is
Nothing.
You will actually take with a d pawn.
with the D
With
pawn
a d
even.
pawn. Yes, yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, with a d pawn. Then I would assume you're going to give me a check.
I
Yeah,
would assume
of
so.
course.
Let's go king e2 or king to f1.
Yeah.
Both of them should be working quite well.
So I was trying to get the queen. Oh, knight f6 check.
Exactly. That's the key of rook to g1.
Oh,
Knight to f6.
knight f6 check, and
That's curtains.
that is big time.
And for
curtains.
example, if you try to go knight to d7, then I have ideas
Rook
of
takes.
rook takes d7, followed by knight to f6.
Well, in this case, I do have a check on d3.
You do have
That
a check
might-
on d3,
that
but I
might
don't think that's
spoil
going
some
to-
of the fun, right? Because you've got to put your king suddenly on g. Well, then I can trade queens. King
So
G2.
perhaps I have to do it with the king on e2.
Ah, okay. You mean right here, start with
Yes.
this move,
Let's try it out like that.
and let's just have a quick.
By the way,
gander.
maybe I should take the bishop on b4 first with a3, like a normal
That was the
human
thing.
being.
Yeah, exactly. That was the thing that also I found very, very disturbing. What am I going to do about a3? I mean, the bishop's simply trapped, and I
You don't
didn't
need
think
to worry
that
about that run, right? You just have to.
I didn't think I had the time to save the bishop by giving myself a square. It's like, what is my bishop even doing over there when I might just be getting checkmated, right?
That's right. Yeah, yeah. It's rook g1. It's a really good move, especially
Wow.
given the fact that Anna only has 13 minutes left on her clock, so she will have to figure out all these complications in only
With-
13 minutes.
With less time. By the way,
For
this
the
is
remainder of the game, there's no second time control.
This is
Yeah.
the only match that is tied. Should one of these players win and all the rest of the games are drawn, there'll be no playoffs
There
for the
will be
ladies.
no, very combative chess, and this is brewing up to be.
I love this move, rook
fantastic
g1. I mean, that is a really, really
She's piling up the pressure.
Yes.
powerful move, I want to say. Yeah, just asking. And that is not a move that Anna wanted to see exactly at this moment either.
And also bearing in mind, as Cristian mentioned, the clock times, Anna under 13 minutes to navigate these troubling waters.
Versus 41,
And
42 minutes.
Nazi has 41.
Yeah.
That's
Wow.
a huge
It really
time
is.
difference. And it's, they have this expression
Yes.
where I'm from, it's easier to attack than to defend.
It's true. It really, really is. And especially when you're in time trouble, it feels like your clock is not your enemy when you're attacking. When you're defending and you're in time trouble, the clock, it feels like your worst enemy. And we do have a draw as our second playoff in the championships section. Was there any chance for Sam in that ending? It felt like he had something at a certain moment, but was the computer ever convinced?
No.
Otherwise?
Wesley defended quite accurately. It was difficult from a human's perspective, as we understood early on, but Wesley also understood that he has to create counter chances. He did play the move rook to d8 as we were anticipating. That's why he decided to keep the king on the f file, so that he keeps the d file open for the invasion of his rook. Rook to d8 came on the board, rook to f7, rook to f2. So white, Sam, decided to take a passive approach. Don't munch on those pawns, because black is going to munch on the pawns on the queen side as well, and that's going to create some difficulties. And it ended up in a draw after king f5, just a repetition. And these two players are headed towards a playoff.
All right, thank you for that. And turning our attention again back to the game of Katya and Begim, we did see the move knight f8, something that I was kind of, well, pounding the table is strong, but, you know, that bishop on b7 is real. I mean, it's a sore thumb. You look at that bishop.
Trade off your worst place piece.
Exactly.
This is the way of the world these days.
Basics of good strategy. And in this case, I would love as white to go back to that f2, f3 break. I think that Katya missed her opportunity earlier in the game to get in the f2, f3 break. Now that the bishop is actually on h3, f3 does not come at the expense of bishop takes g3. So I think it's now or never. You want to play f3, or you won't get it in. I'm fearful if I don't play f3, then bishop c8, and I could have problems on the king side.
But even if you do get f3, I mean, black is really not obliged to capture that pawn.
You don't?
No, because you can go bishop. You can go back to your plan. Bishop c8.
I'll take it.
And then queen takes.
I'm going to sacrifice an exchange. Don't ask me twice, but I will sacrifice an exchange on f6. I'm that kind of guy.
You're that kind of guy.
I mean, I'm just you're throwing it out there, a warning, alert.
But you can take with the pawn knight.
Kachka on 9 minutes left on her clock.
Hard for me to tell. It's like
It
they put it in
like
yeah, it is
3-point
6
type.
minutes.
6 minutes?
6 or just under
my
7
goodness.
minutes.
Wow.
That's not a lot of minutes, especially when you have to start calculating moves such as f3.
See, that, for me, the issue there is confidence, or in this particular case, lack of confidence. I bet you Katya has been, you know, analyzing, and then double checking and treble checking, and that's where the time trouble comes from. You know, sometimes you play your instinctive move that you want to play, and you don't just dwell on it for 10, 15 minutes and watch your clock tick away.
I think you're spot on that one. This is a lack of confidence from Kachka.
Exactly.
And it's because she doesn't play as
enough,
much, right? She
right.
is a PhD student. After all, that is her main focus. And she doesn't play that much. And whenever you don't play, there's a ring rust there, right?
Right.
This is actually one of the biggest difference between boys and girls, I want to say. It's not to do with playing, so to speak, but it's actually to do with playing blitz. I often see that a lot of young boys and even males just get together and they're able to play blitz against each other as much as possible. Meanwhile, when it comes to women, I mean, we just somehow don't do that. And I often find that a lot of players just learn by playing.
Absolutely.
And if I think back to my childhood, I basically became an international master off the back of all these like 5-minute games that I played against my brother. You know, it was just
me too.
Relentless.
I absolutely feel that's the case. You know, I played thousands of blitz games against my friends, and today with the internet, I would have been playing much more. It was very hard, actually, to always meet week after week in a certain time, in a certain location. But now you can play all the time, and I do hear you loud and clear. I go to these summer camps or chess camps, and you can just see at night when all the instructors are like, you know, we're dead. The kids are playing, but the boys are ravenous.
Yes, but I think that's to do with numbers. If I'm honest with you, you know, I think because of lack of numbers, you know, the girls are kind of a little bit more intimidating. It isn't much more intimidating if you're like 1 or 2 or 3 out of 50 or something, you know, and you know, you get a lot of attention, and I think that's a hindrance. And as soon as we kind of balance out the numbers and we get everyone playing as much as possible, get that connection to pushing those pieces of wood, then I bet you we're going to see the difference become a lot less.
Exactly. By the way, talking about confidence for just a quick second, Nagi's rook g1, to my mind, that shows great confidence. That's like, okay, let's go. Let's have some fun. And take my piece. And we do see the move c5.
c5?
Ooh.
Well, first of all, d5 is one question. But what if I go knight c4 now? Knight c4, and then I have options of even just taking the pawn on c5, right?
Correct.
Like, you have to go bishop c7. I don't see any other move.
No other choice.
And now I can also just take the pawn. I can go d5.
Right.
And that's probably the best move in the position.
The move d5 is the one that always frightened me.
You know what? Let's go d5. Let's not get greedy. Let's not get greedy and give the rook on b7 play.
Right.
Go d5.
Isn't
this just completely killing?
That looks really strong, Cristian. I mean, that is just, wow. I mean, you've got everything. Look, there's a rook on b7, there's a knight on b8.
Do you have to go bishop d8? I mean, that's such an ugly move.
But if it prolongs the game, if it survives, you know, you're down for that.
You have to do it. Right?
Yeah. Sometimes you have to do what you really, really don't like. But okay, I mean, but the move c5, oh boy, c5. Funnily enough, rook g1, and then, you know, you want to play this attacking game, and then suddenly you're playing the safety game with knight c4 and d5. It doesn't seem like it meshes. Is there a way of just going all in after the move c5? Jovi, jump right in.
You guys have shown me knight c4. It's very difficult to kind of suddenly switch and go, well, maybe I'm going to lift up the rook.
Well, let's have some fun. I mean, we're commentators. We can take our move back.
Pawn, that's very, very good. And pawn takes pawn.
Okay, rook takes. Okay, so I want to play knight takes d6.
Yeah, so then I'm thinking, you know, there's an attacker in the middle of my field. Bishop takes knight.
An attacker in the middle of my field? Yeah. Boy, you're... Okay.
I mean, okay, I know that this is really bad because the knight takes pawn coming. Ooh.
I'm glad I got you. This is not your doing. I mean,
no, I know.
You're suffering here.
This is the kind of stuff that happens in my nightmares. Right. I attend a position and it's like this, and you're just thinking, I didn't make these moves. I mean, and the arbiter goes, well, yes, you did. We have proof.
Somehow, when we're doing commentary, Maurice and I together, he sometimes complains, why am I getting the bad positions? Why don't I get the chance to, you defend this position, Yasser, he would say to me.
This is why I really loved commentating with Judith Polgar.
Yes.
I mean, she would always take the attacking side.
Right.
And we would have to defend these terrible positions.
and
she was just
giggling.
And she was like, checkmate.
Loving it, yes.
I was like, okay.
Loving it. Yeah. Two very attractive moves for Nagy. Knight c4, I must say, that is such a powerful looking move to my mind. But also d5 as well, or the combination of both knight c4 and d5 looks like Nagy is cruising. I just want to again check with Katya. Ooh, this was a very different approach. f2, f4. I'm not a fan. What about yourself?
I kind of like it. I feel that it has a lot more tension in the position. I feel that.
Well, don't forget, Begim's got, all she needs is a draw. The move f4 doesn't open the position.
That's true, but it does keep a lot of the pieces on the board, whereas f3 did invite some simplification.
Okay.
f4, you
I'll
can still
fall
imagine
for
a future where
I'll fall for it. Bishop c8. I mean, that's my bad bishop. Let me trade it off.
And that is the type of position that I have to say is very difficult to understand with a human's eye, with a human's perspective. I go f5 now.
f5.
My guess is this is what she wants to do. She wants to launch an attack via f5, g4, g5, and try to open up the position there.
Now, pulling out what we all know and understand about me, I'm a demonic tactician. I'm not a pawn grabber, never have been.
Demonic tactician. That's a good one. That's a good one.
We just saw Yasser's nose just grow exponentially.
The Pinocchio, get out of here.
Goodness.
Bishop takes
So
g3.
if I take,
yes,
you want to take, and knight g4.
And knight g4.
That's your idea, right?
I do.
It's your
You know, the
demonic
bishop
idea.
holds a lot.
You trick me
I
because
don't
I don't have
know.
rook
I don't
f4.
know.
No, it doesn't actually
You're-
hold that much because queen takes pawn is in the air.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's but I cannot continue this.
No,
I don't
this is-
have rook to e1 because at least you have a draw, right?
Yeah.
With
Yeah.
Queen to f2.
And if
You
I
probably have more than that. but-
Yeah, I fear that I actually do have more.
She
By
took
the
on
way, she
f3.
took on en passant. Interesting.
I expected
decision.
this.
You did.
I did expect this. Bishop to c8 is by far the best move from an objective point of view.
Right.
But I expected her to take on f3 just because from a human's perspective, right, I don't understand that after bishop c8, f5, it's that easy to play for black.
Psychologically,
Take bishop c8 makes also a lot of sense.
psychologically, it's kind of funny, right? Your opponent plays f3, forcing you to capture. But no, your opponent plays f4, and then you go, wait a minute. I'm going to en passant anyway. Okay.
There's
take
also a
that-
saying, you cannot refuse en passant, right?
You can't refuse.
When
en
en passant is on the board, you have to play it. It's like a forced move.
Uh-huh.
Ah.
Is that a saying? Is that like the Romanian school of chess?
Cristian Chirila.
It's the streamers.
He's trolling us. Can you
The
believe
streamers
that?
school of chess.
The streamers. Bishop c8 on the board. Again, Katya with much less time on her clock. She's going to have to go into James Bond mode now. I mean, she really needs a victory to force a playoff. And it's
5
time
minutes
to,
and 30 seconds.
It's
for
time to
Katja.
capture and play e4 and close your eyes and just hope that the attack hits
Hits the
a
spots,
bullseye. Yeah.
yeah.
It's time. That's what I'm thinking is capture and e4. Let's go. Alice Lee, let's jump. Again, we still think that white is for choice here. More space in the center, 2 bishops. Still looking pretty good for Tusha. Tatev?
Yeah. Let's quickly check in on Tatev.
Yeah, when we left it, we just seen this position with the move d6, and I didn't see queen h4 coming. For some reason, I thought the pawn on f4 really needed defense. I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see the move f5. I would have been very attracted to this move f5, again, because I just think that it's not so easy to defend this pawn. We could include any time you like, knight d4 and bishop to d5. Something about this looked attractive. Irina said, hey, queen b7, rook f2, and what are the clock times in this game?
Yeah.
Hard for me to
Irina,
tell.
30 minutes on her clock, only 12 minutes for Tatev.
And again, Tatev is the one in
Must-win situation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to force a play.
And talking about other people in must-win situations,
Yes.
can we just revisit the game Sam Sevian against Hikaru
Definitely.
Nakamura? Because I'm just doing a quick
Yes,
bird's
around
eye
the-
view. And
Around
I'm
the playing
seeing
hall, a double attack.
There is a double attack.
C6, and okay, just a second. Just a second. Can I just get the last moves here? So, knight, queen, bishop to d3. Okay. Queen g5. Do I have another move?
I don't think you do. No.
Queen g5 looks kind of forced, right? I mean, if you take, I got a check.
So by the way,
intermezzo.
if you do play rook to e1,
Yes.
do I have rook a1? Is that a move?
That was my follow-up, actually.
Rook a1, you take, queen e3, king f1 is the question.
Isn't there a knight to... But that's a lot
knight
of
d2.
pieces, knight
okay.
d2.
Yeah, we're good, we're good.
Well,
we're golden here, right?
that is.
Yeah, no, but there is rook.
two-
But there's also rook a...
You can start with rook
H-
a8 if
check.
you want,
Yeah.
Yeah, get the...
You like that?
and get
Yeah.
the extra check.
Yes.
The extra check. The extra check.
In fact, you're kind of forced
You're
to do
kind of
that.
forced to because otherwise queen f4.
Precisely.
Right.
Very nice, yeah.
And now it's two minors and a rook.
But your
against
king
a
is very
queen.
weak.
Yeah.
The white king on
The
f1.
white king. I might have enough of
They're not
perpetuals.
very stable, are they? You know, because you can...
But rook a1 was maybe an overreach. It was just like one of those things that, you know, if I can get away with it, you know, like I'm really, really eager. But here, what else? I'd have to drop back with the knight, but pawn on c6 is hanging.
And we don't like that.
I don't like that at all. Rook a1. The times in this one.
35 minutes for Hikaru, 11 minutes for Sam Sevian.
Wow. And in the current position, is there an alternative to queen g5? I didn't see
Let's
it.
take a look.
Queen
to
h4?
g5 is by far the best move. Queen to h4 is another alternative, but after knight takes c6, white is just a pawn up.
Exactly.
So queen to g5, you have to create
This threat.
this threat.
And then...
Rook e1.
And then what is the scenario after rook e1?
Yeah,
And
actually,
then rook a1. Look at that.
We calculated it correctly. It's just rook a1, rook takes a1,
And
rook takes a1, queen e3. That's the main line. King to f1, knight to d2. And we're entering exactly that specific endgame. Rook a8, king h7, bishop takes f5, g6, and now bishop to d3.
Yeah. And
You guessed it.
it's going to be a draw,
It's 0,
right?
0, 0.
I mean, there's no way to escape the checks.
Exactly.
No.
If you drop the bishop in the way, that costs you your knight.
With such an open king, there's no way you're going to escape.
And
the
this is
checks.
the only way that Hikaru can save.
Well, it's also the only way in which Sam is not going to be worse after queen to g5.
That is to
So
say, he has to play
it's a forced
rook e1.
variation for both players.
Right.
If Hikaru finds it, and I'm sure he sees this type of patterns, he
Sure.
dreams this type of patterns in
Right.
his spare time. Well, if he finds it, it's most likely going to end in a perpetual.
By the way, I have to reflect upon that whole puzzle rush thing. The idea of doing 8 hours of puzzle rush, I mean, my brain hurts after like 2
Yeah.
hours.
That's
I mean,
sick.
I mean, that's just unbelievable that you can do that and push yourself to that kind of a limit.
Yeah, it's incredible actually, because I won't tell you the source of who told me that
Right.
they rated 8 hours, but the source is also a very strong grandmaster, and he said, because I asked him about his own routine, and he said he started the day off with tactics.
Okay.
But ones that you can find online, you know, you just keep going. And then in the evening, he focused on openings and endgames.
Okay.
Not so much the middle game.
Right. So tactics to wake yourself
Yeah.
up, and then
That was a
endings and
standard,
opening.
and roughly 4 hours per day.
Impressive, impressive. We do have queen g5 on the board, or yes, we
It's
do.
not there yet.
No, it's not,
Not there yet.
No,
I'm sorry.
He's still trying to figure everything out, calculate everything all the way
Wow.
until the last moment.
Check this out in the game of Leinier and Levon. Levon, is basically said, hey, look, I've got a fortress even without the pawn.
Exactly. Now
That
I
is
have a question
really
for you
remarkable.
guys, a psychological question.
Please.
You are in this instance, you're on the white side.
Right.
And Levon starts stretching, starts giving you the side eye. Like, why are you still playing? We both know that this is a draw, this is a fortress. How does that impact you psychologically? Are you like, okay, let's hurry up and make a draw? Or are you like, no, I'm going to show you that I'm actually better
The
in this
latter,
position?
I'm like, I'm going to show you, but actually I just find it quite comical if my opponent's like flexing, and I'm like, why are you flexing? You're a pawn down. I got all the chances. Let's play.
He is a pawn down, but he shows you that he knows something that you probably don't.
Right.
Well,
does that impact you at all?
Well, because it's Levon, I would be
Yeah.
perhaps a little bit impacted. But on the other hand, this is like, you cannot lose this.
I feel tasered by the fact that my opponent is just so, blasé. While I'm sitting there saying, I've worked very, very hard
For this pawn,
up,
exactly.
and-
Finally, I have a pawn up.
And now
I would be running around the playing hall with a big smile on. I'm pawn up. I'm pawn up. Look at me.
Yeah, strutting like a cockatoo.
Exactly. I would also be like flexing too. Look at Levon. He's going to grovel for 50 moves at least.
But I tell you, this is really eye-opening for me. This idea of sitting on with the king on e8, just ignoring everything that's happening around your queen side, dropping the pawn on c7 and saying, your king really is not going to penetrate to d6, and it's not penetrating to b6. And you can go all the way around the horn here, but I'm keeping my king on e8. This is...
I don't know. I feel it's very risky because, yes, the king doesn't get anywhere if it darts off to the right. But, if it starts moving, and it can create some mischief on the left side.
Queen side.
Queen side, sorry.
Yeah.
Old habits are hard to break.
Yeah, right? King to d6, king to c7. But
I'm just thinking, first of all, to put the bishop on d6 and then start moving the king round and try to get the king to perhaps, I don't know, b4 and then try to create
I'm
some
going to
shot.
meet you. Okay, so let's make some moves here. So I'll say here, and you can get all the tempi that you want.
Very happy that you're
Right,
doing that
exactly.
for me.
I'm just, I mean, it's like I'm channeling my inner Levon. And I want to meet your king b4 with bishop to b6. So basically I'm saying, okay, now you're stuck. Now you're stuck. Now, if you wait, I will wait with my king going back and forth between d8 and e8. I'll just shuffle. So at a certain moment, you're going to have to play a4, a5, or bishop c5.
The bishop c5, unfortunately, fails to a5.
Oops. And then suddenly I'm stretching.
Yeah.
I'm doing the flexing.
Yeah. And I'm left red-faced.
Right.
But I was actually thinking, is there any moment where white could sacrifice the bishop in order to get the king round? And it's difficult
To see
unfortunately,
it, exactly. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Levon might
It
be
is.
right.
It's a remarkable conception, and I have a very strong thinking feeling that this is something that Levon had actually looked at so deeply.
Absolutely. Look
It's
how fast
amazing.
he plays.
It's amazing.
He just responded within. Look at him. He's just giving him the
Yeah,
side
I
eye.
saw
He's like, I'm just hanging around here.
Yeah.
Come on, let's just finish the game. Look at
Right.
him.
Like, I have some shopping to do, and
Yes.
after I've done my shopping, I'll make myself some tea, and then I'll prepare for the playoff.
He does look like he's thinking,
Right.
come on, every school child.
He's not even looking at the
knows.
board.
Right. And here we go. Garry Kasparov had this habit of when he thought the game was over, he just put his watch off at the start of the game, and then he put his watch on when he said, "Okay, that's it. Let's go."
Yeah.
Levon has his own ways. Let's jump to the ladies and just pick up because all four games are going on here. And we do have Bishop Irina again, needs a draw, and she's through to the next round. Bishop d6, e7. Okay. I mean, I don't see this attack going anywhere for Tatev on the king side. And this pawn on b4 is actually a real irritant in the position. Means that when I bring a rook to d8 and one day bishop f6, will be awkward. I think Irina's well on her way to qualifying. This is the fun game, but Katja, very little time. We
just over 3 minutes.
But I have to say, guys, this is the most dangerous position for Tokhirjonova that she had in this match, despite the fact that the engine is giving her as the clear favorite right now. It's minus 1.5, but
minus 1.5.
Minus 1.5. But if you look at the position, what is your first instinct? What's the first instinct? What do you play?
Queen to d7 to defend the pawn on d5, take on e4.
For me, it was take on e4. Queen to d7 is by far the best move.
Okay.
Why? Why take on e4? Because after queen to d7, I really don't like, at least visually, the idea of allowing e5.
Right.
e5, now you go knight g4, you can hit that knight again with h3. It feels like finally white is gaining some speed, some momentum in the
bounced
position.
around. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. I don't like that.
Okay.
It's the best by far, objectively.
But
to
if
allow
you take,
if you take, now you're in a worse position.
Yeah, that feels...
because now if you do something like this, I start to anticipate moves like d5.
Oh yeah, this is getting dangerous.
Like seriously dangerous. Like you like.
No, it's a very difficult position from a practical perspective. Without the engine, with the engine, of course, black is better, maybe winning objectively. But from a human's point of view, this is a very dangerous situation with all this power coming towards your king. The queen on f3, the rook on f1, the knights ready to get energized coming into the center, and that bishop on b2. Once that opens up, it's game over.
Yeah, it's buried for the moment. But speaking of a position that I found enormously dangerous was Anna Zatansky's position. We were looking at both knight c4 as well as d5, and the problem was for us is that both moves are so compelling and so good, we didn't know which one to choose. Knight c4 and capturing the pawn's not a bad decision either. I mean, after all, the queen on h5 is ready to pounce with any captures you capture with the queen, and d6 as well. So,
and by the way, guys,
pawn?
she took on e4.
Begim
took on e4, yeah.
Oh.
She took on e4, and now she's worse.
Oh.
Oh boy.
It's,
but it felt like it, right? It felt like she's probably going to take on e4.
This is what I was saying about the clock. You know, when you only have 3 minutes on your clock and you're defending, that 3 minutes is just gone. When you have 3 minutes on your clock and you're attacking, you feel like you've got a luxury.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh, 3 minutes, bang, knight takes, let's go. D4, D5, let's go. I mean, you're smiling as you're making all of these breaks, and suddenly your brain is working and you're seeing everything. You know, when you're defending, it's like you're in mud.
Right.
Everything's a problem.
And also you have to bear in mind the match situation.
Exactly.
Katja is in a must-win situation.
Makes it so much easier.
Exactly. She doesn't have to play risk-averse chess. She can just go forth.
Exactly.
And enjoy everything. Who cares? It's a critical stage now.
And there are some crazy lines right now. You take on e4, I take on f7, then I open up with d5 and try to checkmate you on g7.
Oh,
There's chaos in the
Right.
position right now. And this is exactly what Houska wants to see in this game, in a must-win situation.
Yeah, no, this is a dream. Again, like you say, you know, throw caution to the wind. It's all or nothing, and it's so easy to play. You don't even have to worry. Conversely, if we had drawn the first game, now, like wait a minute, do I recapture on e4 or do I capture on f7? You know,
You start shaking, yeah.
You start making this. No, when you're down one, you take on f7 and let's go. Exciting game going on there. Anna's just a pawn down and in trouble. I just see, you know, as knight is about to land on d6, and this is a huge passer in the position. So
and on top of that, she only has 5 minutes left on her clock.
It gets worse and worse.
Yeah.
She's down on the clock as well. So big things happening
if
there.
If she does survive this, this would be a miracle.
A Tusa against Alice.
Ooh,
because
how did the queen get to g3?
Well, it's on g3, and there is a threat of bishop takes pawn on the board.
She allowed, well...
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Bishop takes h3 is a huge threat.
Well,
sorry,
right now...
sorry, I'm like right at the final position.
Yeah, I was thinking bishop takes, but bishop g3, knight takes, pawn takes, queen takes. I'm sure Atusha was planning this, hoping that any recapture would allow bishop takes d5 and a coordinated attack against f7. Did you think bishop h3 was important here?
Well, no, not now.
Because
after pawn takes pawn, you know, white's king, it's quite solid.
It's fine, and
Yeah,
this is
those pawns are going to start motoring, and it's not going to be as solid.
right.
Critical moment. Knight takes c4 has been played. Will she take on f7?
Between Begim and yeah, you
This
got
is
to
the
take
big
on
moment
f7.
right now.
Right.
Is she going to take the bull by the horns? And
Let's-
take on f7.
Historians will call me brave, but yes, I will take on f7.
Of course, let's do it. Okay.
And I'm the one having fun too.
She's
now
thinking
I'm
about it, but
threatening
you don't
mate.
have the luxury
wait
of
one
spending
second.
too much time here.
You have to play
trust
bishop
your
d5,
instinct.
right?
Yeah. Or
I'm
but
threatening
do
bishop
I,
g7 mate.
Do I need to actually play d4, d5 immediately? I mean, because you can go knight takes knight first,
You
right?
can,
Right.
yes.
Yes.
And then after rook takes, now we come in.
Well,
And now bishop e5?
Either
Yeah.
way. But I like having the knights on the board. Why? Because exactly in this position where I played the move d5, I was thinking that I could go for a line that looks like this.
And this is what she's calculating right now.
Right. I'm not
So what if I go queen d7?
correct. I'm not sure if I've calculated.
It's such a
this.
difficult line to calculate, right?
I'll take.
You take,
No.
and now I take on f7.
You take on f7. That's annoying. Huh. Okay, just a second. Did I do something terribly wrong? Maybe I
1
did.
minute left on the clock. She's entering her final minute.
Well, come on, Katya. Queen f7. Let's go.
And let's not forget, there is no second time control. She will be playing
On
on
increments
increment
for
for
the
the
rest.
rest of the game.
Yeah.
And she does get 30-second increment per move.
Thank goodness.
45 seconds.
Yeah, she has to do or die, right? It's
Right.
time to roll the dice. Take.
Well, the problem is if she does recapture on e4, that gives black just that half ply that she needs to
Oh,
defend
that's so
the
crucial.
pawn
Yeah.
and protect the d5 square. So
Down to 23 seconds, and the
You
clock
have to make a
ticking
move,
down.
Kachka.
come
You
on.
have to make a move.
We can see the
Down
clock.
to her last 15 seconds, guys.
Wow.
10 seconds left.
You know, I don't think she's going to take.
She-
Oh,
Knight.
she talked
waited
herself
too
out of it.
And there was a grin by Begim. She was like, yeah,
Wow.
I dodged the bullet.
So knight takes e4, and we're expecting queen d7, and I think that's the end of the attack, frankly.
Can you generate something with?
Is she thinking of d5?
Yeah, maybe d5. Also, there you can throw a knight in the direction.
Knight in the
of the direction of the king. You
Well,
know, g5, f6 somewhere.
Here I have to quote Bent Larson, with a knight on f8, I never get mated.
Yeah.
And after queen d7, let's go with d5, because Katya, you got to do it. I mean, you got to throw caution to the wind. Now, the whole idea behind d5 is that I've got this type of a mate on the long diagonal.
But I will take with the queen on d5.
She's gone knight d6.
Knight to d6. Okay.
You'll take with the
Yeah,
queen
but you-
on d5? Really?
Yes, why not?
And
Well,
I
you can
go
still do
rook
the same.
c1?
I cannot take on e4.
Don't even think about taking on e4.
So
G7
I
is-
have to drop back to e6.
And now I feel like I've got something.
But at least I'm exchanging the queens, right? Queen to e3. How is that
Wow.
endgame?
I don't know. It looks very dangerous. Rook
It
takes
is,
pawn.
but rook
Bishop
takes pawn,
G7
bishop
or rook
e5 is what I'm thinking. Bishop to
That's
e5.
annoying.
But you still
Yeah.
have rook e7 at the end of it. Oh no, there's knight g6.
Knight g6, yeah.
Get
oh
away
my
with it.
goodness.
Perhaps
She's played knight d6.
she played knight d6,
yeah.
Apologies. And again, Begim has plenty of time, right?
25 minutes.
Oh, that's a huge difference. Knight d6. Well, I mean, I want to take it, but
You have to take it.
I have to take it. Yeah.
You cannot allow that knight to survive.
So takes, and c6 is hanging. F7 is hanging.
No, F7 is not hanging.
Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah,
I'm just
okay.
saying, the desirable queen takes d6 does hang f7. So rook c8.
Yeah.
Just keep it.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple. Simple is as simple does. And there we see
Rook c8.
Begim play that move.
And how do you continue the attack as white? Is the
I
question.
don't have an attack anymore. I think I start thinking in terms of endgames, and I'm thinking that, well, I've got to maintain the pawn on d6. I'm going to play bishop a3. I'm going to go queen f5.
She did.
And
Bishop A3 is
I'm
on
going
the
to
board.
try to exploit the queen side.
I just wanted to say that, by the way, Hikaru Nakamura actually followed the line that we recommended.
The
whole shebang, and it looks like that will shortly end in a draw.
Yeah. Hikaru calculated everything.
By the way, that's one of the incredibly gifted skills that Hikaru has. Is I find his calculation. Vichy Anand, I thought, was like one of the world's greatest calculators I've ever come across. And Hikaru, Vichy, Gary are just extraordinary. They're just really off the chart extraordinary. And how many times I've seen Hikaru calculate difficult long lines with precision. It's impressive. Bishop a3 on the board. How does the computer assess the Begim Kacha position?
That one is balanced, right?
Balanced.
Yes.
Dynamic
equality.
Result. Yeah. Okay.
Dynamic equality, 3 results, but it's all about the time right now.
Right. Knight e6, by the way. And here, well, queen f5.
Queen f5 makes a lot of sense.
Just pinning the knight, tickling this pawn.
And probably I have to defend that queen with one of the rooks to d8.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this, but I saw you had the game between Leinier and Levon behind you. Anything to say about
No,
this?
it's just a side-eye. it's Levon's side-eye. Right now he's just waiting for the score sheets to be signed. There's nothing happening.
Okay.
You simply cannot penetrate into my position. And this one is going to finish in a draw.
Okay, jumping to the game between Naji and Anna. White has just simply a dominant position. A knight, incredibly powerful knight on d6, an extra pawn. She played the move a2, a3, which for me I find a little bit surprising because I think a lot of players would be anxious just to connect the rooks, put the king into safety.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you calculate a little bit the move f4, f5 because the g file is open. But I think you tidy things up on the king side first. a2, a3 is what's happening over there? Nothing. a3, b4, queen e2 takes. Okay, Naji is eyeballing the second pawn. Rook a7. Anna likes her pawns, but no, this is just too strong.
Yeah,
too
queen
good.
c4.
Too good. Everything is...
She has complete control of the position.
Dominant.
And talking about control of the position, I mean, take a look at the Tusa against Alice Lee, because there it feels like things have gotten wild, or uncontrollable at least.
Interesting. Atisha took on c6. She could have taken on d5. We were briefly taking a gander at, takes on d5 and then taking on c6 and getting the pawns rolling. Ooh, rook b1. That's a powerful reminder that it's not just about the bishop capturing on h3, but there's a rook b1 sighting. Huh. Sorry, please.
Yeah, no, I mean, rook b1 does look good.
It's something that's uninvited to the party.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, white will have to start backpedaling as furiously
But
as
how
possible.
do you do it?
I was thinking bishop out to g4.
Bishop to g4.
Yeah. So with the idea of...
If I do go rook to b1?
Yeah, then queen. I think I'm going to lose something, aren't I?
Something might
Something will
fall
fall.
off. Yeah, the problem
no.
is Queen D2 is going to
don't have
walk into
time.
Bishop to D3, right?
Yeah, I don't have. I was kind of banking on the fact that the queen could come and neutralize Queen F3,
opposing,
but
yeah.
I was miscounting.
Yes.
Okay, so no, not Bishop G4. That does not help at all.
It's a difficult position for white, isn't it?
Well, Queen
Because
D2.
Queen D2, but I still think you still play Rook B.
Well, now Rook
Rook
to
B1,
B3,
right?
maybe.
Rook B3.
Don't I have some bishop takes H3, maybe Rook takes F3 ideas?
Yeah. Pouring fuel onto the fire. Okay, but now you have Queen F2. That's
Right,
always my
that's-
golden rule. When your king is a little bit shaky, and I use little bit in the British understatement type of
Right.
way.
Your house is burning.
Your house is better. Swap queens.
Swap
go, for
the queen.
go for the ending.
The golden rule.
Yeah.
Swap the queens
That's a
whenever your
very,
house
very
is
good
under
point.
fire.
And
Yeah.
I think you had a very good idea,
Rook
Jovi,
B1.
Rook to B1, yeah.
Yeah, well, that was the one that scared me
Yeah.
as well. The problem is that if we do trade off, there is an issue here, and I don't.
No, because bishop comes out to D3. Oh, well done.
Anyway, oh, yeah. So that suddenly is not good.
And
Not good.
Atusa has to, well, find defense with only 5 minutes left on her clock.
Is there
Well,
a
that's a big.
difference?
Yeah, thank you. That, I mean, like, oh.
I'm looking at it now and I'm thinking,
I might have to give up my queen. Something like Rook C5, Rook B1, Rook takes, Rook takes, Rook takes, and
yeah, but you're in a must-win situation.
I got two connected
You got
pass
two.
pawns.
But I should
I
find
can
some
fake
sort of
it.
a perpetual,
But
right?
there's
Right. I'm sure Black could find a perpetual. I'm just saying that I feel like I'm on the back foot.
yeah.
That's my problem. That's why.
And it might be just your only way out of
Right.
this conundrum, right? With Rook to B1 coming.
It's scary. Rook B1, Rook E1. The back rank is weak.
I mean, could you do? Hang on, I've
Please.
got to move. Queen to A1. There you go. You're not going. Oh, hang on. You still can go Rook. You can still go Rook B1.
What about your golden rule of trading queen? How did Queen A1 help the queen trade? I'm going to go look at
yeah.
how to play chess according to Jovanka.
Yeah.
The golden rules. Queen A1. Where did that move?
No,
Rook
because
B1 is
I
a
just
great
thought.
answer. I didn't see Rook.
It just reminds me
but
of the
it's
saying,
nice.
in a bad position, there's simply no good moves.
Yeah.
And it seems to be the case in this situation. Rook to B1 is coming, whether you like it or not.
Right.
There's no way to get
One
out of it.
idea.
Shoot.
I have one. Bishop out to D5.
Okay.
There you go.
We were kind of waiting for this.
And then
to
after
get
Rook
around.
B1,
Bishop
Queen
takes F-
takes. Oh, Bishop. Oh, yeah. Even better.
Bishop takes F7 check. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
There
We're
you
on
go.
the same track. Just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure we were on the same track. So Bishop D5.
That's...
Or
I
that
like
you
that.
could also
I
do
like that.
Queen takes Rook as well, just to kind of
Right.
to force it.
So what do we
Okay,
do now?
so we go Rook B2?
And now Queens come off. Queen F3.
No, let's be aggressive. We have to be aggressive.
What, Rook B2's not aggressive?
Maybe
Well,
it
was
is.
that passive?
Maybe it is. Yeah, it's pretty aggressive. I'll give it to
But
you.
even ultra aggressive.
She played Bishop D5.
She did play
D5 is
Bishop
on the
Bishop
board.
D5.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're on track.
Yeah, we're.
And Queen F3. So we do have a check. We do have Rook B1 still. What were we doing after Rook B1? It was
We
Bishop
have to calculate.
F7.
So we have Bishop
Let's calculate.
F7,
King H8.
Let's go with the king.
and then we have. Okay, at the very. I guess you have
You-
Bishop takes Rook or Queen takes Rook.
Queen, either one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although
okay.
Queen takes Rook, no, you're good to go. Bishop takes Rook now, and big threat on the board of Rook coming up to F8.
One
Is
second,
it a big
guys.
threat?
No, it's not actually.
I mean, how big a threat is Rook F8?
So you have Rook F2.
C6 is hanging.
C6 is
Right,
hanging.
Rook F2, you take on C6, I take back, and we play that position.
It's sort of like the line I was trying to,
Yeah.
as a queen, give up the queen for a rook and a bishop
You
combination.
must be able to find the perpetual.
I'm sure. Again, Queen E3, and it just feels like there's going to be a perpet.
But Bishop D5 is the good move. I mean, you have to play it, right?
Right.
You're in a must-win situation. You cannot go for this Rook C5. You have to complicate matters.
Exactly.
Take chances. If you lose, you lose. It is
Right.
what it is, right?
Right.
But at least you gave your best shot. What if I try this King to H8 move? Is that something that...
I think Nimzovich basically destroyed generations of players with these prophylactic moves. Everybody
know
likes
how
to
much you
play
like Nimzovich,
prophylactic.
But if you play King H8, I mean...
The
you're
golden rule.
Yes, follow the golden... Yeah, you knew
Follow follow the golden rule. When your house is burning, trade queens.
I really hate this.
The golden rule.
I really don't like this golden rule.
What are your thoughts on insurance and fire insurance?
All right,
things like
you know
that?
what? Queen F3 is a real threat. I believe you now, Joe.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to go Rook E3.
The one I like.
Oh, she's gone Rook
B1.
B1.
Bishop
takes
F7
F7.
quickly. By the way,
Things are moving fast.
he said, you've got to be aggressive. I went Rook B2. He says, not aggressive enough. And then he proposes King H8. What the heck, man? Alice said, give me your queen. I want your queen.
Bishop takes F7. Okay,
Bishop H7
she has to
on
go
the board.
to H8, right?
Does she? Why isn't?
Well, hang on. There is, okay, so options. Let's run through them. There
King
is King
H7?
takes F7, but that looks really...
Well, King takes F7. The problem is not Rook takes F5, although Rook takes F5 is a really good move. I was fearful of Queen takes, and your bishop's in a pin.
Yes, she's picking
And
up the
there's the
king.
king.
See where she
King is
goes.
H7. I'm saying she's going to go to H7.
I say
It's just
H8.
well, no, the way she was, it was a push of the king towards the upwards.
Yeah.
See, you gotta understand this.
It's the
tactile
experience talking.
feel.
Now, okay, so
King H7.
we missed something, I think.
What did we miss, Christian?
We missed that after you take on B1.
Yes.
Take on B1, take on E8.
Yes.
We have Queen to E3. And after I take on E8, that attacks the rook, and you don't have time to take my bishop on B1.
Good point. Great point. Holy
And I
smokes.
think this is what she calculated, and perhaps this is what
And that's-
Atusa has missed.
That's the problem. You don't get to take the bishop. This has got to be, no. No, it's not. I'm not in time to double my rooks because you've got bishop G6.
But even if you go bishop G6, I mean, white still has two beautiful passes that's going to cause some trouble.
It's true. It's true. It's not that you have to resign. It's that, materially speaking, Alice is going to be doing very, very well. King H7, and this is the current situation. Tusha to play. I don't think she can mix the moves in any way, can she? Doesn't feel like it. No. Does feel like she's got to play queen takes b1 and bishop takes e8. I think Alice is doing very well. Let's just jump to the game of Katya versus Begim for just a moment to see how things have developed. When we left it, yes, indeed, queen f5, and Katya is basically really low on her clock, so she is playing as quickly as possible. And what's your take on this position? This is the pawn on d6.
Messy.
Yeah, but it's not going anywhere. Now I can round it up. Oops, excuse me. That was wrong. The knight was supposed to go to e4 and then to d6. I mean, I want to take that pawn on d6. I feel that pawn on d6 is the most threatening if I can get rid of it.
My only problem with knight d4, I feel, is something like d5.
Oh, okay.
And I take on c5.
Yeah, aren't I making a I
need
was
to
about
win.
to say, yes. Well,
Knight takes, no.
knight takes, queen takes. I feel
And then
like
you've got like b4.
You might be close, but do you want to risk it?
I feel comfy here as black. I don't.
Maybe rook e5.
Yeah, I
something
don't
along
think
those
I'm,
lines.
I'm risking too much after rook e5, and I'll start. Once you trade on d6, I'll start walking with the king. Interesting. Sorry, I just wanted to go to Irina, our defending champion, and how is she doing? We thought she was doing very well. Just about back here. And yes, she is doing very well. This is almost like they talk about these Sicilian endings, kind of a dream ending for black where, the rooks are on c8 with this awkward pressure, whereas the white rook on the f file doesn't have the same awkward pressure.
And I do want to go to Hikaru's game
Please.
just for a second, because I think we might see a handshake in that one.
And that would be our first qualifier.
It does seem like Hikaru has found the perpetual. They are repeating right now.
And
we
there
see
is the draw.
handshake.
Well, for somebody who hasn't played classical chess in 9 months, he sure he is really strong, isn't he?
He's pretty good. This guy's pretty good.
And he doesn't actually, and he even says that playing chess is not his full-time job. He considers himself first and foremost a streamer.
Exactly.
So not bad start for our amateur tournament.
Yes.
To my eyes, this match for Hikaru was effortless.
Yeah.
That's strong, but he sure was impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sam, well, it didn't make it easy, but yeah, it was an impressive achievement. And Leinier and Levon are going to sign score sheets, which means that we will have 3 playoff matches in the Open. And let's go to the ladies, because again, we had 3 victors coming into today's game with the ladies. And Tatev is one of those who needed a win.
Guys, I think there's a checkmate coming in Tokhirjonova.
I'm thinking that too, because the knight is going to plonk itself on f3.
Well, there's a queen on h3.
Yeah,
Where did
but
that
I
come
was thinking once the rook comes to f2 or bishop comes to f2, the knight comes to f3, and it's checkmate on h2.
Oh, that's a nice checkmate. King h1, queen takes h2, and it's the checkmate with a rook that's coming. Yeah. And it does seem like only 20 seconds left for Kachka at this point.
And you can see
turned
Begim
away from the clock.
Yeah,
she doesn't want to,
you
to
can
look
just
at the
feel
clock.
the excitement there. She knows.
Right, she's got
And
this.
rook
Rook
f2, and I'm guessing
Knight
f3,
check.
puts it in the bag.
Yes, indeed. Knight f3 check, king h1, and queen takes h2.
And we have an Arabian mate on the board.
Arabian mate,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes.
I did a
very good.
checkmating course, and there you go. We
And
see a
there it is.
handshake. Begim is going on to the championship stage.
Our congratulations to her. And our oracle over here said that Begim, she was the one who was going to lose.
It's a win-win situation, guys. Come
You
on.
were really close on this one, but you're happy to be mistaken.
Are you gonna sting him? So when
No,
Begim comes in,
no, not at all. There's a commentator's creed, and we stick together on these moments. We have our
we need
little
to have
fun.
our backs, right?
Yes,
Come on.
Yeah, okay.
I will be your roof on this one. You were confident throughout the whole way. Wow, impressive 2-zip. That's sending a statement to
I
the
have to
rest of the
say,
field.
but Kachka's time management was
Terrible.
her downfall in this game, because she had her chances. We've seen that move e4, take on e4. The position was opening up. If she would have had enough time at that point to calculate everything, I think she would have played queen f7 and gotten a better position. Instead of that, after knight takes e4, that's just too slow. And Begim took advantage of her hesitation.
Indeed. I think that really says it very, very well indeed. Tatev versus Irina. I like Irina's position. I think she stands better at this moment. Naji, well, when we left it, it was completely one-sided. I think she got distracted, by the way, with this whole A3 business right here. I thought you just go king G2, king H1. You connect the rooks so that everything is comfy. A3, and now it's a little bit grovelly, or is it still completely winning? What's your take?
It feels like it's winning to me. I'm just, if I were white, I'd probably just
I would want
knight.
Yeah, I would want to
B7.
To trade the knights so that I could uncover the pawn. I guess I have to play this. I mean,
yeah, the queen takes, and then can you pin?
Yeah, I mean, I'm groveling. It's really, really bad. But yeah, what else can I do? I'm not a happy camper at this moment.
And since we have the first qualifiers, could we take a look at the brackets right now to see who they might be facing in the next round?
Hikaru as the top seed, he would be going up against the 3rd and 4, right?
Yes, so he will be. Yeah, we're putting this. So I think he will be facing the winner of Dominguez, Aronian.
Mm-hmm. So you will be definitely watching that playoff
closely, an interested spectator. Yeah.
Okay. I want something stronger than knight b7 though. It just feels like it's not enough. I want something more.
You want something more than knight b7?
Let's find something more.
Well, there is a problem because it's not like
rook c1 was played.
Everything is really super coordinated.
I think this is the move.
You like this move?
It's about that bishop. Where do you put that bishop?
And check out Anna's clock. She's under the minute.
Yes.
Under the minute.
It's not
another player that's struggling a lot with her time management.
Always has.
Always
Remarkably enough, she's been very, very successful. Multiple U.S. champion, Anna Zatansky, and yet I have seen her throughout her career. Even at her really best moments, she has this time trouble mismanagement, and it has cost her. And, well,
20
seconds, it's just...
And she drives in with a bishop.
3.
That looks loose. That looks very loose.
It sure does. Rook b8 looks really compelling, doesn't it?
There's rook takes d8, knight f7 sighting.
Yeah, but there is rook c6 possibility. At first, I was really excited by this.
So let's see. But rook to c6, I do go knight f7 check.
Which knight?
From d6.
From d6. Mm-hmm. And I guess I have to play.
You have to go there. And now, maybe I can go queen a8.
That's a funny move.
It is a funny move, right?
It is. But it's like, it hits everything. It's almost like a pinball kind of move that just hits everything. Bumper on d8, on c6. That's winning. That's simply winning.
Yeah, it's just rook to b8. If that comes on the board, it does feel like it's almost
a visual.
over.
And how much time does Nashi have?
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Plenty of
That's
time
a luxury.
to work out her win.
Right.
I mean, are there any moves? It does kind of feel like almost anything will get you through the finishing line.
Here, you want to play rook. No, I mean, rook b8 is so compelling. You really want to play rook b7. I think that's kind of like your dream move. And then, you kind of get stuck when you see this move, knight takes. Knight f7 check, well, that doesn't really make that much sense.
This must be arguably the best feeling in chess. You're in a mini-match. With a win, you finish the match. You're in what looks like a better position visually.
Right.
And you also have 10 more minutes than your opponent.
Right.
And your opponent doesn't have the second time control. She plays on increment. This must be so comforting right now for Nazi.
Right. I had precisely this kind of situation in the U.S. Championship. I was up against Alexander Shabalov, and just as you described it, my position was overwhelming and winning, and I spoiled it. And Larry Christensen accused me of preparing my victory speech.
Yes, yes. It's also dangerous. It's also
Shamefully, he was right. I was already thinking I'd like to thank my opponents who played so very well throughout the night. But here, let's take a look at the open section bracket so far.
Yeah, and we can see there is one person continuing onto the champions bracket, and that is Hikaru Nakamura, who defeated Sam Sevian in the head-to-head encounter. Well, we have some playoffs though coming up. First one is between Robson and Fabiano Caruana, and Wesley So against Sam Shankland.
In the elimination bracket for the open section, we have Sam Sevian, but he's already going to be joined by Katja on the ladies' side. But let's take a look at the, well, I guess not. The ladies.
No, and we actually have a result. So
we do have a draw.
It's been a draw. Levon Aronian, he knows his stuff. It was a complete fortress and therefore ends in a draw. And it's a third match in the open section that is headed off to the playoffs.
And these players don't have a lot of time to think it through. Exactly. They will actually have to go look at their opening preparation and come back in less than an hour to play the playoffs match.
We are expecting the playoffs to begin at 5:30, but in case all the games were suddenly to be finished immediately, there would be a 15-minute break between the last classical game.
It's the last classical game, right?
Yes.
It's not the last classical game
of
in
both
there.
brackets.
Okay, yeah.
Of both brackets before the playoffs will begin. And we have a guest with Cristian in studio.
We are indeed with Tokhirjonova after a sort of convincing victory, but it felt difficult towards the end. Did you feel like that as well?
It was tricky actually during the round. I felt like the middle game was a little bit like worse for me. Like her idea of a5, c5 seemed nice, but I thought she had to play f3 immediately instead of like bishop h3. After bishop h3, I was happy. I'm like, sure, I'm not gonna lose this game. But after f3, I guess, like she was scared a little bit.
She played f4. Were you surprised by this decision of hers?
I thought maybe I shouldn't take it and just like, you know, bishop c8, h5, and I'm doing all right, like I'm pawn up.
And it does seem like this would have been indeed the right decision.
But I had a feeling I gotta play, like I wanted to open my pieces a little bit and have kind of interesting position to play. I was like, okay, here I need to just like play slowly, but here...
So you wanted to give her some chances, is what you're saying.
I just want my pieces to play as well. I was like, I felt like I'm not here to make a draw. I'm here to like make moves which I think are the best. So I thought this would be better.
And this was the critical moment right here.
Yeah,
when she played e4.
I know. I didn't want to take it. That was a mistake. My original idea was to play like initially I wanted to play queen e6, e5, knight e7, maybe like knight e2. And after like even knight f4, she doesn't have anything, right? She's not threatening anything.
Well, all of her pieces are kind of.
I started to panic for no reason. I was like, oh my God, maybe I missed something, but there's nothing.
And she played this move e4, and this was once again the critical moment. Once you exchanged, she had this option of going queen takes f7. Were you worried about this?
I calculated it, and it seemed very interesting. Takes d5, bishop e5, and I was thinking of knight e4, bishop b2, knight d6.
Yes.
But I felt like after queen d7, my position is slightly better, and the pawns are actually not moving.
Yeah.
So I calculated it, and I felt like I'm better. So.
And the only way it seems like she would have had to take on e5 and then go knight to c4.
Oh, I didn't see this.
Knight to c4 and knight to b6 is very difficult to spot this idea. We didn't see it either. We were looking at knight takes c4 and knight to d6 as well, and we felt like after queen d7
that's
you were
why I
fine.
shouldn't have to take on e4. That's why you don't play. It's so unlogical. I don't know why I did that.
But also she only had 1 minute on her clock.
That's true. That's why I was like, okay, if I get something, like, at this point, for some reason, you know, I knew that the draw is fine, but I felt like, oh, the position is so playable, maybe I have some chances, and the king is weak. If I can, like, put my knight on g5, it felt like it's very good for me, and with 1 minute, I felt like it's almost impossible to defend the position.
And you finished with a very beautiful checkmate after
queen
knight to
h2.
f3, queen to h2. Well, 2-0, that's a very encouraging sign for you, but you will be, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but in case Irina does not lose this game, you will be facing Irina.
Yeah.
How do you see that matchup play out?
Oh, I love playing her. She's she's an interesting player to play with. She creates lots of ideas and very tricky. So, in general, I'm happy that I'm playing her.
And you've been a teammate of hers as well during the Olympiad. Did you get to learn any tricks about her or anything of that nature?
No, I think we know each other quite well as well. So we know whatever we should know, and we'll see how it goes.
Guys, any questions?
No, our congratulations indeed. Very nice, 2-0. That's sending a message to the competition.
Very well played.
Very well played. Absolutely. One player who didn't play it very well is Alice Lee, and things have gotten very, very confused. When we left it about these parts. Bishop takes, rook takes, not recapturing. Not capturing on e8, because we saw that move, queen e3. Then after rook f8, which kind of, I don't know, did that settle right with you, rook f8?
Yeah, I guess you had to move the rook, and you can't move it off the bottom row because of bishop g6.
Well,
check.
right, but I mean, you got rook b8, you've got queen e3 checks. They're alternatives. Something about this move just didn't seem right, because now you're awkwardly facing a move like bishop g6 that could really upset you.
Right, but what stopped her from playing queen e3 check?
And taking the pawn.
And I see a pawn, I takes a pawn, and after all...
The training is working.
Yeah,
you know, it was the funniest thing. I thought it was bishop g6.
But do I have
rook
bishop
f8?
g6 and rook e6? We take on f8, rook e6, or do you have some checks?
Well, I was kind of banking on some checks.
Yeah, making a perpet, right?
Maybe even queen d8, yeah, you shouldn't be too worried about it.
Yeah, and
we have a guest in studio.
We do have indeed Hikaru. Hikaru, first of all, the first word that comes to mind when I see your match is effortless. It felt like that for us. How did it feel for you?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was effortless. I think I played a pretty terrible game today. You know, I basically wanted to surprise Sam in the opening by playing some nonsense with his h6 move. I mean, I think the opening isn't that bad for black, but just the way that I followed it up was definitely not all that great. And I think somewhere in the middle game I was significantly worse. Just
at
keep
which
going
point?
Forward. I think somewhere, keep going.
There was a tweet at this particular moment. Anish was asking which speed run this is with h6 and a6.
Well, I mean, but didn't Anish's second Erwin Lamy play h6 with black or something?
Perhaps, yes.
I think he did. But anyway, no, I mean, a6 and b6, I think it's relatively okay. I don't think it's that bad. I mean, maybe I'm supposed to take on c4. I don't know, but I wasn't really in the mood to do it. So yeah, that's life.
a6.
What did Magnus play? I just saw the Magnus game pop up because, of course, I mean, I don't study chess, so I don't know these things. Yeah, what did Magnus play here?
Let's see. Magnus played b6.
Ah, he played b6. Okay. Because you can take with the queen right away. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Let's see if we can get back to your game.
Yeah, so that was kind of what I saw there. But anyway, no. I mean, this is this is all maybe slightly better for it. Probably I should have played c5, but just keep going. Like basically somewhere around queen b3, I played this a5 move, and already I'm starting to drift a little bit. And I think if Sam had found this concept with knight d2 and then some bishop f3, maybe right here, maybe even later, but at some moment in the next like 5 moves, if he found this idea of going knight d2, bishop f3, and playing for e4, this would have been very, very scary for me. But he didn't do that. I mean, I just felt like he was a little bit too tentative. He wasn't 100% sure what to do, and then he played rook a1, basically, sing the boogeyman for no reason. Because if he doesn't go rook a1, I mean, again, if he plays knight d2, rook a8, bishop f3, I mean, nobody cares. Nobody cares about the queen side here.
Yeah.
Although the computer also doesn't care at all. It thinks black is only a little bit worse, which I don't know. To me, it's very surprising because it just feels like e4 is coming in somewhere here.
Yep.
And it should be scary. Like rook e1, e4, some combination. But basically, the point is white has more space, and so when Sam trades the rooks off, this already helps me. So like just conceptually, you shouldn't be trading the rooks. So this already, I think, is a mistake. That's not to say white isn't still better, but I think it becomes much, much harder to come up with a straightforward plan. I mean, for a computer, it can just dilly-dally, play random moves all over and improve slowly. But I mean, for us at least, you have to have a concrete idea. And once we traded the rooks on a7, I don't think there was a concrete idea, and then Sam played knight e1, which I think was just a bad move. He just misunderstood the position. Next move.
Oh, knight to e1 immediately.
Yeah, he just misunderstood because, see, Sam thought I had to play b5, and then he was going to go knight d3 and go to e5 or c5, which, of course, makes perfect sense. But I don't have to play b5. And then once I go knight e4, again, less space, so obviously I want to trade pieces. And if he doesn't trade the knights, I mean, I think already maybe black can even try to claim an advantage somewhere. So I thought what he did was correct. Again, I thought everything here was very... Bishop f5, I thought, shows that I'm kind of like in form because it's a scary move to play. If I'm wrong, I'm going to just lose this game. But I can tell from the eval that clearly I wasn't wrong, so it worked out. And the rest of the game was just very forcing.
And you spent a little bit of time at this point calculating everything after queen to g5. Did you calculate it all the way until the end?
Yeah, I mean, basically, when Sam was thinking... Or no, when I was thinking about bishop f5, I already saw this whole position with rook a1 and everything else. I mean, I just assumed it was good enough. I didn't actually calculate it all the way to the end, but I assumed with the queen there had to be some way to save it. And so that's sort of what I was just calculating a second time. And it just, I think everything was completely forced. I mean, I think we basically played this more or less perfectly. Although I'm surprised to see it thinks queen f4 apparently is good enough to draw too. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Queen f4,
Queen f4
wow.
and queen to c1.
Yeah, I thought what I did was just much more principled with queen c1. And then check, and then c5 to break the structure, and there just was nothing for either. It was queen c1 I also saw, but I mean queen g2 with this symmetry, moving the queen all over the board on the back rank, the fifth row, whatever you call that term, found a way.
Hikaru, you haven't played in a very long time. You were mentioning that yesterday, but now do you feel like there's any rust left, or do you feel in shape?
I mean, I think. I mean, I wouldn't say there's rust. I'm obviously playing chess almost every day, but. Certainly, I've survived the openings, and I figure if I survive the openings, then I have good chances against anybody. So we'll see if I can keep doing that.
Guys, any questions?
Our congratulations. Well done, and good luck in your next round.
Thank you.
Just turning to the game of Naji and Anna. Anna, we know, has been playing on increments, but now there's a nice back rank checkmate combination in the position. Naji can capture the rook, queen takes, and capture the bishop.
Which she did.
Which she has.
Thanks to rook d8, that's going to win the game. And with this victory, no playoff.
Definitely no playoff.
Yeah, she goes ahead in the champions bracket, and Anna will fall into the elimination bracket.
Yeah, and that's a huge victory for Naji Paikidze because she doesn't play that much. Sort of
a little bit like
similar
Hikaru.
To Hikaru, exactly.
Yeah. But she did tell me that she is a chess teacher.
Yes.
By profession.
Yeah.
So,
she's
if you're
there
teaching,
with the game.
if you're teaching, you still have
You're
that connection. You're thinking about chess.
Right.
And just by the way that she's played against Anna, I feel like she's come incredibly well prepared.
Exactly, and you can feel the passion whenever she starts moving her pieces. You can see on her face, she almost never gets off from the board.
Right.
Up from the board. She just enjoys the process. She enjoys the game, at least to my eyes.
Agreed wholeheartedly, and for me, that very confident rook g1 move, sacrificing the knight in the middle of the board, demonstrated to me, at least, that hey, she's here to win.
And there you have it.
You have it.
Bravo.
She is
our second victor.
Carrying on her journey in the championship bracket.
Exactly.
Anna Zatonsky will now be playing for her life. Well, not playing for her life, playing for survival in the elimination bracket.
Exactly. Irina Krush, by the way, significantly better now a pawn to the good, better minor piece as well. Wouldn't surprise me if she's looking at a 2-0 score as well. All she needs, Irina, that is a draw to get advance, but she looks like she's winning it.
Yeah, and only 2 games left. And can we take a look at Atusis against Alice
Yes,
Lee? Because that looks incredibly crazy.
When we left it, we kind of left it around these parts. She just played d5, couple of rook checks, and we're now, wow, that pawn. It starts to get really scary. Isn't this just winning?
Well, the problem is queen to e5 threatens queen takes f6, and after rook g6, king h7, how do you continue the game?
Queen e5 just threatens queen takes f6. Ooh.
Okay, but you know, there's another pawn racing up the board.
I know. I was thinking about c5 as well, right? By the way, 10 seconds.
Well, rook to g6, king to h7. That's the second time repetition.
By the way, very practical by Alice Lee. They're not waiting, but playing quickly king h7 and not saying to your opponent, you know, you're going to get these 30-second increments and enjoy them. Play very quickly. King h7.
And the problem is, if you do go rook to f6, Alice Lee can stop the clock and claim a 3-fold repetition.
And what about f6?
Rook e6, attack the queen.
e6, okay.
Whoa. So
I'm
are inviting
queen takes
e6 as a possibility.
But that might not be enough, right?
That feels terrifying to me because, you know...
But, by the way, do I have a choice? Because you are... with the move rook e6, the multiplicity of threats, d7, bishop f7. Shall we take a look?
Okay.
Let's try to calculate.
Rook takes, king goes to h2.
And we've got to get behind this guy.
Okay, and now, hang on, with this...
Ooh.
Okay, we're seeing
She's done it. She's done it.
We're so fast also.
And look at Alice go. I mean, she's the one who's acting as though she has no time. She has plenty.
Perhaps king to g7. No.
By the way, did I make a mistake?
I was wondering,
bishop d5?
Can I play d7? Or that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one looks...
Yeah.
I need the help of the king. Let's go king g7 first.
At what moment? Right now.
Right now. King g7.
King g7.
Trying to get as close to the pawns as possible.
Yeah, and then the rook has to go back to f8.
Right.
No. To d1 you go.
Yeah, if you go rook d1, bishop d5.
King f6. Okay.
Okay, now you had but then the king is in time. But you're going to have to run with the bishop.
Right. You mean after c5?
And one thing I wasn't sure about d7 is like, I kind of feel like it's the c pawn that I want to promote.
And now I get the blockade on dark squares.
Yeah, you have the blockade on dark squares.
No,
not working. But if...
Sorry,
it's okay. So if you bring in the king, what happens if I push the c pawn?
Good point.
Just a second. We agree that rook d1 is bad, but if I go here, you want to get c pawn.
Now I
go here.
And now I have to preserve...
the bishop, yes you do.
Yes, I do.
Do you want to go to c8? There's some trickies, maybe.
No,
yeah, but then rook c1.
The game is over.
And that's
the king
the
just
tricks.
catches the d pawn.
Yes,
no, you have
does.
to support the pawn, the c pawn, with bishop d5.
Okay, so pardon me, king h2, king g7, bishop to d5.
c5, king f6, and bishop d5. So c5 first, king f6.
Oh, I apologize. c5 first, king f6,
and bishop d5.
Bishop d5. What? Really?
Yeah, she's bringing in the king.
But now I can continue with
king e5, right? And d7.
It just doesn't seem like you're in time. d7, rook f8. You have bishop f7, but I will continue with rook to d8, and it's just... The problem is I still have the a pawn. So once I manage to block your pawns, my a pawn is running.
Correct.
Well, you can...
She's played c5. I think that's her best practical chance. But are we talking about Alice winning here with the move?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh yeah, why not, right? I mean, that a-pawn is going to be dangerous.
But there is a construction that white can set up, but probably it's enough for a draw.
Go for it.
So,
We've
I
got
mean,
c5 on the board, and we're
Okay, so
expecting king f6. Yeah, what's
king
the
f6.
construction?
So you can put
And she's done it?
You can put your bishop on d5.
Yes.
Okay.
And
King e5.
king e5, and then d7.
Okay.
Rook f8.
I have to drop back with
Yeah,
the
and
rook.
then you can just go c. Okay, you have a move here, so you can probably bring in your king. No, you have to go c6 is what I was thinking.
c6.
Okay, then I have
Okay,
to blockade.
yeah, and now you run with the king.
But you can.
And now
Where
I've
do you
got
go?
a5.
Yeah, well, I wanted to run with the king to g3.
Oh, sorry. Of course you did.
Yeah, because the
I
bishop is
actually played
untouchable.
king h to the g3, but somehow the system. Okay.
Yeah, and then king goes up. King goes up again.
And now king takes. And
Yeah, okay, and then I'm probably.
I think I'm just going to tag your bishop like all the way.
There is some sort of a race, though, right?
But I understand the construction you wanted.
Yeah.
You want your bishop on d5, defending the a pawn,
Yeah.
and then to rush with the
The
king.
king,
So,
okay.
one question, though.
Yes.
When you do play the move king to g3.
Yeah, there is h5. Okay.
No, I actually wanted to do something else. I wanted to put the king on c7 first. And then whenever you go to h5, I'm going to go rook to f6. So now I start pushing my pawn. You go all the way to h5, and now I defend with rook f6.
And the man's got a point.
He does have a point.
He's going to play rook d6, and that a pawn is. I think whenever black gets the blockade that we've been discussing with the king on c7, I think that any chances of losing just go out the door, and probably you're actually close to winning suddenly. Wow. And that
is
time
composure.
scramble, that was
is
pretty.
composure by a young Alice Lee.
Wow, and look at her. She's playing all of these moves. King G7, F6, King E5, and perfect. Wow. Very, very impressive play here by Alice. Looks like she's worked it out. And she's doing it with 4 minutes on a clock.
Yeah, she has just under 2.5 minutes.
Under 2.5.
And Atusa has just under a minute now, and just a mountain to climb if she wants to take this match to tie breaks.
And we have a guest with Cristian in the studio.
We are indeed with Nazi Paikiza after a tremendous victory. Nazi, congratulations. First of all, this was a very tense match, but it felt like you were putting on the pressure from the get-go. Even yesterday with the black pieces, it felt like you had the dominant position. Did you feel like that as well?
Yes, I did feel like that. And Anna is a very tough opponent for me. I have never beaten her. This is my first time. Turns out yesterday I missed a chance. There was a tactic that I missed in time trouble. So today I was really hoping to get a position where I could fight for a win and not get very dry Catalan draw position. So I was quite happy with the line she chose when she took on f4.
All the way here.
Yes, after that we get messy pawn structure, and I was even considering to castle long, although I think that's
Did you
too
know
crazy.
this variation up to this point, or?
I glanced at it this point.
Okay.
I prepped so much, but I didn't expect this exact line, and I just very quickly looked at it. So I just had an idea that it's pretty okay for white, and I can attack on the king side. So I was happy with that.
And she was spending also a lot of time, and it felt like this was a trademark of this matchup. Anna was spending a lot of time, you were playing very quickly. Did you prepare specifically for this type of situations?
I mean, I've known Anna for a long time, and she's always in time trouble. When we were teammates at the Olympiad, she was sitting next to me, and after move 10, she would have 10 minutes, and it would make me nervous. So I was expecting that. And today, honestly, I was planning on that, that if she gets in time trouble and I have a chance to attack, I will definitely go for it.
And it did feel like your attack just simply was coming naturally in the position. And you played this move that really impressed us.
Rook G1?
Rook to G1, yes, yes. How did you come to this conclusion?
Oh, I love that move. I didn't expect f6, and when she played it, I immediately saw Rook G1, and if she takes on e5, I can take on e5 with either pawns, but I was going to take with d, bishop before check, king f1, and I'm getting that bishop back with a3. a3 and b4. There's also knight f6 threat.
And if she tries to defend it,
yeah.
let's say b5 to make space, you have
There's
knight f6 right
yeah.
now.
And yeah, this just felt natural. I didn't really calculate. I was playing more instinctively at this point.
And of course, she played this move c5, which allowed you to go knight to c4.
The key moment was here, actually, before d takes c5. I paused because I noticed I had d5. And it looked very interesting because I'm threatening d6. If she takes queen d5, I win. But then I saw she can play bishop d8, and as ridiculously passive as that is, I couldn't find anything else after that.
And you probably have to play it slow at this point, something like knight d6, take advantage of
I'm
the
still
lights
better,
first.
but there's nothing immediate, and it's frustrating.
You wanted the material.
Yeah.
You wanted to take on c5.
So I took on c5.
Yasser probably recommends that as well. Just to interrupt you for 1 second, Alice Lee did indeed finish this match with 2-zip. Impressive score. Let's continue. Knight to c6. And you were feeling like you're taking over at this point,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Plus, she didn't have any time, so that helped a lot. Yeah, I liked that I brought the queen over because queen did its job on h5, and I had to bring it back to the queen side.
Getting closer to these pieces on this side, putting some pressure on e6. Very nicely done.
My only problem in this game was that at times I had too many good options.
Yeah.
And couldn't decide which move to make.
And Irina has won her game as well, and she finishes it with 2-zip. Wow, very competitive matchups in the ladies
All the
section.
games were decisive.
Do we have any playoffs in the women's section?
No playoffs, yeah. No playoffs in the women's section. Did you have any problems at any point? Did you feel like you were slipping at any point, or it just felt smooth?
No, I thought I was winning pretty much after winning the pawn. She did keep finding the only moves with 30 seconds on the clock, but I still had the time advantage, so I didn't let her escape.
Nazi, congratulations. Huge victory for you against Anna Stansky. Guys, any questions?
Our congratulations. If you're going to win a game, Naji, winning when it was a decisive moment, that's a good time to finally get a victory. Our congratulations. And I know exactly what you meant when you said, as an Olympic teammate, you were sitting next to her and you're getting nervous. I was the team captain. I'm nervous for the whole round, you know. But our congratulations. Good luck in the next round. Yes, well done. And this was really impressive. I mean, Alice, just at this moment, she played all of these incredibly exact moves. We were looking at d7, rook f8, and Atusha thought, okay, this will throw her off with the move bishop back, because now I want to go d7 and go with the pawn. Instantly, I was watching the whole thing during the rook takes and king e6, and that's it. The a-pawn
uncatchable,
yes.
right? Yeah, it's
very impressive, and no playoffs for the ladies.
Definitely not. And we saw Irina also defeated Tatev.
Yes, she
did. The
did.
black pieces very convincingly as well. I mean, it's difficult to kind of pick a favorite. I think everyone who's won their match has played it in a very dominating manner,
Right.
and I have to say it's been very impressive stuff.
Well, I was wrong. I predicted that was one player who was facing in the elimination would tie, but that didn't happen in any of the 4 matches from yesterday where we had a victor. They all went through. Hikaru went through. Everybody went through.
Everyone did the job that they were meant to do.
And as we had 4 draws, we will have 3 playoffs, and we'll get back very shortly with what to expect. But I do believe there's going to be a 15-minute gap. And to get us on that other side, I think we have somebody in studio.
Well, let's take a look at the results first.
Yeah,
yes.
Definitely. And one decisive result, and that was Hikaru Nakamura going through against Sevian. And he will meet in the next round the winner between Aronian and Dominguez. Meanwhile, Sam Shankland and Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana and Robson will be battling it out in the playoffs.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Those are 3 very, very good players. And just one name in the elimination bracket.
And he is awaiting the loser between Aronian and Dominguez. And check out the women's elimination and championship bracket. I mean, we have 4 decided results, and it was Irina Krush that was triumphant against Tatev, Abrahamyan, and it was also Tokhirjonova who was triumphant against Nemcova, and Anna Satonsky crashed out to Paikitsa, whereas Alice Lee, 13 years old, what a talent, demonstrating to us where she is the player in form. And
she's getting close to 2,400. I mean, this is impressive stuff.
Exactly. And these are the elimination brackets.
Yeah, these players are fighting for survival. Tatev faces off against Kachka Nemcova, and Anna Zatonsky will meet a two-set Tokhirjonova. And here goes our playoffs. It is Ray Robson against Fabiano Caruana. These guys finished very quickly.
Yes,
They've had plenty of time
to prepare,
to rest, to eat, to do whatever it takes to get them through to the next stage. And the second playoff is between Sam Shankland against Wesley So, and Sam is so prepared. He is a fearsome opponent. He starts off with the white pieces against Wesley, and we also have Leinier Dominguez beginning with the white pieces against Levon Aronian.
Absolutely, and they will, again, the first set of playoffs will be 10 minutes per side with a 5-second increment. Draws, then they go to the Blitz 3+2, and then they go to the Armageddon.
Yeah.
Everything very exciting playoffs coming up. And now we have our guest in studio with Cristian.
Alice, you won your game yesterday, and today you had to defend. You played the Petrov, but the Petrov is such a difficult opening to master, and you haven't played it before, is that correct?
I think I've had a few games before, but not as my main opening in the Petrov. So this game, I think I actually didn't really like the opening position I got. I liked the early middle game position, but then later I felt like I played too passively.
Did you feel like she was building up some pressure in the middle game?
Yeah, I felt like she played like really well, but it was just hard for her to play. I think she was probably winning, but she was in time pressure.
At what point did you feel like she was piling on the pressure?
I think after she was, we traded off into like the 2 rooks and bishop versus
all the way
rook
there.
and queen.
Okay, yes.
But earlier, I think
like somewhere around here.
Yeah, around here, I felt like actually, I'm supposed to exchange rooks. I guess that makes sense. I probably should have like a draw, maybe.
And then queen to e4. This is a difficult move to see.
Oh, yeah, that's like sort of nice.
Because if you take, your a pawn just runs down the board.
Yeah, I definitely didn't see that. If I had seen that, then I also probably would have played it because I at least have a draw there with queen f4.
Exactly, yeah. And you played rook to f8. When did you feel like she maybe has something to disturb you?
I felt like maybe around when she was able to like get the d pawn a bit more forward.
Yes.
I felt like it was definitely hard. I wasn't sure. I didn't see an exact win for her ever, but of course I was like also in time pressure. So I think after she was able to like get this rook c6 move in, I felt like my position was kind of uncomfortable because if I do king g7, then there's rook c7, and I didn't really like that. So after like queen e3,
queen e2, rook to f6.
King g7.
And it doesn't seem like she had anything at any point.
Really? Yeah, I thought
just
like
this
maybe
perpetual.
She has like after we traded, I actually wasn't sure because I felt like I'm either like completely winning or completely losing.
And you were winning, with king g7.
Yeah, I felt like maybe she could like try to do like bishop d7, c5, c6, or bishop b7, c5, c6, but I didn't actually see any place where it ever worked because I have this king e5 move. But yeah, it was definitely like not an easy game for me to play. I think practically speaking, it could have gone wrong at like any moment if, and I got a bit lucky. Like here, I have this king e5 move. But yeah, after bishop f3, I was happy with this like rook takes f3 and trading it to the king pawn endgame.
Yeah, Alice, congratulations! A huge victory for you. Tomorrow, you still have a big match against Nazi Paikidze to prepare for. We'll let you go get some rest.
Thank you.
Our congratulations to you, Alice, as we get ready for our playoffs for the opening rounds of matches.
They're going to be starting in a few minutes.
We just need to get our setup going here. Let's see what we've got.
And
first, our format.
Definitely. Let's check out what lies ahead for our players in the playoff. First of all, they will play a 2-game rapid playoff, and both sides will have 10 minutes plus 5-second increment. If the match is tied after these 2 games, then time is slashed. They will play a 2-game 3-minute plus 2-second increment, and if the match is still tied after all these games, then we finally go to my personal favorite, the Armageddon game, where white begins with 5 minutes, whereas black will have 4 minutes but gets draw odds. And don't worry, the position, well, you do get an increment, but only after move 61. So an arbiter's favorite. I know arbiters don't like Armageddons for this reason.
I was going to say, I mean, it's great fun for us, the audience, the commentators. But I tell you, for the players, they really feel it. I mean, it's like this, the tension never stops. Literally from the time the clock is pressed, you feel like you're in some kind of a survival mode.
Yes.
So we have the names though in Fabi's game, and we have another Berlin Endgame in Wesley's game. Wesley versus Sam Shankland.
And because...
and yes, there is also a Berlin Endgame in Levon versus Dominguez.
I was about to say, because the play is so fast, we'll probably want to focus on a marquee matchup, and then we'll go from there.
I think suggest for the moment Ray Robson versus Fabi.
Robson versus Fabi. The 2 Berlin endings can boil.
Well, that's a nice way to put it. Yes, that's a very nice way to put it.
I'll keep my eye on the non-Berlin one, which is the Ray Robson against Fabiano Caruana. So if anything heats up there, I'll let you guys know.
By the way, in the game between Ray Robson and Fabiano, I played Lev Polygarski is white, played a really wonderful game against me a while ago with the move knight a4, and it's like one of those moves that kind of just takes you by surprise. You look at the move and you go, well, okay, I take. He goes a3, I go back, and he takes. And somehow he managed to get something on the queen side with, I was reluctant to play d5, c5. And this move, I can tell you, I would have loved to have competed against the move rook e1 here, because walking into that pin just doesn't feel like that should be a good move. It just doesn't.
And knight a4 is indeed the main line, but rook to e1 seems to be a very, very intriguing wrinkle that
recent
Robson,
one?
Yes, and he played, well, it has been played quite a few times, but yes, only 6 times compared to knight a4, which has been played 600 times. So
wow,
that's a big difference.
So Lev really trailblazed.
He did. No, he certainly did.
Wow.
Knight to a4 is the main line.
Yeah, interesting. When he played against me, it was a surprise. But okay, rook e1. Idea
d5
to play
e4. So Fabi says absolutely not.
I will stop you at the pass. I will play d5, and of course, if I'm allowed to capture and capture and capture, I will make a very easy equality as black. So right here, right now, what does Ray have to do to gain an advantage, Cristian?
d5 makes a lot of sense because you are taking advantage of the newly created pin for the knight on c3. After d5, probably the best way to continue for white would be to take on d5.
Okay.
I would assume you're going to take with a knight.
Okay.
Right? And now just the simple bishop to d2. I don't have to complicate matters. I cannot take on d5 because you have bishop takes e1. So what I have to do, I have to go bishop d2, simplify the position, keep it as it is, play rook to c1, maybe get the isolated pawn and potentially try to create an attack against your king. And now that you just played the move knight d5. The knight on f6 was defending the king side. Not anymore, right? So these are the type of intrigues that we're going to see in the upcoming moves.
Okay, intriguing indeed. Isolated queen pawn position, d5. So c4 takes d5, the most challenging. Okay.
Surprisingly, Ray's thinking. That's very surprising to my eyes because, again,
I can only imagine that he's considering the tossing in a3 here, and in case of bishop takes c3, b
but I
takes
thought
c3.
he would know this position because he prepared this. He came with this idea of rook to e1 quickly.
That's true.
From home, and this is the stem game in the position. It's a game between Pechach and Korobov from October 2022. That's one out of only 2 games played in this position. So
we do have
definitely
c4,
that was a stem game.
c4 takes d5 on the board, knight takes d5, and this is where, and bishop d2, as you
Bishop d2 is on
suggested.
the board. Yeah. And right now, Fabi is going to start thinking about a way to calm the position down.
Yeah, and just keeping an eye on the 2 Berlin endgames and
slow boil.
It's like, well, what's kind of interesting, especially against Sam Shankland against Wesley So, is that Sam has got more time than he started with. He's on 10 minutes, whereas Wesley is on 7 minutes. But it seems like the position is a Berlin. Bishop
Let's
versus
say
knight.
Sam is very well prepared. Isolated queen pawn, IQP, and I'm trying to think of games that Fabi has played against the isolated queen pawn, and they're not rushing to my mind. It's not as though this is a common feature in his games. It's not. It's,
No, but I mean, these players are so good.
Oh, they're
I mean,
versatile.
They know everything.
They certainly do. But I'm just trying to remember when he had an isolated queen pawn position. Do you know what I'm talking about here, Christian? That it's not common in his games that he's.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, we don't see that very common. So perhaps this is a targeted effort by Ray to go into certain positions that maybe Fabi doesn't feel as comfortable in. But he does play very logically. This bishop to e7 makes a lot of sense. Knight takes d5 could potentially become a threat if you leave the bishop on b4. Also, that bishop on e7 guards this g5 square. So any sorts of knight g5, that bishop is going to be a good defender around my king. This is what he's doing right now, playing just logical moves. This is going to be an interesting one. And it's going to be a long one because white, well, I'm going to get my attack ready. Queen to e2, rook a d1, maybe rook a c1. I'm not in a hurry to do anything. It's going to be a slow boil, as we are seeing in the games as well.
Queen e2, rook d1. The other idea that I had in mind was actually rook c1 immediately. Usually speaking, in an isolated queen pawn position, you're not anxious to trade anything, including a pair of rooks. But in this particular case, I was thinking that, you know, you're ready to do your standard motif operations of h4, queen d3, and so forth. Your quick take, Jovi, if you had Ray's position after, would you go for the queen e2, rook d1? Would you?
I think I would play queen e2. I mean, moves that kind of also spring to mind are, you know, put something on g5. Another thing that I've had done to me on occasion is h4. They don't care about material. Just get it.
That's a key move in this precise type of position. You're not even worried about bishop takes h4.
I think it's a poison pawn, actually.
Yeah, in many cases it is.
Right now, I mean, if you were to play h4, there's no way you can go bishop takes.
Right. You just like leave that alone and go, okay, you're welcome to put your pawn on h5 if you would like to. You prefer white? You prefer black?
I play a lot of these positions, but on the black side. So instinctively, I do prefer black, but I also know how dangerous they are, especially with a player who is in an attacking mood and knows how to keep the pieces and the tension on the board. So I think it's a good choice by Ray, actually, because it will force Fabiano to double check, triple check every single move because there's so much dynamic potential on the board for white.
This is where I think that Ray has got to do this. I mean, he's taking some strategic risks with the isolated queen pawn, but Fabi, he's such a great player, such a versatile player. It's not like there's a lot of chinks in his armor. And if there is one, he's not happy when he's playing the defensive role. He prefers to have the initiative on his side of the board. So I think Ray's made a good decision. Jump in here, Cristian. How does the engine evaluate
it's
this
still
particular
very
position?
balanced. This position is very balanced around 0-0-0. So nothing has changed from that perspective. Nevertheless, as you are mentioning, and visually at least, it does feel like white has the momentum in the position. Knight to e5, that knight is probably going to land on g3, the knight on e4, maybe looking at the h5 square. Every single piece, except the rook on a1, feels like it's geared towards the black king, gears toward the attack in the position. And this is what surely concerns Fabi right now.
Knight f6, I like that
Knight
as a
g3,
defensive
keep some pieces on the board, and that's exactly what he does.
And you also have the white bishop coming to b5.
Whoa, alert, alert.
Okay, yes,
alert.
Ooh.
But you can still go.
So let's say f3, you want to go rook to d8.
Yes, indeed, alert.
So I take, no, but then I take on f6.
Check.
Ooh, that's a check. Oh my goodness. Does this actually work?
Standard stuff.
Okay, let's try it in a different way. After queen d5, I'm going to go queen to f1.
Queen to f1? Okay, now you're taking me back. Wow, queen to f1. Well, d2 is hanging, right?
Yes, it is indeed.
But it is where...
At least you don't have rook to d8 anymore.
Because if you put a rook onto d8, you know that e5 pawn is going to reach destruction.
Well, knight no.
Yeah, because bishop e...
Yeah.
Bishop d5.
e5, yeah.
Was played. So none of this will happen.
Well, just checking. Bishop to d5. By the way, if we go back just a second here in this kind of position, remember this wonderful hippopotamus where it was something like this, where there was a sacrifice on f7, sacrifice on g7, sacrifice on h6, and Michael Tal spent 50 minutes not thinking about the position, but thinking about a poem. And then when he woke up, he had no time on his clock and sacrificed 3 pieces.
Was this the
calculated?
Was this the one where he sat there and thought about this? How he was going to save a hippo from the mud? But okay, it does look like one of the games is going to finish in a draw, and that is between Leinier, Dominguez against Levon, Aronian.
Bishops of opposite color.
There's no way.
Oh no, that's an easy draw.
Anything can happen here.
Let's stay with this one just to see the handshake, because we know it's coming.
Sure is.
a3, king g6. There we go. Let's exchange some pawns. King f4. Just find the repetition, guys.
I think they are. Bishop to b6. That would be the
no. Leinier, come on.
What are you playing for? Are they racing to Armageddon or are they racing to Blitz?
Well, we'll see. There's still Levon with the white pieces.
Levon has the white pieces. Yesterday, Levon put Leinier under tremendous pressure. And there comes the handshake.
Draw agreed.
And the
Wesley So,
Wesley's in some trouble.
Wesley's still a little bit worse, right?
Definitely on shaky grounds right now. But I do feel we need to stay with the Fabi game versus Ray Robson, because it's such a complicated battle.
Yeah, it was Ray Robson, after the move bishop to d5, by the way, he played bishop f4, which, I mean, I've been waiting for the rook to come to d1 for some time. And that was, for me, a little bit of a surprise, as now he's played the move queen g4. Okay, starting point, everybody, student body right. From our American football, we have this play in football where the whole team goes to one side of the field and forces the ball down. Queen to g4, anticipating bishop h6 as well as knight h5, and just putting as many of the bits around black's king.
And talking about sacrifices, I mean, some just spring to mind. Obviously, they don't work, but they're there to be played around with. Bishop takes h6 anyhow. There's also knight f5 in the air at the right time.
Knight f5, I like that.
Yeah, at the right time. You've got to do.
So,
you've also got the rook, the roving rook, the rook swinger, or whatever you call it. Okay, bishop come.
Yeah, well, the first move that I would like to play is to blunt the attack with bishop g5. Any queen trades, by the way, the golden rule.
But I want to play knight
is when your house is on fire, you trade queens. So bishop g5, and he's done it.
I have to go knight h5. Right?
And he's got to play knight h5. Otherwise, you're going to play bishop takes and queen g5.
Yeah,
so knight
h5.
Yes, and
g6 is a serious question.
That is the serious question. Are you hanging around? What are you doing?
And these players are so well matched up right now. 4 minutes.
I don't know.
Give or
knight
take for both of them
not,
right now. Knight h5 is on the board.
H4, just because I like.
Immediately responded with f5.
Oh.
What? Huh? Knight h5, f5?
Whoa.
Wow. So knight h5, I was thinking g6, f5. Well, it would cross my mind. It would be something. You've got to take. I mean, there's just no.
But if you take, then that kind of simplifies everything. Right?
Well, the problem is if I make a move like queen here, now my bishop's just dead. It's not it's no longer an attacking powerhouse.
Could you kind of switch plans, for instance? Okay. Oh, you're going to play that?
Yeah. So I was thinking. Hold on. Excuse me. If I play en passant, and what's the rule of en passant? You must
have to play
you must take.
It's a forced move. Yeah.
It's a forced move. What's the
queen takes f6?
Queen takes.
And what's the body count after, say, bishop here? I mean,
I might munch on that pawn on b2.
I'm munching on b2.
I'm munching on b2. Sorry.
And Ray understood that it's a forced move. He took on f6.
Right. Could I take on g5? I guess queen takes f2. I can step aside. Is this good, bad, ugly? Help me out.
Well, maybe you can even start with queen h3, right? But queen h3, you have queen h4. So that seems to equalize at least.
Yeah.
Rook takes e6.
Let's go from the beginning, guys. So
Please.
after knight to f6, can I take on g5?
You can. I did consider that, but there is knight takes queen, and then bishop takes queen.
Stop. Pause. Because my spidey
You're looking at taking on f2.
Yes, I was looking at taking on f2, but unfortunately, you can't always get
what you want.
Why
not?
That's what they say.
Rook e2. Rook takes f2, rook e2.
Oh, you wanted to go. I thought knight takes f2 was your plan.
I didn't have a plan. But plan? Knight takes f2. Wait a minute. I do have a plan. I was looking at
none of this will happen because knight takes f6 was played and
bishop g3. Well, he went for the first variation.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, he did.
The first variation was bishop to g3, but then you guys told me you were going to take my pawn on b2. And I immediately, paused. I was like, oh, man.
He did not take the pawn on b2. He played bishop to f4.
h4 and maybe queen g6.
Yes.
This would have maybe scared him away from the pawn. So he did what? I'm sorry.
He played bishop to f4. He's trying to trade off
Very
and just
practical.
going to
But-
an equal
But the
endgame.
queen can come to g6.
That is
But I'm
a good
very
point.
happy with white now. Suddenly, I'm thinking that
Oh.
I'm the one. Your pawn structure is a little bit in tatters, and I defend f2.
Yeah.
Defend f2. Very important.
But we've actually seen trades happen instead.
Yep.
We do.
We entered the endgame.
And
Everything
Ray
was traded off, and f3 was the last move.
was just
Still better
over
for white.
1.5 minutes.
Still better for white.
Is it though?
Yes.
Rook to d4. I just don't see it. I don't see it anymore.
Well, we have rook to d1, cheapo in the air.
Cheapo alert.
Yeah, but now you have to be careful. Rook to
I've given you warning, Cristian.
You did send me the notice.
An eviction notification. It came in the scarlet red envelope. Yeah, king f8. I was thinking I'm still a little bit better after rook e3. Wow.
Rook to f7. He's trying to regroup and play rook to c7.
Rook to f7, rook to c7, rook to c1. Okay, but I can play for a long, long time this position as white. I mean...
rook c1?
I like...
You're expecting rook to c7 right now?
Okay.
Yeah, black
And
has
I will-
to get active.
I will happily trade a pair of rooks and bring my king swiftly up the board.
I remember that quote that I read in a book where you
Yes.
described yourself.
I described
Yeah,
myself?
you said, I'm like a dog with a bone.
Well, a grinder. You said the grindmeister. Hello.
Yeah.
Wow. Dog with a bone. Okay, let me just, sorry, I'm going to just refresh my board. And we're up to date.
I feel
computer.
this will be more or less a draw. I don't think we're going to see much of a
The
result
computer
here.
does the computer think that white has anything?
No.
Oh, right.
I think we should go to the Wesley game because
Let's
he's
do it.
defending a very difficult endgame right now.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Well, this is one of the problems of the Berlin is that you are giving up the potential passer on the king side.
By the way, only 57 seconds for Wesley against 4 minutes for Sam Shankland.
Yeah. But I mean, he does have a few things that are speaking in his favor. Like, for instance, like the pawn structure on the queen side is lovely. You know, if he gets his pawn going to a3 and mobilizes the rook, okay, that's why
He
Sam
took it.
actually took it.
None of that.
None of that in the air.
Gift me that pawn.
Right. And
But now
rook,
we have bishop takes pawn. Okay, no, he didn't know we couldn't do
rook
that.
A is the. It's
The
hard
rook
to
has
say.
moved
The,
to
the
A.
rook did go all the way to A. It
But
just happens.
what if I
that
just push my
A8
pawn right now?
Yeah, but you can push
G6.
the g pawn, right?
Let's go.
G6.
Let's do it.
I will probably be forced to play bishop to f6.
But then you have.
He's done it.
Then you have
He's
to,
done it.
yeah. I mean, you have to worry about rook to. Wait, whoa.
He
Rook
took
to
the
A4, what?
pawn.
Brave.
Dude, I'll
Decision
say.
making
A2
by
and then go
Wesley.
back. Simple and clinical, just like that.
You give me this pawn, that's a check, and then I will come back to stop the pawn.
Well,
he's played
Did he
at
miss
G7.
something? Because both
Somebody's
Sam-
missing something. Now this is a passer.
Oh my
and
goodness, what is happening in this one? Bishop to D2.
And
the
Wesley
rook just-
said, I have to stop your I have to stop your G pawn. No, this is no problem suddenly.
But you know-
Who's playing for the win?
Wesley's going to be playing for the win. I mean,
Absolutely.
he's going to round up the pawn on g7.
Well, I'm thinking he's going to
Bishop
put his
F6.
bishop f6, rook g8, and say hello to my little friend. That pawn on b3 is
What a
going
turnaround.
to be
Okay,
truly.
the rook has gone to g4. Big threat on the board. Of course, Wesley stops
Sam
that pawn
spoiled
advancing
this. I'm not sure that b3 takes a4 was necessarily a bad move. It just didn't. The follow-up
Okay, but
was
you're never
terrible.
losing this position, right?
You're not?
Are you sure
Well,
about that,
you can go
Cristian?
king e6, king f7, and once we trade the rooks, I put the king on b3, and the game is over.
But
Right?
isn't the bishop going to come to f6?
This
can
is
try
another
to
one
do
of those
that.
fortresses.
Yeah, it's a
that would be
fortress.
amazing. Oh my.
King to c2. I keep the bishop on e3 just so that you don't have to
King
worry.
is going to dance on the light squares and
Right.
say, nope, not budging.
Right. And even though I might be 2 pawns up, I won't be able to break the blockade.
He does have this saving grace, yes.
Remarkable.
But good defense by Wesley. I mean, he was in the doghouse in this one.
It felt like it, yes. Time, is it a factor?
Well, when it comes to time, you see Wesley has just over 30 seconds, whereas Sam, he's
Should we go
cruise
back
control.
to
He's got 3
Fabi's
minutes
game?
on his clock. Okay. And we see bishop f6.
Now bishop to e3.
Bishop e3 kind of invites bishop to d4.
Right.
So he did play king b3, and he's going for that blockade that we talked about. Rook takes g7, rook takes g7, and you can't
What about,
push.
you know, rook and pawn ending? If you go bishop takes pawn as opposed to...
That's a
Then
good
you're
point.
in a nasty pin, right?
Yeah.
Bishop to d4.
Okay, well,
He's trying to trick Sam somehow. I'm not exactly sure how whether he's tricking himself or he's tricking Sam. King back.
Okay, I think he's going to trick him
Well,
by
bishop takes
moving the
g7
rook
is
to
coming.
a8, and then the king will be replacing
The-
the
yes.
blockading rook.
Right, that's when I want to queen my pawn. The moment you play rook a8 is when I want to play g8 equals.
Guys, this is
queen.
not that easy anymore.
No, he's threatening now rook a8. That's huge.
What a swindle.
Wait a minute, rook a8.
Rook a8, rook a2. It seems
Oh,
to be the
rook
only
a2.
move.
I beg
The
your
only
pardon.
move, probably.
But rook a8, rook a2, rook e8?
That's a very good point.
Or rook e8 immediately in that case then.
It's happening.
This is not easy anymore, guys.
No. It could be lost. I mean, rook a3 check and b3 is a winning threat.
What a swindle by Wesley So.
Truly.
Oh, but this is why he's so great. He's excellent at finding those moves under pressure.
It's not over.
Rook
No.
a2.
Sam should
No, he's
still
going
have
rook
enough
h8.
resources to make a draw.
Rook h8, that's a kind of a funny move. I thought he was going to go rook to e8.
And he's doing it now.
Well, I mean, rook a8, rook a2, rook e8.
Build some time on the clock, and then you can take the control of the e-line.
Now, king a4, king b5, that is... I can't believe that releasing the b pawn is a good idea.
No, you cannot do that.
But how am I supposed to defend this? It's not easy.
Let's give a check first, right? Rook f2.
Rook f2.
Okay, the king would go backwards. Okay, king steps back, using the bishop for as a shield.
Indeed.
And then, I mean, if you try to guard the third row, I mean, the black rook
Rook
will
f3,
come
yeah.
down with like rook to
e2 and bishop to d4 and
Perhaps
eventually
bishop f4 right now. Try to defend e3 square.
f4 defends e3, but no. I
I'm
think this
starting
is
to-
winning. I
I'm
think this
starting
is
to be
winning.
worried. If I'm Sam Shankland right now, I'm starting to be worried.
Oh yeah, definitely the panic button.
Yeah.
G2, okay.
And so.
And meanwhile, I
check.
think in the Ray Robson, Fabiano
He
Caruana
has-
game, that's
yes.
going to finish in a draw.
He
Okay,
did
can
play
you go
king
B3 right now?
a4, but
Can you go b3 is the
I
question.
think I'm going to go king f7 first because b3 is the one move I want to play when your king is not going back to a2. So
Yep.
yeah, king f7, that's a little bit more, feels right. Rook, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did
But
I
you can-
blow it?
No, I think it's okay. You can just go.
Okay,
I was
back
going
to
to say back to
b5,
rook
right?
e2.
Or bishop d6.
Well, bishop d6, bishop d4, that's a construction I want.
But now that you don't have b3, maybe I can try to focus on attacking that c5 pawn.
True.
So perhaps I can start with rook, king to b5, bishop to d4, and then bishop to d6. Check.
It's a kind of a little dance going on there between the rook and the king.
Just to give you an update, it doesn't seem like the game between Ray Robson and Fabiano Caruana is going anywhere but a draw.
Yeah. Fair.
And, well, in this particular game, Sam is staunchly defending against Wesley's extra pawn.
Truly. Wesley never got the chance to really get in the move bishop to d4. I mean, he's just dreaming of just getting out of that like awkward pin for the moment.
Yeah, I think he's just making some king moves just to build time. You know, he's
Yes.
down to 13 seconds. He does get a 5-second increment per move. And
that 5 seconds is not really...
okay,
bishop
now
f6.
Now he's
Changes
allowed
the
bishop
setup
to
right
d6, right?
yeah, the bishop is not that safe on f6 because
No.
the bishop comes to
Check.
Rook a3. Ooh, that was his trick.
Ooh.
the rook has to step backwards, and now
And
the king
bishop
can
takes c5 is on tap. What is going on in this game? Bishop e5 is on tap. Bishop takes c5 is on tap. Did Wesley blow it?
And by blowing it,
11
you make a draw,
seconds.
yes?
Yes.
So I don't think he can win this with.
7,
Six.
6, and he got out of the threat of bishop e5, but
Bishop
there
takes
goes the
pawn.
pawn.
Well, I guess it is Sam right now that is playing for a win because he is a pawn up.
I mean, talk about a back and forth game. My goodness.
And what you don't want to see is rook bishop versus rook with 2 seconds on the clock.
And
Yeah.
we do have a result. The other game between Ray and Fabi was a draw, as we more or less expected. Rook to b8. What is he doing? Rook to b8.
9, 8, 7, centralizing the
play
bishop.
Wow, I don't like that move. Rook b8 was like just freezing White's pieces, right?
We can do it now. Rook b8.
He's really playing with fire right now.
It's a strange. This has been a strange game. So rook, b7, keep the rook active. No.
c5, king c4.
It's
But
interesting.
now you go c5.
c5 and king c4. Yeah, this is not
What
easy
the
anymore.
heck was king e6? It was
I'm
like,
not sure.
oh my gosh.
Well, actually, I'm just checking the table basis, and
yeah.
they're saying it is a draw.
I'm
It
sure
definitely has
it
to be a
is,
draw because
because
you're going to be able to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn.
Right.
But
Yes.
you don't want to see those type of endgames.
Not unless you're really, really, absolutely sure of how to draw them.
Predictions. Do you think White
Draw.
is going to win or not?
Draw, but
I'll take Sam.
you'll take Sam.
I'll take Sam.
You think he's going to win a rook of bishop versus rook?
I feel we're going to see the rook and bishop versus rook, and perhaps we're going to see a win by him.
Yeah.
But I was going to say the move king f5 was a very, very shocking decision by Wesley to even. Ooh, Wesley a little unsure. King c5. Let's go.
King a6 is possible.
King a6 is also
a similar idea. Just
great move.
You
King
want to
c5?
play c7.
Be careful. Don't allow rook take c5.
Copy that. Rook f2,
Rook
just
F2.
to throw the. Ooh, I was about to say, but either way, you're going to play rook f7 just to push the king a little bit to the borderland, so that you can play c7.
Rook d7.
Rook d7. Yep. We're going to see rook and bishop versus rook.
I think what Sam is trying to get is more than that. I think he's trying to get some bishop to d4, bishop to e5, and play c7 without allowing black to sacrifice the bishop.
Fair, fair.
Check. Rook
On-
f7.
King has to go to g6 in that case.
No, king g6, rook g7. The game is over.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
So you have to be
It's
careful.
now losing.
Bishop e5.
Bishop e5.
Exactly. Bishop e5, and after rook d8, rook d7.
Correct.
You can no longer sacrifice the bishop for the pawn. And you don't have bishop f2 to try to go on the other diagonal.
Bishop
He
f2
misses
wins
it.
it.
Oh my goodness.
It's
Check. Now, yeah, this was more or less my question.
Oh, only one move to draw, and that's actually to stop off rooks.
I was about to say, rook takes c8, bishop to d8. You've got the table base. How is it? How is the current situation?
It's losing, apparently, for Wesley.
Because bishop d6, what you were describing there.
Bishop c7, super passive.
Well, the
Bishop
idea
d6.
was that he wants to
d6.
be able to sacrifice his bishop for
But
the
now
pawn.
I go king c5, king b5.
But the bishop is on a really poor diagonal.
True.
Oh,
Bishop
this is panic
d8,
time, guys.
Bishop d8. Bishop d8, king e6.
King e6 and the
No, I can take
No,
the
you can
pawn.
take
on c6.
Oh, whoa,
The
whoa,
bishop
whoa.
has gone down to
Why
c1.
go-
Let's go.
Bishop d. Why did he even go bishop to d8?
It just seconds
This must be
left
winning after
on
c7.
the clock.
Exactly. c7.
Wins. Rook a3 is also a great move, driving the king away.
Even to a worse square.
What?
It's amazing to think that
game,
Wesley
guys.
was up a pawn.
He was, yes.
He had c5 and b4, and he lost both of them.
And you can just actually see from the body language there that Wesley is
These
completely frustrated.
with
and
himself,
we see
yes.
No, but
Bishop,
why not
rook,
c7, guys?
Yes, big question. And again, bishop to d8. Why didn't he? What was it that he didn't like about bishop to d8? He didn't like something.
I'm not sure why he keeps going to... perhaps he's looking at c7, bishop to h4, followed by bishop to d8. I think this is his plan.
Uh-huh. Ooh.
Really?
Well, that forces the trade of rooks.
Really?
And with the trade of rooks, the position is now a draw, according to the table bases.
King
but obviously,
f5.
okay, king f comes back.
I'm not sure about king f5.
Yeah, doesn't the king work its way around?
Yeah, king d7, king d5, and you keep contact with that pawn.
Yes.
This is-
Exactly.
you cannot win this.
This is like a Fischer endgame.
And I
There
have
it
bishop
goes.
d8 also.
Bishop
Bishop
d8 is, yeah.
Yeah,
And anywhere on the
I think this is a
diagonal.
draw, guys.
Yeah, anywhere on the diagonal, and it's a draw.
What a game.
Wow.
What a game.
Truly.
Well,
And now I have bishop d8.
Bishop to d8. Because your king is keeping contact with the pawn on c6.
No, don't move the king. Don't move
he
the
didn't.
king.
no,
Did that?
no, but it's okay. It's
Is
still
it
a
still
draw.
okay?
It's still a draw.
Woo! But bishop d8 was a kind of a zugzwang, mutual zugzwang or whatever. King c4. He's going to go to b5?
He's going to b5, yeah, yeah. King
Okay.
c8 followed by king to b7.
Okay.
Come on, king to d5, king to b7, bishop to d8.
That's all a draw. King b5 is also good. This is a draw. Bishop goes back.
Well, the bishop is going to come to
Okay.
c7, right?
That's where he's going.
Okay, but then I've got to stay on the diagonal. Ooh,
Oh.
well, bishop has to go.
Bishop a5. Trembling.
Yeah, good thing he touched the bishop, because if he touched the king, that was resignation on the moment. And it's now a draw.
Yeah.
No,
I
I
don't think I've
recognize
ever
it.
seen Wesley's hands shake like they are shaking
It's
right
nervous. It's the nerves. These,
now. But he did build up a lot of time on his clock right now. He has
Right.
30 seconds to think it through.
Yeah. And it's just quite simple. It's
Bishop to
just to
d8.
maintain the connection with that c7 square.
Absolutely.
What a save.
The way he played that really was unnerving. I mean, where was the bishop going other than b6? And it went high in the air.
It was a nice hop
Yes.
with that bishop.
Okay, the
Okay.
bishop goes to a5 as before. This is a repeat, right?
Bishop,
Bishop
c7.
c7.
Okay, bishop can go anywhere along that diagonal. And
Bishop
the
e5.
players... Okay, we have a new point. Bishop a7, but that doesn't really
Not
change
really,
much.
because
So
bishop
bishop
d8, I take
b8
that.
is not a threat. He will take on b8.
Ooh,
Oh.
there's the trick. Is it just me or Wesley's hands are actually trembling? Or,
It feels like Wesley is definitely nervous. Bishop to f4, bishop to c7, bishop d2. It still looks like he's got the draw in his pocket. He hasn't spoiled anything after bishop to d2. Sam is definitely doing his very best to nerve Wesley, though.
Or a tense game.
Truly.
Well, Wesley's been in this situation before, so it just has to hold his nerve, put his bishop on d2, and now, okay, keep that connection with the c7 square.
Bishop back to d8.
d8.
Yep. We've definitely...
And
there
here we go.
Whew. Wow. Whew. Wesley was my pick, guys. I had some skin in the game on that one.
You were sweating.
I've got to confess.
You were sweating on that one.
When he dropped those 2 pawns, and where was the win? You said there was a table-based win at one moment.
There was when the rooks were still on the board.
The rooks were still on the board.
Must be when he had the option of playing c7, right?
And it was when the white king had been...
Which movement number? By the way, talk about century. That was another one. So it wasn't rook f8.
Okay, this is in fact kind of ridiculous.
Wow.
Okay.
Check this out.
Check.
So this is the position.
Yeah.
He should have played c7. Bishop to h4 was Wesley's idea, to try to go bishop to d8, sacrifice the bishop for the pawn. But now the only move that wins is rook to a3 check.
Okay.
If you go to e2, then I go king to e4. Let's say you go bishop to d8, right?
Yes.
Now I give you a check, and I'm the first one to checkmate you before you take my pawn. King to e6, and you're going to get checkmated here.
How nasty is that?
Yes, but not easy to see. What if you go here, right, to g4? King to c6, the only move. The idea being that if you go bishop to d8, now I have a check, and then I go to g8. I mean, this is study-like.
Oh,
this is truly study-like. Very difficult to find with 5 minutes on the clock.
Right.
Almost impossible to find with 30 seconds on his clock. So, sure, he must be disappointed that he didn't take it home, but it wasn't easy.
Wow. Let's just review our results as we get ready for the second game of the playoffs.
Somehow or other, we can see that there was a draw, but it felt like, boy, these players were giving it everything they had.
They did. The lower rated players all got black. All had white for the first game.
Yeah.
So now the higher rated players will be with white for the second game. We didn't pay too much attention to this particular matchup. That was the Berlin as well. Did any fireworks happen in that game?
No.
No. It wasn't.
No. That one was smooth sailing for the player with the black pieces, which I believe it was Levon. Defended quite accurately. Right now he has a good chance with the white piece to try to pile on the pressure on his opponent.
Yeah, we'll have to review some of that footage because it definitely felt like Wesley. He was making me nervous. A little tremble, a little bit unsteady with the hand, and then he would put his bishop on b6.
And Jovi, you told us about his heart rate. Tell us a bit about that again.
So, of course, in Berlin, in the Armageddon series, they had wristwatches that monitored the heart rate.
Okay.
And Sam had a very steady heart rate. It was like around about 85. And, when he felt the stress, it shot up to 120. But in Berlin, Wesley actually began the game often with about 130. And shot up to 170. Now, just to kind of give you a comparison, a normal resting heart rate is anything under 100. Mm-hmm. If you're over 100, that means you're under some stress.
Right.
Anything under 120 is concerning.
Call this 1-900 number as soon as you can, right?
Yes. And Wesley did make it. 170 is quite
almost kind of scary, right?
Leinier Dominguez got the highest heart rate. He had 181. Wow. And Wesley did ask us, when we told him that he had a heart rate of over 175, he said, "Well, were you prepared to call an ambulance?" And we were like, we hadn't thought of that.
Right. We have the defibrillator ready, and they are underway for this next game. I need to just. I need help. Is what I need.
broadcast gets you there.
Exactly.
And they are off, and we can see.
We see the Italian, S8 by Wesley, knight to C3. That's an interesting approach. And by the way, the Italian with bishop to E7, we don't see that very often. Generally, the bishop comes out to C5. A4, okay, Wesley pouncing on the queen side. Knight to A5. An invitation to repeat the moves, but will Wesley do it with bishop to C4? Unlikely.
Yeah, unlikely. And Wesley So against Sam Shankland.
Sorry, I'm just having a little technical difficulty on my end. I'll be right with you.
Yeah.
Okay, we are now in the, Joko Piano, quiet game.
Quiet game, very complicated. And I mean, there's some games that are brewing up quite nicely. And one that kind of catches my eye, actually, is between Levon Aronian and Leinier Dominguez.
They've given the Berlin a rest.
Thank you. I mean, how does this position look like, Cristian? Because there we see something very imbalanced.
Levon is coming with some interesting ideas in
early
the English
D5,
for sure. Yes. But it does seem like Leinier is at least aware of what he needs to be doing in this type of position, which is to target the pawn on D5, right? You have the knight on F6, maybe the other knight is going to B6, pile on the pressure on the pawn on D5, or get that knight either to C5 or E5. He has a lot of options, but the key is the knight on D7. Where is that guy going to go?
I always thought in these positions I'm supposed to be playing rook E8 and knight E4. I always like this bishop on G7. I need to
with
open
or
up
without the knight on C5. So
without the knight on
to
C5. I'm just ready to go like rook E8 and knight E4 in virtually every type of position. In this particular case, you're inviting me to play queen B6. And in case of queen d2, then knight c5, and I'm aspiring to play the move knight e4.
Looks good, I have to say. Although you can just go bishop h6 and try and trade off. Try and trade off those dark square bishops, because that's my favorite thing in the world when I get a structure like this.
Yeah.
Just trade off the dark square bishop. Just try to soften up the black king. Nothing more than that, and then just play on the open lines.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the d5 pawn, asset or liability. It's very nice that after, for example, a move like knight b6, you can't play bishop e6. But there's always this concern that it could become a liability. So again, if I'm on black shoes, the move that I find attractive is queen b6. And again, if you do play queen d2, knight to c5, looking at knight e4 as a way of taking off some of the pressure, bishop f5 and so forth. Leinier's taking his time, which indicates to me that he's actually considering h7, h6.
Well, guys, I have to tell you, there's finally some sort of a separation going on in the game, in a match, I might add, between Ray Robson and Fabi, because Ray's on the back foot. He's on the defense. He got a very bad position, very difficult position out of the opening. It feels like Fabi has come to this game very well prepared. And right now, the engine is showing that Fabi has a decisive advantage.
A decisive
advantage?
Yes.
What on earth did he do that was so bad? It doesn't feel so bad.
It doesn't feel, I mean, black is a pawn up, right?
Right.
For the moment. But you are going to lose the dark square bishop, and I am going to pick back up the pawn on d4. After that, also, my bishop is going to go on the long diagonal. I'm going to have very active pieces against very passive pieces, specifically that bishop on c8. So it does feel like finally we see some separation between these two players. This match has been so tense and so balanced up to this point.
Exactly. He did play bishop d6, knight takes d4. You were mentioning that, yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. If you get the dark squared bishop, you know, then it's white all the way. But are we sure we're getting the dark squared bishop?
Well, maybe you're not, but you go bishop c5, rook to d1 right now.
Yeah.
Do you go back?
I am
hacker
threatening
in
to
me
go
wants to
b4,
go
so you have to spend some time.
edge of the board.
Yeah, Lee, you're right. Not really big. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I agree with you. This is, well, we have it on the board, actually.
And
right?
what's more concerning is Fabi has 24 seconds more than what he started with, and Ray Robson down to his last 5 minutes and 50 seconds. 6 minutes right now.
And bishop c7 was Ray's choice in this position.
Which, by the way, the computer says.
Terrible.
3.
What?
Terrible.
But if it's
move.
plus
right now.
3,
Bishop-
then there must be something tactical, right?
Bishop to d2, threatening bishop b4.
This is
Go
a
A5.
decisive advantage right now for Fabiano Caruana.
But is this because of moves?
Bishop to d2. That's
D2?
the move. That's
Yeah.
the move.
And-
That's the
and
money
what's-
move right now.
And what's the answer after a5?
Well, I have some ideas. After a5, I can go knight takes a5.
And
Followed
rook.
by rook to a4.
What is this?
Now, you guys laugh at me when I grab pawns.
But is this the reason why it's plus 3?
Yeah,
I mean,
because if you take
Yes.
if you
If you
take
don't
with the
see
rook,
it.
if you take with the rook, now it starts to make sense, right?
Yeah.
Now I like the bishops are on a traffic
I actually think bishop to b4 is the
problem, and also bishop to b4. Now you start to
the
see
bishop on c7 is
lots of nice things happening for white. If you take with the bishop, rook to a4, and here the problem is after bishop takes d2, 2 pieces are hanging at the end of the line.
He didn't do it. He played rook to d1, which still puts a lot of pressure on black. You still don't have a clear way of
Bishop
getting your
c7,
pieces out,
rook
right?
to
What's that bishop
d1?
on c8 doing?
Well, I
You can
thought
get
his
it out by
plan was
E5.
going to go e5.
Let's go e5. Yeah, why not?
Wow, rook to d1. That is confounding.
Could
He
you-
didn't see these ideas
I
of.
mean, it felt very computer-like, to be
Yes,
honest.
yes, it was.
Would you?
But bishop to d2, nonetheless, if you have to play a5, then I'm going to go bishop to c3 if I don't see knight
Yeah.
takes a4.
And rook b8 played, but I do wonder, you know, your idea of bishop d2 going out
Still
to...
compelling.
Still very good. And
Absolutely.
now a5 is no longer
Now I will
possible,
take
very
it.
clearly.
I was waiting for rook b8 before I played bishop to d2.
It's on the board. Bishop to d2 is on the
Bishop
board.
d2.
And now I see huge advantage for white suddenly. Now
This
it
is almost
becomes
over.
very self-evident how white's position plays itself. The threat of bishop to b4, skewering the exchange is, well, is there any answer?
No.
There's
This is
just no
almost
answer.
over. No.
My goodness.
It's that bad.
Wow.
It's just simply
could
that.
you-
And look at Ray right now.
And in K, I mean, whoever wins the second game, because everybody drew their first game, whoever wins the second game goes on in the bracket, and the loser goes down into the elimination bracket.
Yeah, so obviously would be a big loss for Ray.
And instead of saying loser, I meant to say the runner-up.
Elimination.
The runner-up goes to the
Yeah.
elimination bracket. There are no losers in chess.
You I was to say, you win or you learn.
Yeah, I like the winning part, not as much as the learning part. Yes.
All right, so how can you even remotely...
Well, I have to move the rook.
Rook d8.
All right, rook d8, bishop b4.
Live on the back rank.
Okay, what do you do now?
Queen e8, live it.
My
No.
goodness, this doesn't look beautiful.
It's not a beauty.
It's not a beauty. No, I never said that.
No.
But I mean, okay, how bad is it if I go bishop takes knight?
It's
I mean,
bad.
Yeah.
Oh, but Ray looks devastated right now. Look at him.
Oh.
Look at this b7 pawn.
One
also.
cannot live like
Right.
this. Okay,
Yeah.
can you give something up? For instance, rook takes rook. I have an plan. I have an
Knight
idea.
d5, yeah.
And then this is where you kind of cough, and the light square bishop comes out to f5. No, I was actually thinking knight.
Bishop f5 with Elan too. Like you just throw it out
Let's
there.
try it out. Yeah. The final trick.
No, I was thinking knight to d5. With the
Right.
same
Problem is-
idea, and just try to dangle some material. But I mean,
Right.
really, e4 is coming.
So we have the tape, guys, unfortunately. So we
Right.
can go back to the tape. Bishop f5 is illegal.
Yes, yes. So this is the situation. This is what Ray is facing, and we think Bishop b4 is just a clean victory.
Yeah.
Down to his
inside.
last 2 minutes right
Yeah,
now.
he's down to. I think he just has to give up material and just hope for the best. a5.
Okay.
In this type of instances, you almost feel like resigning on the spot. You know you don't need to do that, and you shouldn't do that.
Right.
But it just feels like there's no
dreadful. And I've seen so many interviews where the top grandmasters of the world come out and they say, I wanted to resign, and they never resign. Somehow they saved the game. But here I wanted to resign. He did play rook d8, by the way. Our initial grovel idea, and bishop b4, and we think knight d6 is just going to win.
And to keep you updated on the other 2 games,
Yes.
not that much is happening. Still very balanced, the other 2.
Yeah. I actually felt that things
He
are
has
actually
played
brewing
queen
up
e8.
in the Wesley So Sam Shankland game.
He's
But not as fiery as what's happening now.
Right.
Because here we're seeing just Fabi
And
overwhelmed.
it feels like Fabi
black
has calculated
forces.
everything all the way.
Yeah,
until
and now we're expecting bishops. This is.
These guys are good.
Yeah. I mean,
They followed our main line.
They did follow our main line. This is a source of concern. I think probably you're right. We're going to see something.
I think this is resignation time.
Rook d7.
He's done it.
And you can see by the way that
Yeah,
he
he's
moved
like,
it, he's
"Ugh."
out of it, he's checked out.
But it's so miserable, right?
It
rook
is
takes
miserable.
d7, knight takes d7, rook to d1, and now you don't have what to touch.
Any
You
moves.
cannot touch
Yeah.
any of your pieces.
Exactly.
Oh, that's...
Rook to d1.
Oh.
This is like a dream Catalan, a dream anything. I mean,
But you just got to survive. I mean...
But how do you survive? That's the question.
Well, you make a move like h6, you know, the...
and especially when there's no return game, you know, you
Right.
just like, this is it. This is it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because...
Rook to d1. Why?
Yeah,
is
rook to
Fabi
d1,
thinking?
and I'm just thinking, go h6.
And look at
You
Ray. Ray looks like he
He's
just...
devastated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's eaten a disagreeable frog.
Yeah, no. It's just pain. Right now, it's just pain in this game.
Yeah.
a5.
But, yeah,
Okay, a5, rook a6. I'm going to unwind.
And then what?
I know.
repair job.
Right?
Incoming, but no, it's not. Queen.
Here, truth be told, I would be very attracted to the move a4 and b3, because if I'm going to fix the queen side, I'd like to fix them with the pawns on dark squares.
I would be attracted to just...
Can I be a bit more forceful? I want to
Yes.
go bishop to e4.
Yeah?
Bishop to e4.
Threaten
Okay.
on h7.
Yeah, and if I defend that with...
Bishop d3.
Ah!
I'm really trying to be sadistic in this position. I want to not allow your rook to get out.
But not only that, but also to pin the knight.
Yes.
That is... that's actually very, very nice. I think that is actually the most promising. Bishop to e4, bishop to d3. And let me just put that on the board just to show our audience how very attractive this is, because you're threatening to go bishop b5 and then everything is frozen. And you can't even play knight f6 because there is the check and rook d8 winning material. He's played queen to b3.
Okay, he's going for the pawn.
When you don't know what else to do, right? Just grab the material.
Golden rule.
The golden rule number 2.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Well, your idea of bishop to b5 kind of does.
But okay, you can go h6, because, you know,
And you
bishop
did.
takes pawn is not possible because of knight c5.
True,
I've
but
been-
after queen b5, where is your next turn? I mean,
yeah.
Yikes.
This is,
Yeah, you have to go queen
very
e7
unpleasant.
and just say, it's not
Wait.
pretty,
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I mean, this is a pawn that I will one day clip, right?
What can you
But it's
follow
not
the
so
golden
easy.
rule, though?
What, queen c5?
Queen b4 or something.
Queen b4. Yeah, and then you kind of just stuck there, right, with your knight on d7, and I'll take it and go a5, and yeah, okay, but you got to do this type of thing.
One
right?
last gasp.
Yes. Dreadful, dreadful. Just checking in on Leinier. Okay. Very intriguing game going on there. We'll definitely get back to it. But blood is being spilled in this game between Fabi and Ray. And
yeah, this is the big one right now, because this could pretty
he's
much
played
end
queen
this
b5.
match.
Yes. And a4. Did he
Look,
play rook
Ray's
d4?
fighting. Yeah, he's doing everything he can to stay in the game.
Yep. The problem is there's just no active play for him. He's going to lose the a pawn. Rook takes a4s on tab.
Do you even want to take that pawn?
I don't know. It's just it's such a bad position.
I feel like you do, because I mean, there's no way that
I'll
black
probably
is
put the
gonna
bishop
unravel.
back on d6, because when I have the bishop on d6 and then I go rook takes a4,
But can I
there's
take
no
on
knight
b7
c5.
now?
Pardon me?
Can I take on b7? Doesn't that win a lot?
Bishop takes b7. You have to take on b7, and he's
Yeah,
done
it's
it.
coming.
Bishop b6 coming at the end, and that's just going to be a pin that I'm not 100% sure you can.
Yeah, you can't.
Ah,
get
rook
out
takes
of
d7. That's even easier. Yes.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
Bishop takes b7, rook takes d7, followed by queen takes b7.
Yeah, this is
and
It's
that's
curtains.
a handshake.
It's
Yeah.
over.
This is
And
over, guys.
Ray, 20 seconds left on the clock, and you can just see the frustration in his body.
Yeah.
He knows it's over, and so he's just thrown in e5, attack the rook. But
He never got into this game. It was
No.
something right out of the opening where it all went wrong incredibly early. It was like we were, Jovi, speaking for myself, when Cristian informed us that it was -3. I was like,
shocking.
what? It didn't feel terrible at the time. In fact, Ray was a pawn up when the computer was saying -3. Now we're really understanding why. E5, what's the killer?
Just move the rook somewhere. Yeah.
Just
Yeah, I was-
rook to d1?
I was thinking as a final survival
Please.
try. I mean, can black, once white just moves the rook anywhere, go rook a7,
Bishop takes c8.
and then rook takes d7.
Bishop takes d7.
That was close. You're really close on this one.
It's just so sad, right? There's absolutely
Bishop takes e5. Wow. Okay, that was
I'm going to say uncalled for.
uncalled for. Maybe that's really a strong move.
Bishop takes c5.
4.
You have to
3.
take on b7.
Rook
Rook
a7.
a7, okay.
What? Okay, rook a7.
Rook a7. Okay.
But you can.
Well, that's.
Can you throw in?
He's
moves
staying in
like-
the game.
Are you?
Yes, he's staying in the game. He hasn't.
Not convinced about that.
Well, I understand. I mean.
It's the best he could have hoped for.
Truly.
Bishop takes bishop, and now knight takes
E5.
bishop forced.
Knight
Yeah.
takes c5.
Yeah.
Maybe rook takes a4. Just gift me that pawn.
That's is that really 3?
That's 3 pawns.
Jeez, that's
From
a lot.
down 1 to up 3.
Yeah.
Right. That's a swing.
That's a 4 pawn
There's
swing.
also-
That's a 4 pawn swing.
There's also bishop
F5.
f5,
Very-
queen coming. There's also queen coming to b8. Although there's knight c6.
I don't know. That rook takes a4 move. That's sure. Rook e4, by
This
the
is
way,
what we call the
provoking
vultures.
f6.
The vultures are
Yeah,
around.
yeah. Rook e4 actually has my attention because anytime I can provoke you to weaken the light squares that much more, when I am the one with the light square bishop, I would love to introduce that little
He's
move.
going for your move, Yasser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rook e4, f6, rook takes a4. That just ensures that whenever we do play bishop f5, the king side is that much more loose.
Oh.
Remarkably,
oh my
Oh my
goodness.
God.
It seems like
Wesley-
Leinier and Wesley are going to win their respective games.
wow.
Wow.
They broke through.
Wow. Okay, queen to g8. That's a really powerful move. Bishop f5. We're just witnessing between Fabi and Ray, but we are looking also at the
I
game
think this
of,
one might be a handshake very, very soon.
Yeah, that move queen g8 was really super.
Yeah.
And now we've got queen,
Queen
takes
takes pawn.
g7 check.
Followed by rook takes,
Takes
d4.
d4, and
That's it, right?
that's it.
Yeah, but okay, we see him
Okay,
reach
queen
for that
takes
pawn
g7.
on g7. I mean, is there any hope in surviving? With,
No,
for
I don't
instance, the
think so.
king coming up to e6.
There's queen f5 at the end, but
Queen
So
f8.
queen.
No, there's no way.
Whoa,
Okay,
whoa, whoa.
he's gone for rook to d5.
what? Ah, the
Rook
king
takes
is on
d4.
f1.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's all good.
yeah. Knight takes f3 check. I saw the same thing.
For a second, I thought the king is on g1. Oh my
Exactly.
goodness, I had a heart attack.
Right, like not allowing knight takes f3 check.
Yeah, rook
Yeah, there's
takes
nothing
d4.
for it.
It's
The
the
queen,
time?
the
Is the
queen is
time a factor?
overextended. No, Sam has 2 and 40 seconds.
2
2 minutes
minutes
and
and
40
40
seconds to enjoy this position, and Wesley has just over 1.5 minutes.
And
I
Wesley
think there's
is
only
ready
one
to play.
player enjoying the position
Yeah, I
right
meant
now.
it sarcastically.
Yes.
Sorry, Cristian.
Right. Enjoying his extra time. Yes.
It's time to resign.
Oof. Why
And
does
he must be beating himself because he had such a golden opportunity in the last game.
Well, the first game that they played, it was a real swing game. It was like people, Wesley had his chance as well, and whoa. But rook takes d4 and queen c6.
Leinier just
Okay.
about to close the show. Fabi as well, just about to close the show.
You can take the pawn on g7.
He's done it.
Knight
You've
has
got
to
to,
drop
you
back.
have to play knight f7 because queen takes e5 is on tap.
Yeah,
So-
but isn't the rook going to... No,
I'm
no,
thinking
you
he's gonna-
can't. You can't. You can't.
I
You've got to be
think it's
careful.
f7, right?
No, I'm going to take on d7 and I'm going to take on f7.
Or knight e5.
Yeah, you're going to take on f7 and go knight e5 check.
Right. Oh, pardon me. He can just play knight e5 as well. Now do we play g4
I
and
think
then
you can
take
start
on
with
f7?
g4, right?
Yeah.
G4, f4, and then take on f7.
Yes, he's done that.
Yeah.
And that's enough.
And that is enough. And a head shake from
Wesley
Sam.
Wesley
Wesley's the
goes
winner.
ahead.
And shall we
Yes.
Let's
hop
move.
in
Let's
into
move
Levon
fast.
Aronian against Leinier Dominguez?
But did Fabi win?
I think we
already?
should stick with the other one because I
The
think that
Fabi.
one.
No, the Fabi.
The Fabi one looks like it's in
never
the
mind.
bag, and we
Now
just saw
Levon.
a result.
Yes, queen d1 check, and Leinier goes through and leaves us our remaining game. Fabi, well, no blitz today. It was
Not today.
rapids all the way.
Not today.
Not today.
Rook to c5, very clinical. a5, a6 is coming.
Well, you do have a threat of no. Apologies. The
a6,
pawn is still on e2.
that makes
no
space
knight
for the rook
d3.
to go behind the pawn on b5.
Nice. That's. I'm counting a lot of white pawns. I don't know about you guys, but I see a
And one
lot of
them-
white pawns.
And one of them is going to make
And now
a
b7.
huge
just
transition.
Impression. Yes.
Yeah.
Even though b7, knight to d7, okay, I'm not going to give you any chances.
Yeah.
I'm thinking a5,
A5.
a6,
A5,
a7.
yes,
It
yes.
kind of got my vote.
He's going for it.
Yeah.
Knight goes back. Okay.
A6.
A6.
a6, he wants to take on b6.
Okay.
Why give him the satisfaction?
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Just go b7 or
Bishop
move the bishop.
f3. Okay.
Yeah, that's certainly good enough.
You can go h5 if you want. You can go rook to d5 check.
By the way, that move H5 sure looks good too. I mean,
I know, yeah.
Too many good-looking moves, but H5 especially, because you're using your doubled H pawn.
Rook to D4. I mean, defending that pawn on H4.
Useful. I think he wants to go Rook A4. I mean,
King
G2.
This is bordering on sadistic.
It is.
My
He's
goodness.
enjoying himself too much right now.
He really is. Is Rook D8? No, pardon me. He just played Rook
okay, come on. E3.
Okay, he wants to go bishop to E2.
I think he just wants to defend the rook on D4.
Or bishop to B7 in order to play A6.
And this one should instigate resignation, but nope, F4. Okay, you can now go A6. Nothing stopping that one.
Nope.
And pawn takes.
Yeah, what?
It's over.
One last gasp there.
There's not much left.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, time to call it a day. And there we see a handshake. Fabiano Caruana carries on into the championship bracket.
We finally saw in the open section, a win with the black pieces. It had been a white winning all of the games, but I didn't see how Leinier won. That was that game with D5. Cristian, where did Levon blow it?
Well, let's take a look, because I wasn't watching this game either. It seems that at this point, he got tempted by this idea of playing knight to A4 and jump to B6. That looks good. The problem is that after queen to B5, and once we exchange everything, you're going to see the power of the two bishops and the controlling power of the two bishops. Because once we exchange the queens, this B2 pawn is hanging, this A2 pawn, once I attack that rook on A1 with bishop takes B2, is going to be hanging as well. This is just not a good position, and unfortunately for him, he was unable to. Oh my goodness!
Wow.
I'm 100% sure what I did here, so you guys take it back.
Okay, you forced me to pick up where you left off, and you were saying that in this position he got tempted by the move knight A4, and then queen B5, and the two bishops. Ooh, rook E2, rook E1.
I mean, it's just completely overwhelming when you get a rook onto the second, and that's a nice touch. Take control of the dark squares.
Rook takes F2, that hurt.
And then
bishop to
comes
D4.
out, and then followed that by rook. Oh, just take the knight. And now queen comes down to D1, and that's it, game over.
I am picking up the rook on F2, and then I cover
wow.
bishop to G6.
So, I mean, essentially, it was here where, he's missed this combination of rook takes F2.
Knight to A4 was just a bad move.
Just a bad move.
Knight to A4 was just the wrong direction. At this point, you had to consolidate the position, leave the knight on C3, stop the action of that bishop on G7, play moves such as A4, maybe A5, block that pawn on B7, keep the queen to the defense of that pawn on B7, and just play a normal game. Knight to A4 was just too aggressive.
Yeah, I'm thinking I would have played myself in white shoes to neutralize the bishop on G7. I would have played rook to D1, followed by bishop to D4. But nice game by Leinier. And sum it up for us. Where do we stand, Jovi, after a very entertaining day two?
Definitely had us on the edge of our seats. And there we can see it in the champions bracket. Hikaru Nakamura will face off against Leinier Dominguez, who qualified after that fantastic win against Levon Aronian. And then we also have Wesley So meeting Fabiano Caruana.
Both players staggering across the finish line here.
They might have staggered, but it's enough.
Yes.
And they continue. They are on their second life still.
And
but moving down to the elimination bracket,
Precisely.
these players are on their last gasp. They are playing with their backs against the wall. Sam Sevian meets Levon Aronian. Whoever loses will get eliminated, and Sam Shankland will play Ray Robson. And these guys will play a much faster time control of 25 minutes plus 10-second increment.
Whereas
So-
in the champions bracket, they're going to be playing classical
Classical chess.
And in the ladies,
And in the women's brackets, there we see the champions bracket. Irina Krush will face off against Begim Tokhirjonova, and Nazri Parkitsa will play off against the 13-year-old Alice Lee, who has been so impressive so far.
Absolutely.
And moving down to the elimination bracket, these players again are in a must-win situation. If they lose, they go home. Tatev Abrahamyan will face off against Katerina Nemcova, and Anna Sotonsky will face off against newcomer Atusa Pokashian.
wonderful. And Cristian with one of our winners.
Leinier, this was such a tense, balanced match between you two that it started off with a classical match. It felt like you had some sort of a pull, but he defended just incredibly well. And it ended up with this game. Sum it up for us.
Yeah, it was a very even match, of course. In the classical game, I got a nice position, but I think he knew quite well the end game, that it's just a draw. I mean, it looks, of course, very scary for black, but if you know it's a draw, then it's not so scary.
That it's a draw?
I remember checking it but long time ago, because I remember there were a couple of games of 1U against Leko, I think, and maybe another game of Yakovenko against Alexeyev, probably. And I was checking it back then, and I remember it was a draw with very precise play, but then it all depends on some pawn placement, and I thought it's like a nightmare for black in practice, but I think he knew quite well. And then, yeah, I didn't have much to do, and then, yeah, the tie breaks, of course. In the first game, I didn't get much with white, and then it all came, I mean, the second game, I think I got a decent position from the opening.
Did you feel like he was taking unnecessary risks, or?
I thought, no, I mean, I thought it's just a normal position. I was expecting something like rook 81 in this position and then play for bishop d4, try to trade his bishops. I thought black has a good position anyway, but it's probably balanced. That's what I thought during the game.
Mm-hmm. And after knight a4, did you start dreaming about potentially finishing the match?
I thought I have to play queen b5, but I didn't know that it was so great. But once I started thinking, I realized that it's quite unpleasant for white now, because I have the bishops and the rook is coming to e2, and yeah, white's position is just really unpleasant at this point. And I think after that I had to find a couple of precise moves like this rook c2, because yeah, the point was that if I play rook e8, which is a natural move, then knight c3 holds for white, and I cannot take on b2 now.
Take and then
right, yeah,
the rook
then
is defended.
Because the thing is, after knight c3, I always have queen takes b2 in general. That's why, for example, instead of rook a e1, knight c3 is not possible.
Not this time, because now the
right, yeah, that's the point. But that's why rook c2 is very strong, just keeping the knight on a4 out of the game, and now always knight c3. I'll take on b2 with the queen.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then I had to find this. Okay, rook a c8 I think was also precise with the rook f2 ideas, and then it was just I had to calculate with little time, but. Thankfully, I had the Berlin event just to warm up a little bit the calculation with a few seconds, so I was able to do it quite well.
A big match is coming against Hikaru Nakamura, a player that feels like he's in great shape. How are you going to approach that one?
Yeah, so he seems to be in great shape, but I'm just quite happy that I qualify against such a strong opponent like Levon, so I'll just try to enjoy victory for a little while. And
for a couple of hours.
And yes, and then I'll see how I will approach the next one.
Leinier, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Our congratulations indeed, and good luck with the match against Hikaru. Very impressive finish there, especially by Leinier. I like what he was saying about the position of rook c2 in order not to allow the knight c3.
Yeah.
And then to finish it with rook f2 is very, very nice.
Very beautiful.
Yeah.
And very accurately calculated. With
Right?
not that much time on the clock, I have to say.
I mean, for a rapid game, that was really high quality stuff. If you said, Leinier Dominguez's best games and said that was played at a classical tempo, you'd say, yeah, that was a really good game.
Very good game. And for Levon, it just goes to show that having a bad plan is not necessarily better than no plan at all. That's the saying.
Not the golden rule.
Yeah.
Another guest with Cristian.
Wesley, this was just an incredible match. And I want to start with this game because this was just wild. And we were looking at the camera. Your hands were trembling at some point. Did you feel your heart pumping?
Yeah, for sure. Thank God there's no heart rate monitor. But thank you. Yeah, thank Cristian for, you always cheer me up whenever I come here.
That's good. That's good. Talk to us about this game. You were, I mean, on the back foot somewhere around here, and objectively, in fact, you were lost.
Yeah, for sure.
Did you think that you were lost at this point, or?
I mean, I thought I was drawing, but then he kept kicking my king farther and farther away. In fact, I was just discussing with Fabiano just before coming here. We're trying to find a win for white after bishop e1.
So this was the critical win.
Yeah, this was the...
Just go c7.
Yeah, f+8. What? c7,
c7.
bishop h4?
And now this is some sort of a study-like win. Check.
Why king g4?
If you go king g4, then I can go king c6, and I have the pin on the 8th rank.
That pin. And if I don't go to g4?
Then you get checkmated.
I get checkmated?
If you go here, I go here. It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's
but
just simply crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I should have taken the draw early on. I think white was winning on move 92 even from other moves.
Yeah.
You know, like white has all the time in the world.
Yeah.
But rook f8.
Rook f8 maybe is winning as well, but still, you managed to survive in this one, and after that, you took over in the last game. Tomorrow you will be facing, in fact, Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that matchup?
Well, it's going to be a very exciting match. I hope I can put my best chess. You know, Fabiano's a wonderful and great player, the defending U.S. champion. So hopefully it'll be all right. I mean, it's hard to predict what's going to happen. And yeah, today I felt a bit tired because I just came back from Berlin, but put in some 14 hours of sleep and then come with a lot of energy tomorrow.
Is that the best way to fight jet lag? Just sleep as much as possible, yeah?
I mean, I take melatonin.
Melatonin, okay, all right.
Did you ask Jovanka what she is?
We did not, no.
Yeah, yeah, she also was in Berlin. But I mean, yeah, probably a lot of sleep and taking naps and start to come with full energy. But I'm very pleased to win today. Every win is a treasure.
Wesley, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Indeed, our congratulations as well, Wesley. I mean, that jet lag, I think, really does impact everybody, and it's just really hard to overcome. And I think there's like a 7-hour time zone difference between Berlin and St. Louis, so it's really tough.
It is very tough. And Wesley, before Berlin, had been in Dortmund, so he'd really gotten accustomed. Sorry, Düsseldorf. Yeah, really gotten accustomed to European time, the time zone.
Exactly.
And it is difficult. Like right now, you know, I'm actually waking up at 5 in the morning.
Me too. I'm coming in from Amsterdam, so I know exactly where you're coming from. But let's jump to Cristian with Fabi in studio.
Fabi, an important step to defend your title. This was a difficult match. It felt like nothing can separate you two until the last game. Take us through this last final match.
Yeah, you know, I had this idea, or we had this idea with my second, in the second rapid game, already in classical, and we just weren't sure if it's like worth it for a classical game. But now I'm starting to regret because, of course, I mean the match was very good overall, but it feels like maybe it was even worth it for a classical game.
And which one is the idea? This knight to d2?
Well, he had played c5 once against Van Forest. Like after,
in this position?
No, in the game. Like after queen c2, c5 he had played before against Van Forest. I think you can see it down there.
Yep, Van Forest versus
And castle is a very rare move. There was a game of Friedman, which went exactly like the game, cd4, knight c4, knight c6, rook d1. And the thing is, knight c6 is a very serious mistake.
Yeah.
And it's one of those rare moments when a very natural move is a very serious mistake. Black needs to play d3 here to equalize.
Yeah.
And it's still a tough fight, so it's not like I wasn't too concerned about this because I thought I'll still be able to play a game with chances. And the other way that black can play is to take on d2 instead of dc4, which is a bit unusual. And not, it also kind of equalizes, but it's not easy for black to play like this.
And we were actually shocked that after rook to d1, queen e7, a3, the computer gives you a decisive advantage. Did you know that?
I just knew after rook d1 I'm better. I didn't remember the move queen e7. So it didn't worry me because like when he was thinking, I was also thinking queen e7 is a semi-natural move to try to get e5. But after a3 it looked really dangerous.
And it
I didn't know it was this bad, but
yeah.
I had a feeling I have a very nice position. And then rook b8 is a blunder. But anyway, it looks very unpleasant, especially with the time situation.
Absolutely. A big matchup, big victory for you. Tomorrow you will be facing Wesley So, a very difficult opponent, very difficult opponent to beat in any time control. How do you feel about that particular matchup?
Yeah, it's a very tough match. Of course, Wesley is really proficient in every time control. So if it goes from classical to rapid or to blitz, it's not like it ever gets any easier. And we've played a lot. You know, I think we have a relatively balanced score overall, but we've played like I don't know how many years, how many games we've played. So definitely we have a lot of experience against each other. I think it will be a very tough match, and hopefully I'll be in good shape.
Guys, any questions?
It's not in a hilarious moment or anything like that, Fabi, but there was this moment where bishop to d2. I've been doing my best to educate the commentators about grabbing pawns. You perhaps saw the move bishop d2, but stopped yourself after the move a5. But you did have this moment of a5, knight takes a5, which is actually really good for you. You played rook d1 and went on to win nicely. Did you see anything like this? Or you just stopped yourself after a5?
No, after a5, I considered, let's say, rook c1, e5, and rook h4, which is pretty typical to put the rook on h4 in some positions. I considered things like that. Knight takes a5 didn't even cross my mind. If you told me there's a way to win a pawn, probably I would notice this, but I think this is one of those cases where it's good to see a little bit less because, I mean, rook d1 and bishop d2 ended up being much more, much cleaner, I guess, as it turned out, than this might be. And rather than calculate all this stuff and take up the courage to play it, I think it's easier to just play rook d1.
Fair. Good luck in your next match coming up tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good luck, Fabi.
Wow. I mean, a very, very eventful day. I must say that I enjoyed the matches, and really, as Fabi said, there was very little between them, and Ray just came into this position that looked very natural, and suddenly he's just lost. I mean, it's like, wow.
But it felt like there was something maybe in the air because, all these matches have been so closely fought. I mean, they were neck and neck, and you couldn't really tell the players apart. But then, game 4, bam, the action happened, and it was an incredible day of events.
Just a second.
It's a good day for me.
Look at.
Actually, it's a good day for everybody.
Yeah, well,
except VAR.
I mean, sorry. Well, he's going to get a competitor certificate. You competed with the best. Here you go. And in the ladies?
Participation trophy.
Yes.
And in the ladies, we all went for Irina, no? Everyone's good.
Everybody's good.
Everybody's happy.
Impressive. Yes. Final thoughts, Cristian. Day 2.
I mean, what a great day, and I know these competitors are not getting any rest because tomorrow still there's classical games as well as rapid and blitz games because finally the elimination bracket is going to be starting. So I'm definitely having my eyes on that. It's going to be an exciting day filled with rapid, blitz, and classical chess, all-time formats. This is American chess.
American Cup.
Yeah.
Jovi, it was wonderful.
Yeah.
Great fun calling the action alongside you.
Yeah,
Enjoyed
and
myself.
the feeling is mutual, and tomorrow we are going to be revved up for some more drama, more thrills and spills on the board. So please join Yasser, myself and Cristian to follow all the action, all the drama.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Same time, same place.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.